many cars are in GT4 AM? I just realized here, hold on.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Teams is an opportunity to avoid getting eaten by spiders. No, seriously, this track has giant spiders. Welcome to today's coverage of FTR and the trophi.ai Endurance Series. As it's the final round of the campaign, it's the 6 hours at Barber Motorsports Park, and it's here on Green Flag TV. We're happy to have you with us here from Alabama today as we look to see how things spark up in our championship fights. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me is Ben Cheney for our first hour of coverage. Derek Watson will join in hours 2 and 3, and the coverage will shift once again at the midway point. Christian Hill is our producer today here on Green Flag TV. An interesting day to battle for a championship, Fenn, as these drivers get ready to battle it out in Alabama to see where the championships lie. And while some championships are already secure in most cases, others are still up in the air.
Yeah, the podium fights for a lot of the championships are still up for grabs, while the winners of most, I believe, GT3 Pro and AM are going to be secured here as long as our AM podium or AM championship runner finishes this race, for how I've seen it. The rest, I think, are still up for play, especially in GT4 AM. I think it's going to be very unique, especially as the TCR consistency will be huge for all of them over the course of the 6-hour finale.
Absolutely. These drivers are in the midst of their final moments of qualifying in preparations for today's action. We're a minute or so away from the racing. As mentioned, we're at Barber Motorsports Park here today in Birmingham, Alabama for today. This is the only, actually, one of 2 6-hour rounds a part of the season. We've had a long cluster of 4-hour races in this one. And today is a racetrack here to transition to some of the information that these competitors are going to have the challenges to have today. Keep in mind, 2.38 miles. These laps go very quick, Finn.
Yeah, they do indeed. Quick laps, which will make for some unique multi-class battles, especially as we get into a lot of slower section corners throughout most of this track. Will make for some interesting and awkward situations, especially as GT3s come up to TCRs. But I think it'll be ones they can manage pretty well if they keep their heads cool and stick for the long run that this 6 hours will have to offer.
It's going to be an interesting day, but keep in mind these are the classes that we have in store today. Remember, GT3 has Pro and AM with the entries. Those machines will be utilizing their production-based engines. Then you have mainly V8s for the GT4s and GT4 AMs today for their respective class. Then the touring cars, they're their own respective class that put out about 300 to 350 horsepower compared to the highest class at 500 to 600 for the cars today. But the TCRs also see some potential for wheel-to-wheel combat. Let's take a look at your starting grid as the drivers now are getting the opportunity for the next few minutes to make their way to it for today. Qualifying already seen a lot of big names come out for today. That includes Giovanni Romano, who will drive the car to start for Hugh Jazz Gold. Then it's World of Racing, it's Samantha Tan Racing's partnership, 25 1,000s off the pole. They'll start second. Again, that's amongst your GT3s. RPM Racing Black FTR has Richard Cawthron, who will start up at the front. Then it's Adam Cox, the Sim Party Racing Delta Machine, who starts in fourth. Then the highest out of the next class of drivers, it's Aspen Martin. She'll be starting in the Prismatic Motorsports Interval Machine alongside Sim Racing Grid Phantom in the sixth spot, 1.1 seconds off the pole. Hugh Jazz Yellow starts next in seventh. They'll start alongside Sim Party Racing Omega, who was 1.3 seconds back. Hugh Jazz Blue stays behind their teammate in ninth, and rounding your top 10 will be Roy Mass in the Stage 1 racing car.
And with that, we'll take over to Eagle Speed Academy Esports, number K, with Chris Van Gucht, and then Kyle Mundell is going to be alongside him with that equipment. Geek Racing, Stefan Le Guin, and then Cassandra Winkelbauer for Prismatic Motorsports. Athena is going to line up alongside Pegasi Motorsports, Then we get into the GT4 categories here with Inosis Esports GT4 FTR alongside Vincent Hilliger, in Altura Esports Red. And then 17th to 18th is going to be Torque Freak Racing TeamSpeak, and then we get into our GT4 AM runner, Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium, who will lead us off there. Sim Party Racing Tango, and then Eagle Speed Academy Esports S are going to be in 19th and 20th, along with Treehouse Racing.
Now brings over to Treehouse Racing and Sim Party Racing, starting 21st, 22nd, and 300 start things off back there amongst those cars. Then you have a new team name today. This is one of the teams that have clinched the championship, a special livery for Altura AP10 Esports, part of a new partnership with a 3D printing company. They started next to Hugh Jazz White, who starts 24th. Then WPM White will start in 25th. Hugh Jazz Black, part of a huge wave of Hugh Jazz cars in the pack. Then we start your touring cars. That's going to feature WSR Esports, one of the top teams in the business. Some of their drivers busy with Brick Car today for that 24-hour race at Silverstone. Logan McKenzie for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix 28th. 29th goes to Fiercely Ford Gray. Project Synced Racing Team.SQL bringing out their spreadsheets from 30th Fen.
And that'll be Georgia McKay in 31st, going to be alongside Kane, Halliburton for Alameda Racing Academy. As we get through the last of our TCR drivers, a little ways back from where the rest of the field is. MCR X Quad Dash is going to be alongside Sim Racing Grid Phosphor for those two cars. And that'll be the end of the grid. Here we have at Barber Motorsports Park today.
So down to bottom of the running order here today. As you've seen, the number issue involving Sim Racing Grid. They are in a touring car today, but the drivers were given about 5 minutes on the grid procedure to be able to set things up. They still have an extra 40 seconds before we get rolling for today. First things first, what are some of your keys to victory if you want to win in this 6-hour race?
It's going to be probably some good consistency. Decent lap time, obviously, is always the name of the game. But being smart with your fuel choices, if we see any safety cars, knowing whether or not to stay out and try to get that track position. I think track position is going to be an important one here at Barber Motorsports Park, given how hard it is going to be to pass, especially both in class as well as within multi-class traffic. So getting the opportunities there to stay ahead of competitors is going to be a huge one. And then fuel management, tire management, keeping the car going the right direction is always the easy, one of the hardest parts of endurance racing, but is always the key to coming home first after 6 hours.
Keep in mind, we talked about championships already. Here's some of the clinching situations. World of Racing, Samantha Tan Racing HQ, they already have clinched the championship with only 218 points could be the max for Sim Party Delta with the win. It was 220 coming into today for the 60 car. Then GT3 AM championship looked like this coming in. Already a championship for Eagle Speed Academy Esports K. That's been for a while. They've already set for a top 5 finish here at Alone. Keep in mind they'll also be racing with cool temperatures today, a part of this fight. Speaking of fights, we talked about GT4 Pro, that already secure for one of the Altura entries coming into today. But the AM class, that was an interesting one coming in, where essentially it required 7 entries for that class. We got 6 for today. So that unofficially would secure a championship for WBM White, since they needed the WBM White car to score less than 5 points or less, rather, have a chance for Eagle Speed Academy's S entry. TCR is the one that's wide open fed here today. Top 3 can all have a chance for the championship. WSR Esports 82 points, Fearsome Ford Gray 73, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, they have 66. That is the class that can go any way for the championship.
Yeah, it certainly can. I think it's going to be a huge one for these drivers specifically, to really managing how they allow faster cars to get around them, as well as keep up with their own battles. With less than a tenth between WSR Esports and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, I think it's a very tight battle that's going to be battled out with pit stop strategy, tire management, fuel management, given how long these cars tend to run in a vacuum. I think it'll be important for them, and then keeping up good lap time pace over the course of those 6 hours to come home first within these cars.
One of the teams to keep an eye on, by the way, to keep an eye on the Almeida Racing Academy machine. He mentioned Kane Halliburton behind the wheel. They're also bringing Auxilio Almeida for a race today. They also made a manufacturer swap, so they have forfeited all of their points from the season, but are going all out for the win today. We're happy to have you with us here on Green Flag TV for coverage of FTR, the trophi.ai Endurance Series. As we're set to go from Barber, the field makes its way up to the start box. UJAS in control on the inside, their gold car. Next to Yeshua Yunus. Green flag waving, start zone triggered, we're underway from Barber. And already contact.
Whoa.
Pushed out of the groove is the 60. That was from RPM Racing Black setting it. And several others have crashed, including Hugh Jazz Blue. Alexander Piller has gone around in the opening corners here in Alabama as the championship leaders and confirmed unofficial champions have had issues, all while the GT4s continue to battle it out for their start.
Yeah, they seem to have a much smoother start so far. Everyone getting through turn number 1 pretty well. But that is going to make for an interesting battle for those drivers as we get into the TCR launch.
6 other drivers ready to go here for that class today. WSR able to get on the jump. It's the battle of the Hondas. Leading things off at the opening corners. Good roll through to start. To make their way down the hillside. It's one of the prime passing opportunities. Going to be hard to beat WSR. What they need is a second place finish today to secure the championship. Keep that in mind for your class leaders to make sure they don't lose too much time. Anything else can open up an opportunity depending on how far the Ford 72 falls. But let's jump up the order, why don't we? Look at some of the elbows out amongst the GT3s. You see some of the separation already amongst them growing. Speed Academy machine having to get some contact, and we have a caution already.
That'll be for, I think, the litany of incidents we've kind of seen over this opening lap here, including a couple of black flags that have been thrown for both Almeida as well as MRCX Quad Dash.
So our first yellow already. That was a little bit earlier, obviously, than may have expected here. But remember, there is that thought process with caution triggers here. Obviously, something sparking it with the contact to the opening corner and some of the off tracks already. Let's take a look. This might have been it here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good way. How about bowling?
I don't think that was intentional, but there is another car also parked there, I think wrapped up in that just ahead of them.
Yeah, that's because of some contact up the road with the purple machine you've seen there, and then it gets worse. Pile drive in, that is Sim Party Race, so Tango and Eagle Speed Academies 1388. Alonso's going around.
Yeah, we go.
Here's the Tango machine that has already towed. And yeah, you see the run they built up in the first place for the passing opportunity on the Sim Racing grid car of Levi Leah. Tight window, tight squeeze, didn't work.
Didn't leave the space as he tried to cut over, and then we add in the Eagle Sports Academy and Almeida esports car as well.
For the series, caution will come out if the criteria is met. Essentially, there is that formulation that Derek always talks about when it comes to the incident points that's factored in for the caution triggers. Obviously very strict on the get-go here to bring out this. Now keep in mind, pit roads immediately closed if there's a full course yellow on the racetrack. Basically, if you have emergency repairs or a meatball flag, you can still enter, go from there. You can also have an emergency fuel situation for cautions later on, but it also can lead to a 60-second stop and hold penalty. Keep that in mind for some of the cautions later on today. So we'll see how quick this caution period is here. The Rate 2 drivers having issues. Give credit to MRC and Quad Dash. James Armstrong went up 7 spots to start off the race today. As one of the top pros, you can see they've gone up a few spots in total on the grid. Comparatively, in their class at 7, compared to the pros in the field, it's up 3.
Yeah, a fantastic start there to get and make up some positions from, I think, probably not the best qualifying result that I think they would be looking for, but a good start. I think that'll be the key here early. Like I said, the track position I think is going to be important there. And the ability to get through as many of the both drivers you're not racing for in class and the ones you are to try to get home and improve your final spot in the championship is going to be key there.
Keep in mind, the 49 machine is in a battle with fabulous Ford Skin. Keep in mind the 69 machine is not a part of the teams here today. I believe they indicated safety car this time coming in. So it is a quickie caution period. They did not open up pit road, but then it being such an early caution flag here.
Yeah, and I think for the best, let these drivers get back to go do some green flag racing. The unfortunate part is I wonder if we're going to have similar incidents like we did on this first lap that led to this early caution. They have that saying that exists out there, yellows breed yellows, I think is how that one, or one of the many ways it can go. And I worry that we're going to end up having similar situations if we don't have cool heads continue.
So just about ready to go. Field getting reminded of the start zone yet again. To re-emphasize where that start zone is. The start zone essentially is near where actually the iRacing command for the green flag is. It's a smaller box that runs from where some white blocks are to the left side of the wall up to the start and finish line. To be able to go in pounds for each of these starts today. But Romano getting ready to fire off yet again. They've got a decent jump over the rest of the field, especially up to contact behind him. Right now, everybody else having to catch up, but they aren't at where the formation zone is. That's set up where 13, 14, 15, and 16 are. That's around where the trees are, bending around where the pit entry is, and then boom onto the front straight away. So it looks like we're all set to go now, for the most part, as they file their way around and get ready to fire away on this restart pretty soon. Pace car appears to be away. Here we go. Auto ready to fire off. He's firing a little bit early here for this. Green, underway. We're back to racing. And he's on the jump already. A good separation of 6/10 off the rim.
Good separation for GT3s. GT4s a little less lucky in terms of breaking away for the Inosis Esports GT4 Pro. It currently sits in the lead of that class, as well as TCR.
Got black flags that had been issued before the start coming out, and we have more spinners. One of the Eagle Speed machines have gone around, as well as a couple others, and one of the prismatic cars in trouble. That's been gone. It was amongst those who have had some issues. The 177, one of the AM entries in GT3. So they've gone unscathed, but a couple others still yet to fully turn around as more drivers have issues. That's the 49 who just got a black flag from the initial start. That's having more issues. James Armstrong point to the side.
Yeah, those two spins we saw earlier, both self-spins for Prismatic as well as Chris Van Gucht. And same goes for the MRC X Quad Dash entry. Tires cooling down, and they have to refire them back up, so have to be very careful in these opening laps, and we see what happens when they aren't.
Chaotic start, and keep in mind, the reason some of the penalties had come out was the 49 originally had a qualifying ban and a 20-second stop and hold because they're a race day edition, and they had a limit breach. Almeida Racing Academy had a qualifying ban and a 30-second stop and hold for a limit breach and an incorrect car number, the 999 in session today. Inosis also just got one for 30 seconds of stop and hold that was applied from round 5. Previous timeout, in fact, at Sebring. So that's why there's a couple teams that have black flags picked up already in the early going, just like that. So follow along with Treehouse still on screen here. Treehouse looking to fall in the marching band and behind the Altura Esports red car. And keep in mind, let's talking a touch bit with Dan Pepples today. And for Pepples, he did mention very quickly that they were looking to test things. That lead group today and that 213 camp, as well as for that team. Basically, the goal for Altura today was support the 213 camp and support their cars.
Yeah, that was the goal for Altura, is just getting that car some support there. And I think they're, so far, we're only very early. We'll see how this develops over the course of the race. Looks like it's been a solid effort thus far.
Still really early, but for Bart Dolphin, it's a matter of making sure they maintain up the race lead at the very least, or at least one of the top cars in class. They do have one car ahead of them who's up the class lead, to correct myself. Torque Freak Racing, David Bearclaw, who's on his own to start this race off, apparently. Pulled away from this group by 2 seconds. And that's the tough thing for Bearclaw is, if there's any tech issues, there's no one to save him.
Nobody there to give him a break or give him a reprieve. He has to kind of push through any adversity he comes across there on the technical side. So hopefully he's had, and I'm guessing, knowing these drivers, they've had plenty of time to make sure their setups dialed in. They're not adding anything last minute. to potentially cause issues there. Talk about a quick change in the leadership of TCR, not to distract from our focus on the GT4 here, but the sim racing grid is swinging around WSR Esports for the lead there.
I was just about to mention that change that just happened off screen. That's about 1 second difference now between the two of those cars now. McKenzie is leading that respective class. So we continue on spawning on with the Torque Creek machine. There's a look at your TCR leaders, in fact, right there. Look at McKenzie. When he's able to keep it clean, he can put together some fast lap times. There's a reason teams pick him up for these special events like this. Also amongst those that picked up experience with SRO in the Toyota Jericho North America Championship on the esports side in 2025. He's a fast driver, and he's right now challenging the WSR Esports entry to find speed, especially since last time by they were 4/10 quicker than the 472.
Yeah, and that was all brought about because of the Prismatic Motorsports driver, Aspen Martin. She's trying to make her way back up to the field, and in the process, working around TCRs, and Logan McKenzie saw that opportunity, took it, and swung around into first as a result.
There's the championship window to talk about for their sake right now. The 423 can win with the championship. Basically, by coming away second, as described by race admins, the other two would not have to be there for them the best chance. But in reality, they need the win, and they need WSR Esports to be down in 5th position for this championship. Easier said than done, especially knowing the prestige of WSR in this type of racing. Right now, McKenzie is at the very least showing some good short run speed in the first 15 minutes or so here. Meanwhile, you can see the Altura machines working a bit together here, separating, right now sandwiching WBM White, in fact. See your contact already with Julian Garces mentioned that there was mistakes in qualifying for them. They wanted to try and make sure to dig for points.
That was the goal, and they're going to have to make a little bit of a recovery drive on the actual race. Plenty of time to make up the positions there.
They are the AM leaders. I think it's about the pride thing, though.
That's very true.
The overall lead. Absolutely.
Yes. Say, WM White, I think, finishes always relatively high up in the GT4 Pro field as well. I think it's a matter of pride at this point to see how far into the class that they are considered secondary to in terms of driver ability, to prove how much better Julian Garces is than most of those drivers.
Exactly. Garces, mind you, higher difference, about 1 to 2,000. Interesting enough, in terms of that difference. You want to compare it that way, in terms of the classifications that come into play for them here. As right now, they stay all lined up in a row. Now, here's the interesting thing. Where do you see the best opportunities to make moves in a field like this here today as a whole? Because this is a track, at least to me, that can be challenging to pass that Fen, but it's not impossible.
No, not impossible at all, especially in some of these slower sections like we're going through here. If you get a great run, or you have to deal with traffic throughout this back section of the track, this is where we saw the pass for the lead of TCR happen, and just a better, more smooth line will get you more speed throughout these corners. And then if you get the ability to, coming into turn number 1 is a great spot. If you have a good run coming out of this trio of right-handers followed by a left-hander and can stay close, especially with that break there from Altura Esports Red for WM White there, trying to make the run happen. good spots here. A lot of the slow sections, like the hairpin in the middle of the lap, is another great spot. And then being just more confident on the braking zone into some of these corners will get you, ideally at least, alongside, and then you get the opportunity there to make the move stick on the exit.
Here is the GT3 Pro lead. Traffic time for their leaders here, and look at this. Some of the touring cars having to be careful here. Huge Ass Gold trying to build a buffer fast. All while RPM in Sim Party Racing. Delta try and find a way to keep up here. You can see them push to the outside at least. Try and march around coming up to turn 5. That cost them a few tenths of a second to Huge Ass.
Yeah, Giovanni Romano getting very comfortable slotting in between those TCRs and then bumping back out as we got through the wide sweeper of turn number 2. I think allowed him a little bit more freedom than having to work through both the TCRs like the RPM Racing Black as well as Sim Party Racing Delta had to deal with. And as we get into traffic here, I think the name of the game, being smooth, making sure you're not taking unnecessary risks that'll cause problems. But it also helps when everybody sticks to the racing line for the slower classes. That's always a big part of the expectations of faster classes to work around. It's being predictable if you're in the TCRs or GT4s as the GT3s come flying through, all getting bottled up as Giovanni Romano and the Huge Ass Gold has to find a long way around the TCR of Robert Sharp.
Different swings will come into play many times with the traffic management. Traffic given, traffic taken away. The phrase we use all the time here when it comes to the racing side of things. We've seen it really come up a lot here. By the way, we have an investigation underway between the 137 and the 185. Remember that early contact to start off their races today. Equipment Geek and Huge Ass Yellow. That's getting looked at now by race officials after their respective crash. That's seen several cars spin around, but did not trigger an instant caution threshold for today. Look at the 10 meanwhile. They were able to cut around Eagle Speed to be able to find a hole. Cedar pylon pop up on the screen 20 minutes into the racing action here. RPM seems to be in a really good spot here in terms of long-term play. You'd have to think here, keep in mind for their season coming into today, they were coming in 4th, a chance to actually jump Huge Ass with a great race today is the understatement.
Yeah, if they have a fantastic result here and Huge Ass Gold has a believe finishes, I believe 3 to 4 positions lower than RPM Black, they can get their way onto the podium and knock off Giovanni Romano's team. But I get the feeling with how these two are driving, it'll be a little bit closer than I think RPM is hoping for in that bid for the podium.
Look at this though, 3 wide with Huge Ass cars. Side by side formed up from it for the lead. Contra trying to clear on by, does. New leader, RPM Racing Black. Their FTR entry up to the lead with that move as some of their teammates were getting zipped on by. So nicely done by the 10.
Yeah, Giovanni Romano is not going to let it go though. Still holding on and hanging out to make that pass work, ideally, but gets shortchanged by GT4s there. Now under fire from Sim Party Racing Delta, I believe.
Yes. Looking out to the outside, now cutting around for an in and out swap. Trying to look for a move maybe for the run up through 14, 15, 16. Doesn't look like it's going to happen though as they get overlapped with some of the GT4 cars that are in the choo-choo train. That's the tough part about the choices is you have that overlap come up at the wrong times that can absolutely cause a spark up. And we've seen just that gap grow up by 1.5 seconds as a result of that situation. Big gap on the racetrack as a result there. So that's now one of your largest leads in class because of it. Not done yet for turn 5 though. Look at the 3 wide. Here comes the move from Sim Party. Will they clear? Just about. They do clear.
Yeah, Giovanni Romano sliding right back in there. And I gotta imagine Giovanni Romano's getting a little frustrated there, being on the outside of that hairpin twice in 2 laps and losing 2 spots as a result. But I think Giovanni Romano's playing a little bit of a fuel and strategy game and playing a little bit safer with multi-class traffic. And I think that'll probably maybe benefit him in the long run. We'll have to see how it pays off in a few hours' time.
We'll see where things really stand. We have a warning that just got issued to Equipment Geek Racing for unnecessary contact. So that's the result of one of the bigger crashes earlier on today. That's where that penalization has come on through. Stage 1 racing on screen was one of the other Sim Party racing cars. This is Roy Mass, who is trying to make some moves right now. So far, Roy up 3 overall in the car type. But look at him trying to charge his way through this traffic and eat away at this gap right now. He's right now also got himself after that 9 seconds to buffer, as seen that unnecessary contact penalty fly up on your pylon.
Yeah, warning issued there. I get the feeling that they're going to be on proverbial thin ice with the stewards for any future incidents they may run into. It's always one of those things you always appreciate that it's not anything worse than just a warning. You know, think about how to work on it next time, but it's never that. It's always, a breath of fresh air to realize that, even though a mistake was made, the worst you're getting for it is told, don't do that again.
Yeah, you don't want to cause an air pile.
Yes.
At that point, you might not have a car anymore. But how are things going with some of the others? Here is Huge Ass Yellow. Everything looking all yellow for them in the AM class in the top 4 of that classification so far. Actually trying to battle with Prograssi. Right now, Van LeQuint is trying to hold on for now. You see him trying to charge. It's all yellow and blue around them.
Oh, and there's, I think, maybe a bump there from Brooks Clayton. And that'll also open the door for Alexander Bueller just behind him as well. Stefan Le Guin is going to try to see what spots he can take back. You can see where he flashing the lights. Not super happy with that, and I would say it makes sense. Kind of make a late dive there to try to take the spot back, or I think Brooks Clayton maybe being generous to give it back as a result.
They're dealing with a little bit of damage notice so far on the race car. Maybe hampering them just a little bit here in that moment as well. But now as they go, Prograssi Motorsport putting up by 0.3 of a second. 146 machine coming into today. For reference, only 37 points on the season for them. So it hasn't been the most consistent of efforts for the AM Championship per se. So there is a lot of difficulty, you'd have to think, Finn, on actually getting a consistent run for the championship overall. What's that kind of mindset like, knowing, of course, we've gone to the full year now for the championship, but of course, having that balance of having to go to so many different tracks to find the speed at said circuits?
It's always such a fun thing to get to go from one track to another, especially in leagues like this where you can build momentum, you can have good races, as well as ones that you really want to take and learn things from, especially when you're racing cars that are maybe not fully the same as these two. Have a little exchange there. Brooks Clayton finally making the move with, for a second time I should say. But the plan, I think it's always one of those things, you spend a lot of time, I'd say, in the proverbial, what they used to call, the tape room, where you look back at races, you kind of figure out what you do well, what you want to improve on for the next one. And the great thing about endurance racing styles like this, you got a bunch of other drivers with you, especially with like the Hugh Jass team and the number of cars they have here and the amount of time that they spend on track together, plenty of opportunities there to help each other and lift each other up in the process of lifting, individual driver ability. You can also lift everybody up by going this corner super off camber, and so it ends up being a really interesting throttle game that you have to play there. And so it's one of those things that, and one of the things I really love about endurance racing in general is the community that ends up being fostered around it in the sim racing world, of drivers that are also trying to improve same as you and willing to give you, and you give them, tips in the process.
Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work, am I right? But here is Altura AP10 Esports here today. I'm on the 4th position right now with Miles Owens now talking with the team. Miles is to drive a vast majority of the race today as they test things out as said for next year. And that's going to be an important thing to think about here, is making sure you figure out what your approach is going to be, especially knowing there might be any changes around the corner on the iRacing build side of things, Finn, but also being able to continue the momentum from a championship campaign like they have had.
Yeah, especially when you reach the end of a season, you have the championship locked in. You just need a consistent finish, and you want to help out your teammates. Kind of back to that conversation I had a moment ago about being able to support them. The ability there to focus on what you're doing next. What's the next season of this going to look like, or the next endurance league that we're going into as a team, and getting the chance to kind of refine, do we want to stick with the BMW GT4? Do we want to try the Mustang GT4 that's been released recently? And do we, you get an opportunity in between these seasons to kind of get a feel for what you want to do differently. But in terms of this race here, it's building more seat time, which is always valuable, regardless of whether or not you need to fight for a win, or you get to take this time to really perfect a racing line and find your way through and see what little time you can shave off just for yourself, or see if you can get an extra fuel lap out of the track, wherever you're at. There's always something to learn when you're out racing, regardless of if there is a championship to fight for.
Right now you see them just trying to stay lockstep as a result here with team members, as you see some of the GT3s kind of their way through still. But the prismatic cars able to cut on through in this case. Interesting enough, right now Treehouse is along with Tim Bearclaw really fun. The difference right now, the difference between first in these cars, you see on screen, about 15-16 seconds already, and it's only been less than 30 minutes. A little more time to expect.
I would say Torque Freak Racing getting such consistent lap times out of the machine, about a good few tenths to half a second to 3/4 of a second ahead of the rest of the GT4 field. And I gotta wonder if they're playing for more of a speed strategy other than fuel management or any sort of tire savings, with the goal of just setting the fastest laps most consistently to build the biggest gap. So that way, if they have to spend a little bit more time in the pits, it's not a problem because they're already minutes up the road.
Now, number 2 is an opportunity for a lot of teams here today for their championship fights. Do want to touch upon the elephant in the room, of course, where some of the teams today, Finn, as you see contact, hold on, Miles Owens nearly punted his teammate. That's a huge checkup.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for them, and that's going to, I think, bring the fight for Sim Party Racing, is GT4 entry, right back into it for those.
Yeah. Look at the recovery meanwhile. Remember, World of Sim Racing, or rather World of Racing, is Samantha Tan race machine getting pushed off the track off the start. Well, they've already rallied for a chance to podium again. It took them about 20-25 minutes, and they're right now on the doorstep of the top 3.
That they are just getting around Robert Sharp there in that TCR to claw their way back. I think they are a little fired up and a little frustrated with RPM Racing Black for that lap 1 contact. And they have a point to prove.
Especially since their average amongst your top 5, well, it is quicker than Huge Ass, but it's not as quick as the top 2 right now. Definitely wanting to, at the very least, cover some of the time early on. You'd have to think here. And we've seen you to be a very quick driver whenever we've seen this team. There's a reason they've won a championship already with a clinch up. Your thoughts and what you've seen in your time this season calling the series with the driver with 60 right now?
With the driver, with Yeshel, as well as the team as a whole, I've always seen consistent and good traffic decision making amongst the raw pace that's required to be kind of at the top end of the fastest class. And I think largely comes down to being smart, being stable, making predictable choices for the slower classes that I've seen out of them for most of the times they've gone around traffic. Obviously, you could cherry pick individual moments that would say otherwise, but that's true. I think any driver on this track at one point or another over the course of these 6 rounds. But I think the consistency in pace as well as consistency in dealing with traffic has led them to be where they are now, at already winning the championship as well as trying to work their way back up to the top for the podium finish, maybe even come back for the win. We'll have to see.
Remember, this is a team partner with Samantha Tan Racing, one of the real world organizations that jumped into the sim racing world a few years ago. This year, remember, this team actually picked up an IMSA VPRC Bronze Class Championship. To add to the milestones for the organization, had already had representation across the world, had some experience in SRO competition, also of course racing in IMSA in 2025, and also battling in some of the international events like the 24 Hours of Spa. And those in real life partnerships with the sim teams or vice versa, very beneficial to be able to build those communities, build the branding up, and as well, develop talent is the key. Developing talent is a big reason why a lot of teams have jumped to the sim racing world.
Absolutely. It's one of the best ways to get, drivers to learn a lot of the mechanics that carry over into real life racing. And then the only thing they need to really worry about adding in is obviously real estate time and the G-forces that they experience. They may not experience in the same way in the sim. And so it gives gives good foundations, allows for a lot of seat time in the sim, so the drivers know kind of what to expect, how cars should react. Not how they will, but how they should react, and gives just an opportunity to, like you said, develop drivers, give them the time, the chance, as well as the ability to learn more than they would on a track weekend or, a track day or a free practice of one of the big events, like IMSA and things of that nature.
See today, their resolve really solid after the pickup here. I just noticed one thing here as we're discussing that. You may have noticed RPM Racing Black. What's happened to them? They have fallen 11 seconds back. Something happened to the leaders as we are looking away because they are plummeting, and there's an issue for the 10 right this moment.
Yeah, the number 10 there, working his way through traffic, ends up getting bumped into, has to go off track right before the pit entry line. So we'll see if we can get a look there. And he's going to dive into pit lane as a result.
They had about a 1-2 second lead prior to whatever happened in their circumstance. And obviously damage definitely coming on into play. See if we can see what happened here.
Yeah, you'll see this RPM Black Machine work his way around one of the two Altura Esports, try to go around the other. That one drifts in, and that bump there is what sends them off. And then they end up having to work their way back on the track, but not before losing some spots here as they make another contact and end up really slow on the outside of where they should be already accelerating a bunch. And that is where we'll see that incident happen.
That's where you see the swerve on by. Some people may have noticed there are terms of that running order. That's how quickly it happened in that circumstance with the 10 machine. And now, big implications for the race lead. Obviously, that puts a third different team to the lead. So that's significant damage there, absolutely. You can see from the contact after that. Can't see too much of the steering wheel, but there is steering damage, also potential suspension damage, because that was right on the right front tire. That can absolutely break that pin.
Yeah, I believe that's why they ended up coming in, was for that. As that car did not look super happy. Took a look at like the onboard cam, and that wheel was quite to an angle to hold it straight. And that front right you see there looks a little bit out of place from where it should, along with the damage to the front end from that contact with that BMW GT4 of the Altura Esports Red.
So that takes them straight out of the equation here for this one as we check back in on how some of the AM drivers are doing in the GT3s. Clayton still holds on to fourth once these car members. Grassi has actually built up a buffer. Well, never mind, there's a spin. Around goes the 146 off the circuit.
Yeah,
they had been building a buffer. That was a dangerous spot to turn around.
Did manage to keep it clear. Yeah, the exiting the hairpin is one of the more, I would say, sketchy or difficult spots in terms of throttle control for these GT3 machines, as well to a lesser extent the GT4s and TCRs. So you got to be very smooth on the exit, otherwise you can kick the rear end out. And with the Porsche, once that rear end goes, you're just getting dragged along for the ride, and recovering a spun Porsche is very hard.
It can be. Now, their team put on the back foot here. It's a group, mind you, that has had experience in the Majors 24 over the years, for example. But today, put into a tough box now with that spin. The team started by Christian Anderson, Brian Ritz, and Stefan Vase, as they look to try and find a way to reface themselves on a charge. Looking at some of the TCRs in the lineup right now, Prismatic amongst those lined up. Georgie McKay, she's right now looking to find a way around Thomas Renders in this choo-choo train. This is towards the bottom of the pylon per se right now. But they've all stayed clustered together here, even with the separation between them and the Hondas. The Hondas have really gone well. Them right now has done very well today.
Yeah, the Hondas, I think, have set themselves apart of the Hyundais, and the race, the battle really here between these three drivers for the bottom steps of the podium and where they would finish in the championship. I think as they stand, they will all end up continuing their pursuits from where they were before going into this week.
McKay. They're right now trying to find a way to do something, anything. Close up still, and Prismatic runs in a lot of different series, of course. Their organization very happy earlier on with Aspen earlier, able to pick up a pole for the team in the series. been very much so an organization focused on, give opportunities to perform, to say the very least, as a whole. But it's going to be interesting the rest of the way what they can do to close up in particular. Right now, the gap between them and the Hondas is interestingly stark. It's already almost a full minute.
That it is. And it does not seem to be getting any slower. As I think I just watched RPM Racing Black put it back in the wall. Oh, yeah. There.
Oh, their meatball flag for RPM. Yeah, they had just gotten repairs about a minute ago. Well, they're back down pit road now, aren't they?
They took a tow after getting that car put back together and on their outlap cold tires, and that car looks like it will not be going much further. You'll see it here. The fast chicane in the final sector of the track. Car gets loose, tries to save it, snap of oversteer, sends it flying into the barrier, and that front right suspension that they just put back together has decided to break once more, and I think they are calling it for the day for RPM Racing Black.
So hard contact to the wall there. As now we see how the drivers still stay connected in TCR. Is it down to just the way the car preference for a track like this? Because the only other series I've seen this, and this was a real life comparison to TC America in SRO competition, there are the Hondas, or the Hyundais, however you want to pronounce it, depending on where you are in the world. They had the advantage with their organization with the Ricci machines. However, you also had Toyotas in the field, a few of them. Here's the thing, the difference could be up to 4 seconds a lap between those classes in the long run on speed, or their specific chassis, I should say.
Yeah.
Is it something like that where it's just the track preference, or is it something else that's about
from
a
what
big gap like this?
With the big gaps like this, I get the feeling that the Honda is just a little more stable in a lot of the faster speed sections of this track, which is why I'd like to believe that it's part of how it's getting more speed there. We saw something similar at the 4 Hours of Thruxton this year in special event racing, if I remember correctly. Similar reasoning, the car planted a lot easier to work through the faster sections, and then was equally compliant in the slower sections as the Hyundai and the Audi RS8, I believe it is, also in that class for the 4 Hours of Thruxton, I think is where the speed difference is coming from.
Yeah, interesting to say the very least, that dynamic here today that you would see a bit in real life coming into play. By the way, some drivers are having some issues. Notice that Aston Martin lost several seconds moments ago in the 128. Able to get back going though. Also, the star-studded Almeida Racing Academy machine, if you go to the 999 for your timing pylons, they haven't really gone anywhere today because they have a star-studded lineup. Because Kane Halliburton, one of the best drivers you can put in, and of course Julio himself, coming off his IMSA campaign this season, now jumping back into the sim. Remember, he was one of the drivers that made the trek from sim to reality a few years ago. Since the penalty, they've been really far behind. They have not done too much. As a matter of fact, compared to some of the errors in their class, they are still, with the penalty, 20-30 seconds behind. They need a caution to have a chance to close up.
I will say they are making a bit of headway versus most of their field, but they still have a long way to go to get to the sharp end of the stick with where David has put that Torque Freak Racing car 20 seconds ahead of P2 in class. So I think that gap, both Kane as well as George just ahead of him in the Inosis Esports GTR, is also, both of them are making solid headway in trying to rejoin the field with only about a 10-second gap between themselves and the next GT4M driver that is on the track ahead of them. But a long way to go if they want to get to the top of that.
Oh, however, in particular, one of the drivers that have come to the ranks and learning over the years, Whiplash. Now you see him on screen for comparison. Right now, they're in a close battle actually with Sim Party Racing's 142 car. A little bit of a clip of the grass though. Over the past 10 laps, speed's been near identical with the competitors in front of the Omega car. Has been a touch bit slower by a couple hundredths per lap though. That's where he has been trimmed down a few tenths or so on the margin here as the Corvette in front tries to hold on the Chevy.
And I don't know that we can get an onboard that'll show it quite the way I have looked at it just now, but the Sim Party Racing Omega car looks like it's put in a lot of work. David Truxiar is working that wheel very hard to keep that car in front of Roy Moss and the Stage 1 Racing number 83. So I get the feeling those tires are probably a little bit upset with David, and that is part of the reason that time is slipping away from him.
I have to wonder if that's car balance in terms of the BOP or if it's something on setup we'll have to see later on.
Could also be we're getting towards, I think, the end of the first stints for GT3 drivers, and these tires are probably a little bit worn, a little bit upset with them on top of being overheated, have led to why he's working that wheel so hard. You can see it there just a little bit. So we got right on board with the helmet cam. How much he's putting into that steering wheel trying to catch it and keep it from sliding.
Work's being put in right now. Again, this is for the GT3 amp lead as you see the lower right corner of your screen. There's the twitchiness, a lot of twitchiness I'm noticing in terms of those motions. Just watch about here-ish. You can see those little small bubbles in that Formula style wheel right now. That seems to be a little bit of trouble spots trying to get the car to rotate here or turn in a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm following along with Roy right behind. That car looks a lot cleaner, the inputs at least, from Roy, a little more stable than the kind of almost not fanatic but frantic style of kind of catching anytime it seems to be sliding. It's going to make for, I think, an interesting 6 hours for these two drivers at the lead of GT3AM, where they find themselves at the end of it.
Absolutely. For reference, 37 seconds between first in the Pro and first in the AM, as they now reach the back end of some of your top touring cars. 4 seconds the difference between those leaders still, by the way, as Constantine just stays to the right side of the racetrack. Contact back there. That was a tight window, and that really broke up the pack here.
I think Roy definitely trying to hold on to the coattails in that 1 second gap he had behind David right in front of him, and making a split-second decision, I think, would have been, I think, a little bit more detrimental had Constantine in that WSR Esports Honda not had great awareness as they got through turn number 1.
Time to keep an eye on the fuel pit stops because I think the GT3 window's open. Keep in mind, in this class, for GT3, 75% fuel limit. For GT4, it's a full fuel tank. And then there's an air fuel restriction for TCR at 75%. That's why a lot of cars are coming in right now, and plenty of them trying to make as quick a stop as possible. 31 seconds for Hugh Jassy able to open the window. Sim Racing Grid Phantom amongst those coming on in with Daniel Sturtelen, who comes through in the 27 units, has also come on through for their service. A part of this frantic pit window. This is not at the top of the hour like you would expect if it was a full fuel tank though, Finn. That's the big difference here with this mileage for this series. So you can't just simply try and save a pit stop. It's not as easy.
It is not as easy. I think we'll still see a bit of a splash for all these drivers, depending. It's probably a part of why they have limited the GT3 fuel tanks a little bit to get out a little bit more strategy for these drivers. Notably, both Adam Cox as well as Giovanni Romano from GT3 Pro have not come in yet, as well as that battle for the GT3 AM lead has been broken up by this pit cycle as David Truxier came in, but Roy Mass did not.
Looks like the overall leaders are in. Hugh Jass coming on in. What happened to that prismatic machine? That's no front end on Aston Martin. I guess it's a good time to get the new bumper put on. But they lost parts. I think that's from their time loss. Talking about earlier.
Yeah, that'll be from that incident there where they lost 11 seconds on that lap. If I remember correctly, towards the back end of it, a little bit of a self-spin that they got sorted out, but touch of the nose, which is why they lost that front end, that front bumper. And we'll get that car repaired probably at least a little bit before getting it back out there.
See what the strategy overlays. Meanwhile, in comparison for the GT4s here with their full fuel tanks available, should be a little bit further on the window. Looks like we've had a change for drivers, at least in stage 1's car. They put Hans Blanchcourt in behind the wheel of the 183 machine. A part of the many changes here for some. Stuart Reynolds already came out in the lead in his change, a 44 cam here so far. So Sim Party Racing Delta, they've looked pretty good so far. They look to maintain what's now a 3-second lead. It went down a little bit with the pit window. You see that's because it was about a 1 second longer service.
Yeah, 1 second longer service and a little bit of traffic at the start of the lap is, I think, the cause of that gap change. We'll see whether or not to keep up the tempo that was set by Adam Cox there at the beginning of the race, or if we'll see Giovanni Romano bring that fight back to him with this second stint for these drivers.
We'll keep an eye. Keep in mind, we started with 34 cars today. We're down to just 32. That's only after less than an hour of racing already off the clock here. Very interesting start to this one with an early caution. It's been green since then. Here from Barber. As we look where this will play out for some, we've had only a couple cars stretch the windows though. Chris Van Gogh, his 177 car, able to go up to 38 laps, interestingly. Only a couple laps longer than everybody else on track. Everybody else in GT3 has at least made their service here. See, not too much traffic management to think of per se, Finn, compared to, say, if we had a 56 car field today. That actually lowers the potential of chaos today.
Yeah, it is one of those, thankfully one of those things where the less cars you have, the easier it is for traffic to work itself out, and not as busy of a racetrack for all these drivers to get around in a safe and effective manner. Which I think a lot of the drivers here will probably be a little bit happy about, that they have not as many drivers to work through.
Things settle in. By the way, some of the GT4s just started their pit window. So the window opening up for the next class of drivers to peel on down for their scheduled service. Right now, only 31 laps according to the penalty for the 999. Here, everybody else looking like they're going to go an extra couple laps maybe. We'll keep an eye and see where things get busy in a second.
See, Almeida himself jump into that 999 entry for Almeida Racing Academy.
They go off the jacks. That's going to put Sohil behind the wheel of the 999, the Canadian. Gets a chance to be able to jump into the series. Away they fire off as a result here. And of course, Sohil, lots of experience as mentioned. He's raced in a lot of different disciplines, Finn, and now he gets to appear today in FTR competition.
Yeah, I'd say a bit of probably a coming home party for him, from going from this these style machinery in GT4, I think one of his many homes that he loves on the sim side of things. Then he took that into Radicals as well as TCRs for that IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge this year in real life racing, and had a very successful, I wouldn't say career, but a successful season there.
Yes. Sohil, also a winner in U.S. Radical Cup competition for his years of racing so far in the real world. He's one of the best drivers you could put in behind the wheel, to say the very least, on skill set alone. It's going to be having an uphill battle, as we said, the rest of the day. Look at this right now. Lots of traffic for Equipment Geek right now. It's a hornet's nest.
It absolutely is. Both him as well as Stefan Le Guin in that Pegassi Motorsport right in front of him. These two battling it out for position in GT3 AM, and neither willing to really let off the gas, except for when they need to not have this car run off the track, as they both are deep within it. Stefan got around Kyle Mundell there in the Equipment Geek Racing machine a couple of laps ago now, but has since brought that fight back to Stefan, and these two still trying to figure out where they sit within the battle for this position.
Yeah, Equipment Geek,
Whoa.
as they nearly clobber the back end of the Pegassi machine.
Yeah, the Pegassi Motorsports trying to not run into the huge ass white with Austin Tucker at the helm there. And meanwhile, Ishal looking for the pass to get around.
You see them just able to zip on by as a result right there with some of the traffic, but was about to say on that point though, it's been a rough day for them so far. They had some wild moments at Sebring. They had some decent pace to be able to battle down through Sunset. And now today, a little bit more challenging, to say the very least, for them. Well, down the pylon, there's the 177. Surprised they were able to stretch it 5-6 laps longer than anybody else. Where did the magic fuel saving tree come from?
I would have to imagine it's a lot of being really patient with multi-class traffic and some hefty lift and coasting. I'd followed along for a couple laps to try to see if I could hear where that lift was happening, and there are a couple spots where not really losing a whole ton of time with the heavy lift. I think the goal here for Chris, especially from an early spin that he had just on cold tires after that restart from the yellow, is probably to play the strategy game to end up on top there, because as you saw it, he was able to stretch that anywhere from 3 to 6 laps more than the rest of the GT3 field in general. We'll see, I think, have him end up at the top of the GT3M podium if he's able to keep up that momentum of running a little over an hour with the fuel saving.
I honestly thought you were going to do the 6-7 thing for a second, but all that's well.
No, thank you. I'm not that young.
Neither am I. I feel old.
I also feel old anytime I hear that.
Yes. But, hey, no one's going 6-7 pick-up sticks, so to speak, in terms of the pace. As we go around here today. Good run for Eagle Speed, though, on the strategy, to say the very least. We'll see where they are net later on, because they might save a fair amount of time on their final stop. If they're able to keep straight, same to a similar margin, you would have to think. But we're past the top of the hour by a few minutes, by the way. Take a look over in the 300s and a visit over there. That's where Here Just Black is. They're actually in a choo-choo train with some of the others in GT4.
Yeah, this
red back here. This is again the battle for the AM lead, closing in on.
Yeah, the battle for second in the GT4 AM class, involving a good host of cars. Pretty much amongst all of them as well is going to be the Altera Esports Red Machine, who is kind of sandwiched between the series of cars with Chris Flams trying to get up to Gardner Sanborn. This battle closing up, stretching out, closing up again. A big slide there out of Chris Flams. We'll see himself ideally give himself a little bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, opportunity here, absolutely, here to try and dig. Let's see. Fabian needs to find a way to utilize these pros of the draft. You see a little bit archy-barchiness again going on with the Gnosis. Keep in mind, Gnosis is certain for the black flag already, as here comes the Chevy. Pit windows open. Turn AP10 Esports just entered their service, this time by these cars going right now over 40 laps, including the caution period earlier on. So in theory, by the 1 hour mark. We've also just had an issue for stage 1 racing. They just fell down a couple spots. The 183 just had a slide, if you notice, on the pylon. Curious what happened to the second place driver on the AM side, because they lost a few seconds there as their box went gray, which usually, at least on my time screens, means disaster.
Yeah, they had a brief moment there. Thankfully, as you can see with the machine as it looks, almost no damage on it that I can really see, other than I think a couple of bent fins on the front end there from a self-spin, a bit of oversteer on that Audi. You know, one of the notorious pieces of that Audi in that GT3 car is that it loves to decide it wants to oversteer and slide out from under you seemingly randomly. You can usually predict it once you get a good feel of the machine. But it seemed to catch Hans out. He was able to wrangle it up before it got too bad.
Yeah. So able to just keep chugging, but they've lost the time they had in hand to be able to try and battle with Sim Party Racing Omega. Stage 1 racing in a bad spot here, but we'll have to see if they have the raw speed on clean laps. Reminder on their fastest lap times are identical to the class leader in the GT3 AM side for them here today. By the way, pit window coming in for the top team still for GT4, the Altera Machines and Treehouse just ducked down. So window active for all the 200 and 300 numbers.
Yeah, GT4s will be coming in, I think, over the next probably 5 to 10 laps, depending on, or really 5 laps, I should say, depending on how much they feel like stretching those fuel tanks or the fuel saving they've done so far to get that accomplished. I'd say both Hans and David, or really Hans' teammate in Stage 1 Racing, along with David, battling it out early on with the laps here. So hopefully the ability there to get that car back up into a battle for the GT3 AM lead, I would imagine, is on the cards. And maybe if a safety car swings in their favor, they can get right back into it. But they do have to get around Alexander Buehler, who currently sits in between them on the overall placements.
Yep. And now, for now, let's get placated. What's kind of like on the mindset, knowing it's still early on here, if you're a team planner, knowing you still have less than 5 hours to go, and plenty of pit stops. What's kind of what the message is, if any, to your driver?
To the driver that's currently working through it, it's mostly at this point consistency, managing traffic well, whether that's allowing, facilitating a pass as one of the slower classes to enable the faster classes to get around without costing you too much time, or the inverse of really picking the solid exit, like we're seeing here out of Sim Party Racing Delta, get a good exit out of turn number 1 to wrap and swing around the wide line of turn number 2, because they have more downforce and more speed out of that horsepower, or the horsepower out of the machine to get around the TCRs the long way before you get into the hairpin, so that way you're not following them through the hairpin where they are much slower than you are. And just consistency, not making any too, risky moves, because you want to keep that car as clean as possible, as you still have a long race to go. You have to hand it off to somebody if you haven't already, and you want to make sure that car looks as pristine as it can for the next driver who's hopping in after.
It's going to be so critical is keeping it clean, especially since for a lot of teams they've already made the driver swap in some of the cases here. You want to be able to hand back the keys as good as possible with the car. You don't want to end up going back to the valet and the valet driver says to you, oh, hey, by the way, our driver for you accidentally kicked in all of the doors, managed to lose all the mirrors, and by the way, you no longer have a front or rear tire. Don't ask how you only have 2 tires in the first place. And then they're like, here you go, it's yours to drive. You better make sure it stays clean.
Yeah.
You know how panicked you are as a team when you come back and see a demolished race car?
Yeah, it's always an interesting thing when you go, especially for longer endurances, when you're in the 24-hour style races, and you look over at your teams, how they're driving. You're pretty confident how they've been driving up until this point. You go take a rest, take a break, go get some food, whatever. You come back and the car's in pit lane magically, even though it's not there for a scheduled stop, and you have to go, what happened? I looked away for 2 seconds. It's always a frustrating piece. So having clean driving, I think, is always a huge part for these drivers. I think it's what they're probably prioritizing now, as we see some of these battles slip into more of the seconds and pit strategy game that they have to play in order to make that time up.
Most important, absolutely. So it looks like for the most part, by the way, as we've had this conversation, it's to the point, by the way, the GT4 window is closed up, that at this point, some of the TCRs are scored ahead of your GT4 leaders, by the way. And you know how rare that is, to say the very least here, Finn?
Very rare, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Right now you still see the focus on the pylon for GT3 AM, but that's an interesting thing to keep an eye on for the overlap with the touring cars that go much further. With the 75% fuel limit for them today, there's some of the touring cars actually getting attacked there for a moment by your overall leader. But
yeah,
you were saying?
Oh no, excuse me. I saw I believe the flash of the lights from Logan McKenzie. He's not super thrilled with what happened just now, because that brings that fight between him as well as Constantine in the WSR esports back into less than a second of each other after he had built up such a gap.
Yeah, right now the gap continues. Here to see the separation up in front for GT3 Pro to more than 5 seconds. Jazz just lost a ton of time all of a sudden here, because that number just jumped by a few tenths and is still jumping and hopping around a little bit.
Up at the front there, I believe multi-class traffic, and Gio Hermano playing it safe is the name of that game, as Stuart Reynolds there is free and clear a little bit of traffic. I say that as soon as he finds some in the hairpin. But I think that is the cause of that time disparity.
Absolutely. The only class yet to pit is the touring cars. The advantage, by the way, my goodness, I think if we can have a chance to go up to the 281, there's a reason I want to emphasize this here for Torque Freak Racing, Derek Bearclaw. Know what he's done on the racetrack? We can talk about him here. Is the fact that he just ran away to the point where he just had a pit stop. He is 40 seconds ahead, and we're an hour and 13 minutes in.
The only GT4 driver to make the pit stop and still come out ahead of the TCR leaders, which that gap between the top 3 and the bottom 3 of TCR, I feel like is also at a very similar gap of almost 40 seconds between those two groups of TCR machines.
This has been an astounding one for some of the teams, just the dominating efforts today.
The battle in the lead of TCR is heating back up as well. 2 tenths separate those two drivers.
Yep, right now, all this as well. Just keeping an eye on some of these margins here as we continue to zip around over the course of this stint. You're at Barber right now. The interesting thing is going to be over the course of this run as Sim Party, hold on. That's a little bit of an off track, a bit of a mistake there for Stuart Reynolds.
Yeah, just hopping over that inside curb and then hopping over to the outside curb, costing him a little bit of time there.
Looking right now at the traffic jam, Equipment Geek Racing still in the log jam. Now, as we have made our way an hour and 15 minutes through, joining in the broadcast booth now, in a moment, will be Derek Watson. Ben, your final thoughts before you take a break.
I'm so stoked to see this TCR battle seemingly come down to what I think will be the last hour and some change, because as soon as I thought Logan McKenzie was going to build up a little bit of space, traffic swings that back in the favor of Constantine. I think the battle to keep an eye on, TCRs and GT3 AM, as those podiums still have not been finalized, though with the exception of the leader of GT3 AM. But intense racing, I think, was going to happen. It's going to take us all the way to the checkered flag. I'll be back in a little bit, but I'll leave it in your capable hands, Derek.
Indeed. Welcome to the broadcast booth, Derek Watson. Welcome to the broadcast once again here today. First caution came 1 minute in. Since then, dominating pace has been a part of the storyline trend so far. Derek, your thoughts coming in, especially knowing that Touring Car Championship was the interesting one coming into today. That's remained a close conversation point. The rest of the championships, well, you can put a flag into the air with the championship logo on it at this point.
Yeah, you're right. It was a very wild, chaotic start for the GT3, so that moment happened, and of course that brought out your early caution. But ever since then, as you said, great pace overall, lots of great runs so far, some familiar names leading some of these classes, and also some new names kind of peeking their head through every now and then at a racetrack, JP, that I think a few of us had question marks in our head about, right? Here we are at Barber Motorsports Park, I think most commonly now known in today's society for its IndyCar racing, but has provided really stellar racing so far for the most part across this first hour and 15 minutes or so. So a good deal of racing. It's nice to see Sim Party racing Delta up front, as well as Torque Freak, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, and others. So I'm excited for what's going on here. And you said something in the intro that I thought was very valid and worth bringing up again. This is a challenging day for these teams because right now, there's a 6-hour race here for FTR's trophi.ai season finale. Elsewhere, there's a 24-hour Brit car race going on. Some of these teams are splitting their rosters amongst those two. Heck, there's even a 24-hour race happened within iRacing itself today. with the Global Endurance Series heading over to Spa in the rain. So lots of racing means these teams may not be at full capacity for this finale race.
Yeah, we've seen some of the teams elect not to enter cars here as a result too, like the Ron stuff. They're amongst the teams that actually have battled for a couple championships. We've called it the past couple days here on team side of things. They weren't able to appear here today. They're actually amongst the teams, amongst the many that we see here with the Swarm, with the Cosworth Sprint Car Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone is going on. But for the other teams, it's an opportunity here with what we've seen here to be able to have a chance to battle for these championships, be able to score points to close out seasons here, secure those championship points positions. You're an FTR competition here. And mind you, have some of the pro drivers actually make some appearances here as well, because how often do you get the chance to race at Barber? This is a track, mind you, that does appear in the SRO schedule, so it does have some endurance racing bones in it.
Yeah, it does have some bones in it. We've talked about different series that go here over time. So it does have that sort of appearance to it. And a lot of great racing is happening, not only here today, but across those different real-life series in the time here. So I'm excited to see the battles we have going on. And I think part of the reason why you're seeing some pro drivers in this race today as well, JP, this is a 6-hour race. And I only bring that out because, while it's maybe not the longest endurance race anyone will be a part of, it's different from our past, 4 races in FTR. It's where the 4-hour races, we've seen a lot of drivers come in and solo those 4-hour races. It's not undoable to solo a 6-hour race, but it's definitely a bit more of a taxing process to solo a 6-hour race.
By the way, touring car lead is coming down pit road. It was alluded to by Finn that it was close, to say the least, before, and now they both come in for the scheduled stops. Sim Racing Grid, WSR, coming on through, and this battle has remained pretty close. Now we'll see if there's any changes. Logan McKenzie has looked pretty solid here to start off the run, Derek. And now it looks like they'll drive David Johansson behind the wheel instead. No change for WSR.
Yeah, no change yet. You'll see a lot of strategy with these teams on how they do that. Some teams really prefer to do maybe every other stint. That's sort of, I think, the uncommon way to do driver swaps. Typically, you'll see maybe people do double stints or maybe just break the race in half. So I'm not surprised to see if there's not a driver swap yet, as we're just now into that, the first set of pit stops. I think the next set of pit stops for these cars is where you'll see those driver swaps.
It's very dependent team to team, I've noticed here. And here's the big thing. WSR is taking the lead with that driver change going on because there is an extra 13 seconds to make the swap. So that's going to see a change for now. They will converge potentially if the speed's equalized, at the least after the driver change for WSR. There's the change on the pylon.
Yeah, about 10 seconds in gap here between these two cars, between first and second. That's first is WSR Esports on the right, and then you saw Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. So a 10-second gap here at this track. Something that stands out to me pretty about this track, JP, that maybe you're not as surprised as I am. There's some wide open gaps here between the cars. When I heard we were putting 3 car classes or 5 classes total with the pros and the AMs on this track, I wasn't sure what that was going to look like. I've not admittedly called an enduro race here before, but I'm a little surprised. I mean, yeah, there's a couple cars bundled here and there, but look at those gaps between this field. I mean, look, if you look ahead or behind, massive amount of time here. I was kind of concerned everyone was going to be on top of everyone for all 6 hours.
Yes, absolutely. Take a look at some of the air battles as they zip on through. You can see how some of the cars are just trying to play themselves here, like the Almeida Racing Academy. So we Almeida, we talked about this moments ago here, part of the field. They've zipped on by the 252 cam. Dan Pepples is going to be in the car pretty soon. He's actually standing on by here. Dan, do you have a copy?
Yes, I do.
First things first, let's talk about the elephant in the room, of course. Championship paint scheme on the car. How are you feeling with that championship crown and putting on that livery to celebrate a championship today?
Oh boy, yeah, we were very happy in Sebring. It was a long time coming. We had really good pace throughout this season. Our strategy's been on point. We had some, unfortunate things happen setup-wise throughout the season, I would say. We made a couple of gambles, especially at Brands Hatch. In terms of setup, we went for a rain setup. Well, for some reason there was no rain, even though I think there was a 75% chance of it. But the course decided that, well, no rain was the way to go. So we were quite a bit off the pace in terms of setup there. But that was actually the race where we won with the biggest margin. So, hey, all things played out, luckily. But yeah, we feel extremely happy. Me, personally, I've never been, in the 4 years that I've done iRacing, in a situation like this. I've been working massively towards this goal of winning a championship like this, a championship of especially this caliber. I mean, this is a great and very well-respected championship, I think, in iRacing. So yeah, we are extremely happy, and I mean, Miles in the car right now, and I think he's showing you why we're champions this year. He's doing an awesome job again.
Yes, indeed, and as well here today, you've been able to pick up a sponsor as well. Talk about the new partnership you picked up with AP10.
Yeah, I mean, AP10 Studios, they are our partner and sponsor for this event. Hopefully, if all things go well, we can get them on board for the full season next year. But yeah, AP10 Studios, they produce 3D printed tracks. And they also have a partnership with my girlfriend, who's an influencer. She does giveaways as well for them. So we're in close contact. So it was kind of a no-brainer, to be honest, to partner up with them. And I mean, they gave us the green light. They were very happy to work together with us. And hopefully we can bring them back a victory today. And if not, at least a second place with hopefully our 213 car up on the top step of the podium.
Now, you mentioned to me earlier on today that your team is looking to try different things. What are some of the things you've been testing out, if you don't mind me asking, for the
No, not at all.
team?
Well, we've brought in an engineer, Fabian. We're extremely happy to have him on board. We've not worked with a separate engineer. Usually what we've done is that driver's engineered the driver currently in the car, and it swaps around, obviously, at a driver swap. So the driver currently in the car would then become the engineer to give me and Miles a bit more rest and a bit more time to just do the things we want to do as soon as we're out of the car, and just clear our head space a little bit, getting ready for the next stint. We've brought in Fabian. I've worked with Fabian quite a bit, and he's amazing. He'll tell you exactly where it's at, and I mean, the man's got a vast experience in terms of strategy, working with all the programs we wanted to work with. So it was kind of a no-brainer to bring him in, but these are things that we are testing. We've never done this before, so we won't be flawless. We're not expecting to be honest. If we are, great bonus. I think that shows that that it's working, but we are not expecting to be flawless. This is one of the things we're testing. We're giving Miles as much driving time as we can to get it ready for next season. Miles has been struggling to get up to my speed this season. We've been trying to help him in numerous ways, and we have seen great improvements from Miles throughout the season. I think he started about 1.5 seconds off me, and going into this race, he was only 0.8 off. So we've seen tremendous improvement from him, and I think that has shown in our results as well, picking up three wins on the bounce. So there's a lot of things as well operationally that we tried differently before this race. Stuff that I don't really want to go into detail about too much. One thing I can say is we've used some new tools regarding data, where we get much more accurate and much more detailed data also about travel on the suspension and all stuff like that. So just in general, being a more professional and well-rounded team. And this is all stuff that we're trying, and hopefully it'll pay off in this race. And then especially we're looking forward to taking all of the experience that we gain in this one into next season.
So, Dan Pepples, I know Derek has, I think, a question or two for you as well to add on to this. That's a lot in terms of the team development side. What do you say, Derek?
There's a lot in team development side, but I was going to want to step back a second and talk about this race specifically for a second. You talked about being, for you in a new or a unique position of, how you approach this race, of having the 3 wins and the championship. What changed specifically about preparing for today's race? Was it more relaxed? Was it more intense? Was there maybe a different style of focus for today's race? What was that like, just getting ready for Barber?
I wouldn't say it was more intense, neither would I say it was more relaxed. How I would call it is that it was much more efficient. So before, we might have been driving around for an hour or two looking at setups, what we would do. This time, that time I think was reduced to about half an hour, because we already had people in the background looking at the setups, what theoretically would work best for this track. So we already had at least a 95% accurate setup on what we're driving right now ready before we even started practicing. So it was just much more efficient. Then, of course, since you take time off there, you have much more time to focus on actually what the driver is doing and what the driver himself could improve to go even faster. Because, of course, we all know a good setup is one thing, but you still need a good driver to work together with that. So I would say it was much more streamlined and it all took a lot less time. Therefore, I think taking a bit of stress off the driver, and therefore you can focus more on what you are doing wrong or what you could do better, let's put it like that, as a driver. And I think that has shown this race so far. We were not expecting to be doing as good as we are. I think we're up in P4 at the minute, but let's be honest, this is already for us, especially with all the new processes that we've gone through in preparation for this race and the stuff that's all new for us now. It's already a massive win that we're doing as well as we are doing. And yeah, the answer to your question is pretty straightforward there then. I would say it's more streamlined, much more efficient, but the amount of effort we put in has not gone down.
But I think I'll end off here using one of those tacky corporate interview questions. Looking ahead, maybe 6 months from now, maybe a year from now, what is success for you and for your team like with this new sponsorship at AP10 and just in general? How do you now define success moving forward?
What we are looking to do is to cement our name at the top of sim racing. This has always been one of my goals as a team owner myself, and I've got great people behind me to realize that dream and that passion of mine. I've got people next to me and around me with the same passion and vision, so I think that helps a lot. So together with them, what success for us would look like at the end of, let's put it like this, 2026 would be if we've been able to cement our name at least the higher echelons of esports and especially sim racing.
Cool. JP, it sounds like they have some pretty massive goals to accomplish in 2026.
Yes, indeed. Once again, thanks to Dan Pepples for taking the time to speak with us here in the broadcast booth. Getting him back towards his team. He's got to get into the car pretty soon, believe. First stints. Take a look at some of the battles across the racetrack as we go, by the way. Here's the battle for second you see right now. This GT3M. Right now, stage 1. Trying to hold off Brooks Clayton, who has been digging to close this gap over the past 5 laps. He's been 3/10 quicker than the blue and pink machine. So Clayton has been on the charge for a team that has strength in numbers today.
And I hate to do this. I don't really believe in the whole commentator curse. I know it's sort of the meme is that, there's this whole curse thing, but I hate to even bring it up yet, only a couple hours in. But so far, a much cleaner race for Huge Ass than what we saw in the last endurance race we covered for FTR a few weeks ago. They're having a much better run so far. Their day at Sebring was messy, to say the least. They had a couple cars that were damaged and not maybe their favorite run ever, but so far a great run here for Brooks in the yellow Huge Ass car. And I think during the last broadcast, you and I talked about, JP, that, there are teams like Ultra that are currently kind of building their reputation and getting sponsored and having this amazing run currently. But I think for you and I both, Huge Ass has been just a staple. And all the time you and I have been both, drivers on the service or even commentators for iRacing. I think that's just one of those teams that's been around for as long as I can remember. That was like the first really memorable car I can remember when I was just a spectator of an iRacing endurance racing.
Yes, absolutely. I've seen a lot of the blue and yellow over the years for them as a whole. But now, for them, it's been about trying to find a way to pick up a lot of lost ground, especially in some of their cases, starting off with a short run speed in the race lead, but slipping back after the good qualifying trim, it seems, for them today. Something just happened, it looks like, for a moment to torque rig. Never mind, they just had a technical blip, I believe. They pop back up. They still hold a 33-second lead.
Whoa!
To their class. Oh, Brooks
Oh my goodness.
Swinton, what happened there?
Wow, it looks like he just maybe got nervous about the car side by side and missed the corner and kind of went rallycross racing, honestly. Now the question is what damage, if any, is. There's got to be damage to that car. I don't think the question is if damage. I think the question is how much damage now exists to that yellow car.
Yeah, there was already damage to the front nose. I don't think he added too much more. Let's take a look at the replay.
So watch here. It's going to come up here in a minute. He'll be side by side with this white and red car. I think he's dug it in too deep, wanted to try to make the pass and got a little aggressive. Now up in the grass. Now watch the area. He's going to get right about there. See back ends off the ground. He's going to slide across the track. Luckily for him, no one's there. And then up in the grass he goes before the car gets gathered together. So there's got to be, at minimum, JP, some damage to the floor of this car.
Yeah, look at this once again. Just boom, boom, hard contact to the floor with the ground. Able to keep it off the barrier at least.
Yeah, I was gonna, this sounds sarcastic or backhand when I say this, and it's really not, but amazed he kept that off the wall. Because there's a lot of drivers in a lot of situations where that would have just been right, head first into the wall.
So obviously, as a result of that, they've lost a fair bit of ground for that chance to battle up the front. They lost 9 seconds, give or take, compared to where Stage 1 racing is on the racetrack as a result of that cluttering and clobbering. By the way, most of the field has separated out, it looks like, for the time being. So it is the calmest part of the race here. And this is one of those times tracks here today. I was talking about this with Finn. We expect a fair bit of separations because of the smaller field size with the run through. So there's not as much chances for chaos to build up. There's only been 1 or 2 major clusters of cars around here.
Yep. The flip side of that, though, could be, JP, and I know in the beginning of the broadcast, you discussed the caution process with the race director software is that it doesn't take, big calamity to bring out a yellow. We don't know what that threshold is for that magical number. I mean, even that huge ass yellow car right there, that was probably a couple points towards that progress between the, the off track and the loss of control and what have you. So, it doesn't take big calamity in this system for a yellow to happen. It could take maybe a couple off tracks, maybe a couple of door bangs, and then we're there. And then all of a sudden, this race is kind of jumbled back together, and who knows what happens from there. But I want to say I'm impressed by this yellow car right now, this huge ass yellow car, that he's driving so well. I would have thought for sure there would be some real handling problems or something with that car from the way it kind of bounced around the track here.
Yeah, right now they seem to be holding up pretty well, though, despite those clatterings around the racetrack. It's looking okay. We'll see if they end up taking some extended time for some damage repair at some point as a result, though, of their situation. But we'll say this, amongst a lot of the air classes here today, it's working out well if you're Sim Party Racing with some of their entries. This is a look at their 300 entry. This is part of the GT4M side. Right now they're trying to find a way around Sim Racing Grid in front of them. Jonas Kobranson in front of Gardner Sanborn. And this gap has been relatively close for the past while. 23rd, 24th overall in the run-through.
Yeah, this has been a pretty good run here for Sim Party Racing. This is one of those teams that has multiple entries up and down the field. Just right here is the GT4 AM version. We're looking at this, so you see the purple numbers on the bottom screen. You can correlate those to the right, to the left side of your screen, and see what is going on there. But having a pretty good run, just kind of hanging out, just kind of riding along, as we're now right about the just past the hour-and-a-half mark. So we're just, I mean, barely tipping, not even a third of this race done yet here at Barber. And I think right now everyone's just trying to calm down, JP. Everyone's just trying to kind of ride. You know, very bright, sunny day here at the racetrack. No rain, no weather to worry about. Just kind of out for a, I guess, a Saturday drive.
Kinda, I guess you could say. But it's easier said than done, because you can absolutely make mistakes on this Sunday drive that sees it into a Saturday drive that turns it into a Sunday trip to the repair shop. You don't want to be that one that ends up destroying the race car instead. But right now, traffic going to play a little bit there. We'll separate some of the cars that are packed together in this tango of cars. Not too much of a hold up here. So right now, what's kind of your mindset as well? What are you looking at now as we get ready for our next sequence of pit stops pretty soon? You'd have to think for a lot of these teams here on the GT3 side as we look at Progressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mindset right now is simply no mistakes. Right now, it's just another endurance race we're talking about with teammates, where it's about, hey, just go out here and run the car, run your laps. You know, whether you're P1, whether you're P3, whether you're P5, whatever you are in your class, just sit back. As we see now a car, that's Pagazzi going up into the pit road. That's the GT3 AM car. But it's about just running your race, right? Running against the track. Things are either going to come to you or they're not. There's no point in pushing. There's no point in being aggressive. You know, as we see all the time in endurance racing, the car has to be there to finish. And so right now, just kind of hang back and ride, and things will come to you over time.
There's Progressive in for their scheduled service right on cue, by the way. So the window has opened up, it looks like, for GT3. A little bit of an earlier stop for the 146. Rotor Racing's Man of the Thames machine coming on down to start their window. And remember, these drivers not going to be able to get on the hour, not close to it, more like 45-50 minutes was the estimate for a lot of teams from what we've seen previous for them in the first window. That was originally extended because of the caution. So a little bit of a shorter run on lap count as a result of the green flag run, well, staying green here for the field. As let's take a look how things are going again in that battle for what's now third still in the AM side of things. See a little bit of better run for Sim Party Racing this time.
You see a nice pass happening right there, get around a couple cars, and I think that may be the other thing to talk about as far as my takeaway and my strategy right now, JP. Maybe about, you know, not only riding, but riding behind someone, being comfortable if you can, being behind someone of the same class as you, because, you know, as you talk about, some of these fuel stints are a little short. You know, they're not at the hour mark like we kind of think a GT3 should be. They're riding closer maybe to 45 or 40, maybe 50 minutes. And so if you could ride behind someone for a stint, you might pick up a lap. You might pick up maybe two. That would be a big stretch. But that lap you pick up stint by stint, that means something as this race goes on. That's the difference in, you know, how long of a pit stop you're going to need at the end of this race for that last splash and go.
Those fuel numbers still critical. As we were talking about, save, extend. Only one team really extended in that opening window. That was the Eagle Speed Academy, remember, the 177 cam. They extended by a good couple laps, 6 laps in fact, for everybody else with whatever they pulled off with the magic fuel saving trade. So now, everybody else doing well.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on, that's not well. That was too much clobbering of a curbing. And around goes the 337.
Oh, Sim Party Racing just got up there, up on the curbing a little too hard, and that car kind of bounced around, and on around it went. Got it turned around to a 180, but was able to keep it off the wall, so maybe Pride more hurt right now than a race car, JP. Watch the replay here. They're going to come through here. Down straight, that curbing up on the side. You're going to find it in just a minute in this race car. That one right there. Again, good news is they're all stuck in that sand. Maybe what we call kitty litter, although it's really not. And they're going to be okay. So again, I think maybe pride and ego bruised more than a race car.
Yeah, that's a lot of time loss as well as a result of a spin like that. A lot of the other drivers in GT3 are in. Just look at Sim Party Racing. Adam Cox stays now behind the wheel here. Off and away, 32 seconds of service. Huge Ass Gold still not done yet for their stop. That's how big the separation maintains to be for the 44 car as they make a standard pit stop in terms of time and maintain what's now a 10-second lead.
Yeah, great run here right now by this team, Sim Party Racing. Delta and a 10-second lead over, you said, the car in the class, Huge Ass Gold. And then on back from there. So we'll see if they can maintain this lead throughout the day, but a pretty solid right now for this 44 machine. And honestly, it's kind of nice to see. It's a different car than I think we're used to seeing up front in the GT3, either pro or overall categories. So it's kind of fun seeing some new drivers up front here for the finale and getting to kind of show off and get some screen time. And right now these guys are running a pretty great race.
It's been a terrific race for Sim Party. Adam Cox with 5,000 IR. Big part of this advantage, to say the very least here. And now for this moment, it's going to be about how high up in the championship they can end up being. The 44 coming into today, at least. Okay. Is just about trying to secure second. They're doing what they're needing to do here to be able to try and get second place in this championship if things hold firm, and that's requiring no mistakes. Right now they're outscoring the car they need to. Huge Ass Gold specifically. That gap between them and Sim Party Racing Delta is still upwards of 13 seconds. As we go on here. It's working currently 15 minutes away, less than that in fact, from the top of the hour in the race clock.
Yeah, a great race happening here. Watching a good battle right here with Enosis Esports and their GT4. And they're right now in P6. It's a beautiful bright red paint scheme, by the way. It just kind of really pops. What, like a I was going to call it like a candy apple red, or maybe a fire truck red if you want to call it that. So a beautiful paint scheme using off the spec mapping available within iRacing. And they're right now all over this huge ass car. JP, this racetrack though at Barber, we've talked about it a little bit today. Of course, named after George W. Barber is where this place gets its name from. I think a lot of people know it for hosting, as you said, IndyCar, but does other stuff. They do the 24 Hours of Lemons here. IndyCar comes here. The GT World Challenge America comes here in September every year, as does the Trans Am Series. Next year, I believe they're going to host some F1000 or F1600 and F2000 races. So this place widely used. And hey, I found out today, I didn't know that this place has a for ATVs and for off-road trucks. It has an obstacle course, I guess like a rally obstacle course you can go drive around. Not in iRacing, unfortunately, that I know of, but in real life, you to kind of have fun through the infields here at Barber.
Yeah, Gnosis, meanwhile, one of the teams that ended up having penalties earlier on in the day. They're trying to make a pass. trying to get around near contact with the huge-ass white machine. And Pablo Cabrera able to make the move, get it done, to jump up one more spot. Also going on, Atara AP10 Esports, they've been able to reel in Treehouse Racing. Here we go with an opportunity to reset again as Treehouse stays in front. This is what is for second in the class. Check that third.
Yeah, it's just third and fourth in the class, having a good run here. Of course, there's that AP10 car. We talked to one of the drivers earlier and had a good interview, so good to see them coming on through here. There's a different class of cars. That's the picture, the proof, if you will, of how powerful different classes of cars can be here, just how fast that pass was made. That's one of the prismatic cars. In fact, I do believe it's still going by. So with these TCR battles, this has been my favorite battle to watch all day, JP, because I think, as you and Finn have said a few times now, this is the one that's still wide open. There's no, ending foretold for the TCRs as far as, who is where. So we'll come back to this a little bit. This, of course, the blue number, the GT4 Pro car we're looking at right now. But a lot of good battles happening today.
Look at that time loss now picked up here as we go. By the way, Stage 1 Racing just lost a ton of time all of a sudden. The 183 is just dipped behind Brooks Clayton. Remember, Clayton had an issue before that's seen the time cycle away from him, so something's gone on with the 183 machine. Tell you on track. We're still keeping an eye on this battle though. For the time being though, Treehouse builds up some separation. And Treehouse has been good all day today. Give them credit. Started off with the speed from the jump. I've been able to keep the buffer in front, but the tough thing's going to be Miles Owens seems to be a man on a mission here to be able to keep eating away this gap. Let's take a look though as we go. This is the team to watch for strategy. The 177 has been magically saving fuel, Derek, to say the very least. They have been saving like mad, further than anybody else, both stints so far.
And that's kind of impressive because look at ahead and behind them. I mean, they are alone. Typically when you and I talk about fuel saving, there's a few ways to do it, and you can do it alone. Don't get me wrong, there's a way we'll talk about in a second. But typically, when we talk about fuel saving, we're talking about kind of riding that draft. Like right now, if this car were comfortable riding in that line, you could save some gas, but that's not the way they're going to do it here. So it's very impressive to see that fuel saving happening a little close to that car just passed there. I got scared for a second. The other way you do it, JP, and I think this is one that's lost in a lot of people, and we talk about a lot within team racing, it's about how often you get up and down the gears. Every time you go up and down the gears, you're burning fuel, or more fuel, I should say. So if you maybe are comfortable, let's say, getting to a corner and kind of just, maybe riding in third gear instead of, pulling it down to second gear, for example, you can save some fuel that way, and that's a good way to do it. There's a few different ways, but you're right, it's impressive with how well they're doing.
Yeah, this has been really, really stellar, what they've done. But it's going to be the matter of where this is going to actually play out by the end of the race is my question. In terms of all this fuel that we're saving up, how much the time is going to play out in the bank. So right now they continue on with their moments here of body and planning as we go. By the way, all the other battle packs have separated out, Derek, at this point. And this is kind of what you would expect with the endurance racing side of things here. Torque Freak Racing, for reference to GT4, has just been dominant today. they just have continuously set fast lap time after lap time. Darren Bearclaw still on his own right now. He is just blistering around this track.
Yeah, I mean, they are. And they're massive amounts of seconds ahead of any other GT4 car, whether it be Pro or Am. I think the closest GT4 to them that I see from timing and scoring JP's is Alameda Racing. And that's like 33 seconds on back. So they have a massive lead right here. And this is where, as either maybe it's a driver, as a strategist, as a team manager, you have to really talk to these guys. Say, okay, guys, listen, you know, we're 33 seconds ahead. Just run your laps. No need to do anything special here. I don't care about who has the fastest lap. We're here just to stay calm. Because sometimes when you get in this moment right here where you're 33 seconds ahead, your drivers get a little bored. They get a little punchy. And then it becomes, hey, like, you know, I don't know. Last lap I turned to 1:28.340. I bet I can get down into twos. I bet I can get down into ones. And they start just kind of pushing to have fun. But the problem is every time you push, there's a risk involved.
Yeah, you have to be careful to make sure you don't bend the car, absolutely. And for him right now, the thing that you have to keep in mind is, if it wasn't for the start of the race penalty, Winter Racing Academy would be right up there as well with the pace they're showcasing here. So that's how much one penalty can really cause a separation to build up like it has here today for Torque Freak Racing. Of course, Torque Freak, to talk about the team itself here, Derek. It's been around for a long time, it feels like. I've called races with that team involved since, well, almost a decade now. They've been around for a long time in the iRacing circles.
Yeah, they have been. Another one of those staples that we talked about earlier with Huge Ass is also Torque Freak. And there's a few more in the field that have that status that I would call a staple or a pillar of team racing or sim racing. We saw a little bit of curb action right there out of Torque Freak. So you're right, they've been around for a long time. They've had success across different levels. And I think that's something that really, maybe with the leagues across iRacing, maybe with iRacing itself embracing more of the team aspect lately, with all the team racing that existed in 2025, both on the official level or maybe even now on the esports level. Some of these teams are finally kind of getting that praise and that recognition that they really honestly deserve or have been seeking for a long time.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a little bit of that danger zone we were just talking about, Derek. Hit the curbing.
Yeah,
snap
again.
the car around up through 9.
Yeah, that would be super scary for Torque Freak. And now you see, now they're going to have to deal with some multi-class traffic. That's just the name of the game here across any kind of league like FTR, where you're going to have those cars pass you by, and it's just about, you know, doing it correctly and getting them on by. So Torque Freak is still having a pretty massive lead here, but they really are kind of flirting with those curbs a little bit here, JP. And I guess this is the right time to do it because, you know, part of the iRacing update that launches on Tuesday, we'll always see more upgraded curbs and physics, and then at some point we're getting a new rescanned, refreshed, redesigned Barber racetrack. And I bet once that rescan happens, I bet you're not able to abuse the curbs the way we're seeing today.
It's going to really, in theory, when they do make those changes here, just change everything about this track. It's one of the older art scans, believes, still on the platform. Not the oldest, but it is.
Oh, it's up there. Yeah.
It's definitely up there. We've had a change, by the way, for the lead because the pit stop had already just taken place for the 177. This for the AM side in GT3. 142 just took that lead by 1 second. So Eagle Speed Academy, with the fuel save, still in the thick of things, but have lost ground to the 142. Huge Ass Yellow wants to get second though.
Riding on board with Brooks here and kind of waiting to see what's going to happen. You see this, how that view looks, a little bit of wiggle through the corner, a little bit of right and left action on that steering wheel, and they're side by side coming in the left-hander. And and Huge Ass will take that spot for now and drive one by.
Yep, nicely done. As they now try and move ahead. Remember, Chris Van Gogh going to be saving hard. The rest of the stint, we're almost at the top of the hour, by the way. And what has been one of those types of races that's been, it started chaotic, but has again gone to a calm one. I was curious what's going on in the brick car side of things. For reference, WSR Esports, one of the entries there on the top 5, both GT3 and GT4 for some of the entries here today as well. Outside of that, majority of the others scattered amongst the various teams on that side. They're currently night racing for some of those teams. But today, for these cars, should stay all day, all the time, as you see them work through the traffic again, as we're just about at the top of the hour.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, there's so much racing going on that has so much implications this weekend, whether it be in the virtual side, maybe your FTR season finale. You know, you mentioned some other races happening across the service. Of course, in real life, we have an interesting finale. I guess tomorrow morning for most of us, and in the F1 finale, we'll wait and see how that turns out. Maybe for the first time in a while, it feels like there's some suspense in the finale race, JP, of F1. And while maybe some of the American sports, you know, NASCAR or IndyCar, American motor sports series are off, there's still lots of racing happening this weekend.
Definitely. And especially with the holidays coming up. I'm not sure what exactly is going to be in the iRacing build myself, to be honest yet, Derek, but I know from what I've seen there is a lot coming up to be looking forward to. Just what are you looking forward to with next week with the build week?
Oh gosh, I'm a nerd for this. So I mean, there's new content, there's new tracks coming. iRacing showed off some beautiful shots of the Miami Grand Prix track yesterday. I saw them on their social media accounts. But what I'm looking forward to specifically, I'm a nerd for the details. I think you know that from all the time we've worked together. A better improvement in sim of the new UI, customizable windows now. Every individual black box can be scanned. You get multiple black boxes open. Hey, we'll link that back to endurance racing. Starting next week, you could have both your relative open and maybe your fuel window or your tires window open. It's not one or the other. And that sounds so minimal maybe if you're not a racer, but JP, you and I both know how incredibly amazing that's going to be to have multiple black boxes open. I know there's a couple more tracks coming, I do believe. I can look in a second and confirm, but to me, I'm a nerd for the UI. I'm so happy to see it's continuing to evolve and improve from what they released for this season. So that's a highlight for me so far.
Yeah, that's interesting to say at the very least. I know, I've seen the Miami ones floating around. I'm curious how that's going to be, because it's one of those tracks that have picked up popularity because of its appearances, of course, in F1. But it's also big that iRacing actually got the track in the first place.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And as you know, we've always, you know, I think you and I are both members long enough to remember that, you know, it felt impossible to think that we would ever get iRacing to scan a street course, right? All the time it would take to scan and, you know, do all the work. And iRacing has improved that technology so well and how they get those tracks and what have you. Also, I think Adelaide is coming in this the Adelaide Street Circuit from Australia is coming this next update. There's some updates to some tracks. The Rockingham Speedway Oval is going to get a big refresh. So, hey, and you know what? The big highlight for a lot of people, and I've heard this from time and time again, the FIA Cross Car is coming to iRacing. There's a lot of people who are excited about this vehicle.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that. First time I heard about it, to be honest, was through iRacing.
Yeah, me too.
But for what I can tell, it's basically an FIA version of a buggy. What else can I describe it as?
Yeah, like a dune buggy or a go-kart almost.
Apparently there's 2 different classes of them in the first place on top of the championship. So, curious if we see an FIA-sanctioned buggy series.
And the other thing that's coming, any update that's probably worth noting, and it's not a factor today, but iRacing has come out and said, hey, listen, the weather system, like there is a point in the system they've identified where maybe, you know, the rain we're seeing in iRacing at certain events is maybe more than, well, okay, not maybe more, it is more than what we would race in real life. I think the developer blog said, hey, listen, if it rained that hard at some tracks, they would have red flagged the race a while ago. So iRacing is committed to updating the weather system, not just about, you know, the aggregate forecast, but also how much it rains and what's acceptable and not acceptable. So there's a lot of things coming in the build on Tuesday. Another exciting day. It's kind of ironic. It's in December. It's kind of almost like Christmas for iRacers a couple weeks early.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to think about, because 100% rain, for reference in iRacing, is a monsoon. I still want to see the ability to have a monsoon at some point, but I'd rather not race in a 17-hour monsoon.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, hold
gosh! One of the Huge Ass cars getting into contact. Huge Ass Yellow loses the front end as a snap around happens in front of them.
Yeah, I couldn't tell who that car was. It was sideways through the corner, but you're right. As we were kind of sit back and talk about the update, this all of a sudden, well, Brooks and Yellow got an update to their cars. It's now missing the front of that car from that contact, and that's going to have to come down pit road and get fixed, or looked at least pretty quick. He's now abusing those curbs, and I would not abuse those curbs without a front end on my car, I don't think. But it's got to be a lot of frustration for Huge Ass JP, because they were running well, they were having a good, quiet, solid day, and now there's a lot of damage to this race car.
We'll see if they end up peeling on down here. Looks like, well, that's interesting. They're going to keep on going.
That is interesting. Let's replay here and see what's going to happen. Going to come up through the corner, and they were riding along here, and it's going to be up through this corner right here. I do believe it's going to be where this contact's going to happen. They're going to try to dive. He sees the wreck happen. He dives to the inside, or tries to, but yep. Oh.
Yeah, just no place to be able to cut on through. They were already at the bottom of the racetrack in the first place. Brooks Clayton has just towed, and I believe they brought maybe a car with them with Stage 1 Racing, not sure.
Oh.
But Clayton has towed the car after the sequence. Stage 1 Racing is falling down the pylon as well. So another one of the AM drivers have just had an issue.
Yeah, JP, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we see them go past the pit entry right before we went to replay? Yep. I was stunned they didn't pit right there. Maybe he missed the entrance, or maybe he thought he couldn't get to it safely. I don't know, but rather than tow, I'd have much preferred they just, you know, took that left-hand turn up on the pit road.
Well, with all these incidents starting to pile up here, Eagle Speed Academy's car is now in well control of the AM side here today. That was on the Contra strategy too. That's how wild things have now turned. By the way, the 142, they also I believe they picked up damage also from that's Jordan Gordon's that had to come on down from that situation.
Oh, now 2 cars from that AM class on pit road within, what, 3 minutes of each other, if that. So a lot of shakeup in that running order, and a lot of chaos happening here at Barber.
Yes, reign supreme here today. By the way, overall lead is actually being trimmed. Eunice has actually closed the gap by 2 seconds so far this stint. So you would have to think in a couple hours or so, Adam Cox might actually lose this buffer here that he's built up on the racetrack, because Eunice is digging hard to catch up to this white, blue, and pink machine. tough thing's going to be actually getting there to make the pass. We know Eunice has been able to pick up some speed.
Well, I guess the track got a little bit more clear in the last 5 minutes for this car. A couple less cars on track right now for Sim Party Racing Delta and this GT3 Pro entering. They're about 5 seconds up on World of Racing right now. And so they're having a good solid run right here as they're now passing through some traffic, continuing their day on around.
Just chugging away, to say the very least. But we can say words. Words make sounds. You know what also makes sounds? Motors, air, birds. Let's feel the noise and listen on board with some onboards. along with some of the sights and sounds around Barber. And now for the field. The gaps have grown back. It was 6 seconds for the overall lead. That's grown back to 8 seconds. A lot of the air battles have separated out for the time being as this run extends here. Just towards Derek Watson with you. Christian Hill, our producer, here for this first half of coverage. Then it will be Derek Watson and Finn Cini who will be in for the second half of today. So as we continue to chug along with this race here, keep in mind, could get interesting, to say the very least. We're seeing some things get shuffled out. We have a couple different investigations that are underway from various crashes. So a lot going on from before. So race control is being kept busy at the very least, Derek.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. And of course, no surprise that last wreck we saw with the huge ass yellow cars under investigation. I don't think that one's exactly a mystery, if I'm honest with you. I think that one's going to be pretty self-explanatory who was at fault. But we'll wait and see maybe what the penalty is or how that is assessed will be the question coming from that contact. Even in an endurance race like today, where maybe it's been a little quieter than it has been for the past couple FTR events, race control still has a pretty busy day ahead of them, just looking at everything, kind of keeping our eyes on things, trying to be proactive and keep busy here. So the unsung heroes of any event like this is race control, JP. I know I've done race control for some different events over time, and it is the definition of a thankless job.
Yes, it can be challenging to say the very least. Here's what the challenge was. They just had an issue driving through penalty. It was a lengthy explanation, but basically they said that the 183 made a move to the outside. They held a consistent line, and it does appear to be squeezing the Huge car. Huge's car, while she is out slightly off the inside line, makes contact with said 183 car. While there is technical issues, they think contact would have happened regardless. So quite simply, the answer is, it's your fault.
Yep. Yeah. That's the TLDR version of the penalty explanation they gave in Discord. Is exactly that right there. So a drive-through penalty here at any kind of road course is detrimental and hurtful, but not unrecoverable at the same time.
Now, to Brooks Clayton's response, he did mention the steering was damaged when they had the tow situation. So that's what happened in their regard to destroy their competitors, I think, in that sequence. By the way, we just had a pit stop with the GT4 leader, Torque Freak, just peeled on down 45 laps through a run. Vast majority of the air cars had pit as much as 6 laps ago. So a similar situation to Eagle Speed on their fuel mileage, by the way. Talk about those situations off kilter. Looking at some of the battling here. There's the slip on by stage 1, able to get by the traffic. Need to close up 4 seconds to get up to one of the prismatic cars.
Well, JP, we're just about 20-ish minutes away from the halfway point of this race, and a point where I think you're going to step out. Myself and Finn and Gene are going to take over and take us to the end of this race. So I know we're a little premature in this question, but I'm going to ask it anyways, as we're about 20 minutes off the mark. What stood out to you so far? Has there been any big surprises? Any things that you thought were going to happen? What's your takeaway so far from this season finale?
Very calm race for the most part is one of the major takeaways. A lot of the teams knew what the situation was to secure championships or to be able to make sure they just finished out with the points, right? So quite simply, this is the type of finale that a lot of teams I think were hoping for, was something calm and not something coming out of a hurricane or having a race happen in the middle of a Sharknado trilogy movie. I don't think that even counts as a trilogy anymore, since it's more than 5 at this point.
So it's like the 19 of them aren't there, yeah.
Yes, they are coming out with the new one. But in all seriousness, I know you don't like that answer, but I will say this, for this field, to me at least, it's been the type of race that you would hope for from a race administrator. Not too much drama, kept clean, let the strategy play itself out. Not too many cautions, only the one so far. Everyone has kept themselves to their P's and Q's today. And no major risky moves for the most part outside of a couple penalties. There's been 4 steward penalties in 2.5 hours so far.
What do you suspect we'll see in the second half of this race?
Knowing the trends and knowing my luck in terms of predictions, I'm expecting an absolute calamity in the final hour. It just for some reason happens that way, Derek. I don't know what it is. The past few broadcasts, whether it's on an oval or road course, have seemed like everything seems to be set up. You run 100 laps, let's say, where you know the pattern's set up for it, and then all of a sudden something happens where the leader makes a mistake, or the championship gets blown wide open, or something along those lines. TCR can still be blown wide open with one incident, mind you, with WSR Esports. So quite simply, I'm expecting almost things to get wild towards the end of the race with people getting antsy for the end of the championship. And by that point, you'd have to think at least a caution flag may be triggered, if not close to it, by that final hour.
Yeah, and you would think maybe with all the off tracks you and I've seen, the car spinning around, the curb abuse, the contact that involved huge ass yellow. I mean, who knows how close we really are, right? That's a great point to have, and I think it's fair to say that when that moment happens, and once we get through the caution procedure, that'll take a few minutes. Calamity is the first word that comes to mind, right? Chaos, just intensity will be there because everyone will be bunched back together, and then especially in that TCR field where really it is, as you said, wide open. It just takes one restart for someone just to make a big move or someone to make a big mistake, and everything changes in the TCR field.
Right now, mind you, the TCR gap. You know how big the gap is since the driver change? Remember we talked about all day that Sim Racing Grid needed to do to keep it equal was keep it around 10-12 seconds. It's 21 seconds right now. WSR Esports, who is yet to make the change, would still have the net advantage, so they just have had the faster rotation so far. Now the question is, when WSR then swaps them out in theory in the next few moments here, when their next pit stops come up since they're close to the end start of the window here, it's the question, what will that response be from them, from their team? With so many of the resources that stretched out here today, some of the drivers that can come in, well, they have one, and it's Ross McFarland. So that's going to make things difficult for our team because that's one of the best drivers in the entire type of class here.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting here to see who's going to be left racing in the second half of this race. Could any driver swaps happen still that maybe we've not seen a driver in the car yet? How does that affect a team's performance? A lot of questions still to be answered in the second half of this race. JP, again, we're here at Barber Motorsports Park here in Alabama in the southern United States. It's a beautiful facility. I think if I remember right, and I know you'll know better than me, this track first opened in 2003. But a funny thing about this place is it was built next to the museum where George Barber apparently loves motorcycles, and I think that motorcycle museum existed way longer than the track. I want to say 1994 or 95 when that museum opened, and just a pure love of motorcycles. I think I know the answer to this just because I've known you for years, but have you ever ridden a motorcycle?
No, I've never ridden a motorcycle. I've barely ridden a bike.
Any desire to ride a motorcycle?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. That's, just wasn't sure, but yeah, so you can go down there and see plenty of Harleys and I'm sure other bikes down there in that museum. So it's a really cool facility here that hosts a lot of racing throughout the years. JP hinted at earlier, and all these different sculptures around the track are different, not even sculptures, JP, just I guess weird items, right? We have the big spider we've seen out in the broadcast a couple times today. I don't think it's in iRacing, but in real life you have the is it paper mache doll
Are you
person
talking about the
figurine.
mannequins, including the ones that fell on the track during IndyCar?
During IndyCar, yeah, paper. Yes, that's what I was also talking about. Yeah, I want to say it's called Amelia. I know that's probably not right. Maybe you remember, but for some reason Amelia comes to mind as the name of that mannequin that fell on the track during the IndyCar race.
I mean, well, either way, it was given a ride to victory lane, to say the very least, with Scott
Yeah.
McLaughlin after that. But you have to think. I mean, they do have, I noticed some of the spiders, I noticed some of the B-roll shots coming into the track here today. They actually do have some of the mannequins getting eaten by spiders around here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As someone who's not a fan of spiders, that's it's concerning. It's mightily concerning, in fact.
I mean, I started one of the broadcasts one time for an intro here as Spider! Ah! For good reason. That's the fakest ah that I've said ever. But you can see the emphasis I was trying to put on spiders can be scary when they are about 20 feet tall.
Yeah, so it turns out I was doing some reading. The artist Bill Secunda is who helped create the spiders. There's apparently some dragonflies you'll find around the track. Also a pair of lions. So you'll see all kinds of different animals or sculptures around here. Turns 5 and 6, by the way, that's Charlotte's Web. That's where you see that big spider that we've seen on our broadcast a few times here in the infield. So lots happening here at this track. There it is on screen, by the way.
One of the spiders, at least.
Yep. Also, apparently there are 5 large steel gates fabricated by, I'm going to apologize to this guy in advance. There's no way I'm getting this right. Bronco Medencia that have either motorsports or wildlife themes. So lots of art to be found here if you want to walk the track here at Barber. And I real quick, sorry, I want to say that's one of the cool things about road course racing, especially whether it be IndyCar or IMSA or what have you in real life, is that, you know, you get to kind of peruse the track throughout the day, and you can find all kinds of cool things, whether you walk the track or you maybe use like a scooter or a bike or a golf cart or what have you to get around. There's always lots of cool things to see, not just the racing action, but all the kind of the cool moments and memorabilia around the track.
Definitely a neat circuit, to say the very least, in terms of those viewpoints, absolutely. We just had the window open up for GT3 again. A little bit earlier than expected, actually. Eunice came in only after 35 laps instead of 36. Up towards the front, so they have peeled on down in the 60. Yet to make a change, keep in mind, for the driver's side. So they continue to put Yeshel Eunice to work. 32-second stop, off and away.
Yeah, great job right there, getting on pit road and off pit road. And, you know, maybe something that you and I don't talk about as much in road racing, I think you and I both talk about in our oval racing broadcast, is how important that is, by the way. You can make up and lose a lot of time on pit road. How comfortable you are, you know, peppering that gas pedal to be right at the speed limit down pit road, or how comfortable you are attacking pit road. When do you absolutely have to brake to get down to the speed limit? You can gain or lose a couple seconds every pit stop, but we're now 3 wide for the moment here. That'll settle itself out, thank goodness. But that was a moment there. Yeah, pit road, always important in these races.
Right now, mind that pit road entry can be a little bit challenging since you had to move to the outside where the racing line normally is to make the cut to where the pit exit, or pit entry should say, is in the first place. More investigations are underway as stewards continue to look at a couple different incidents, including 325 of the 146, the 44 and the 137 is the other one that's being investigated right now. Keep in mind, that's the huge yellow incident that I believe cost them the front bumper in the first place. And their incident earlier on, huge bottom out there for the 60.
By the way, I was also taking a look at some of the numbers for real life racing here. Some of the lap times right now. I think our top GT3 time in this race today is a 120.014. That was by World of Sim Racing a while ago. Catch this little speed difference. Talk about multi-class racing sometimes. This is not a class in the race today, JP, but in real life, a Mazda MX-5 Cup in 2025 this year, their fastest lap a 1:37.543. So it gives you a difference of how different fast some of the cars are here. The GR86 also a 1:37. So that's the slow side. The fastest lap around Barber. 2021 Pato Award in an IndyCar, a 1:06.81.
Yeah.
So that's like what 1:06. That's what 14 seconds faster than what our GT3s are turning today.
Yeah, just a little bit quicker, to say the very least. Just a touch bit, but now the pace has stayed steady for the time being in the 120s to 130s. All throughout this one, we have no further action for one of those incidents being investigated. The 325 and 146 is clear.
I mean, to be bringing back to the race we're specifically doing here, JP, I mean, the time difference in multi-class racing, your fastest lap in a GT3, and we said earlier 120.014, that's their GT3, that's a pro car. Moving down to the TCRs, it's a 1:30 even, actually 0.000 according to my timing and scoring. So there's legitimately a 10-second difference between the GT3s and the TCRs.
Indeed. Chugging along continuously here as we look to see who gets the overall advantage by the very end of this one. Just keeping an eye on various teams here in terms of some of the discussion points. Well, one of the huge ass competitors is actually standing on by. He's going to catch up with you. Austin Tucker is actually with the 237 cam.
Yeah, let's go and bring in Austin Tucker, part of, I believe, Huge Ass Gold. Austin, it's been a pretty eventful day for you guys right now. I think up in P1 in GT3 overall, and of course in your class of GT3 Pro. So first off, I have to start with the obvious question: how's the race field today so far?
It's been pretty good for us, for my particular team so far. I've just mostly been riding in open air. We had got past a couple cars earlier on. I think that's the only wheel-to-wheel racing I've had to do.
So you guys last pitted back on lap 110, which not that long ago per se.
Lap 86 for us, I think.
Oh, weird.
GT4.
No, okay, my timing scoring is off. Okay. Never mind, so I won't go with that. So I was going to ask, though, how does the rest of this race look like? I mean, it's just obviously hopefully it stays green from your guys' point of view, I'm hoping. So just pit stops, how many driver swaps you have left? What are you willing to tell us about the strategy as a car?
Yeah, so we just have one driver swap left. We're just splitting this 3 hours apiece in chunks. So I'll get out of the car here in 30 minutes or so. Get Tyler Agostino in. As far as strategy, we're in the window to do 3 more stops with probably just under hour-long stints. So nothing. It's really quite simple. So to the end here, unless we get a caution.
So riding along here today. JP and I talked a little bit about the legacy of Huge Ass as a race team, and talked to us a little bit about what does it mean to you to be part of it. You know, what are your earliest memories of Huge Ass? What is that like for you?
It's a fun group. It's my first official, or first competitive endurance race was with Huge Ass was actually here in FTR at Barber a few seasons back. I've run a few races with them since the iRacing special events, the FTR seasons. I think we did TCR last season after a season of GT4, but decided to switch back to GT4 personally. I think it was 2 years ago. I got to run with Sven, who's one of our drivers that doesn't race too much anymore, but he helped carry me to the GT4 championship, so that's always one of my better H-Day memories.
So I have to say, we were just kind of commenting in private. You're driving right now, so it must be a pretty calm day if you're willing to drive and do your interview at the same time.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm at a pretty good gap of GT3s passing me, and it's going to be a while before I pass, if I even catch David Johansson in the TCR. But we, as Nolan knows, we do another league where there's a bunch of us all in voice chat together, so this is really nothing too new for me.
Well, because going to be my last question before I turn it over to JP was going to be, we looked at it in the Discord here for FTR, and I was kind of, suspecting, there's multiple huge-ass cars. I was kind of expecting to see you guys maybe broken apart. Some drivers really love the silence and the focus when racing. There's got to be at least, 10 of you in that one room. Is that just like chaos in that room at times?
No, it's really not. For FTR days, it's not too much chaos. We get to keep up with other drivers. It's nice to communicate, at least when we're, like if the GT3s are lapping the GT4s, we can say, hey, we're on cold tires, that kind of stuff. Just make it a little easier on ourselves. But otherwise, it's nice to not just sit in silence to me. I get a little bored that way. And it also helps we can get, if it's just two of us, maybe we don't know exactly what to do if a caution comes out, but we have some, like Gio and Cofford are some of the longer drivers for HJ, and it's good to get their input on strategy for the whole team, especially since Gio's kind of the team captain for all 5 teams.
But I think we can cross-promote. That other league you're talking about, that's the beer league that airs on Wednesday nights on Green Flag TV.
Yes.
It's a fun league with some highlights, some insane moments, some mystery tracks every week. You guys don't know where you're racing until basically the day of the race. So you guys have done some very interesting combos. I think you guys were just in the NASCAR trucks at a road course a couple days ago, right?
Yeah. We've run 3 of the races this season on NASCAR trucks and road courses. We've done Interlagos. I'm blanking on the second one, and then we just did Zolder, which is actually a great combo. With as tight as it is, I didn't think it would be good, and passing would be difficult, but it worked out really well. I was commenting earlier that the NASCAR trucks would be pretty fun around here too, I think, but we're done with those for now.
That is a hot take. That you might be the only person I've ever heard of. Say, hey, let's take the NASCAR trucks to a road course and have fun. It's a wild take from Austin Tucker. JP, do you have any questions for Austin before you let him get back to focusing on driving?
Let me ask you this. What's the approach now with the strategy to close out this one, especially knowing the way the fuel mileage is looking?
I'm sorry, JP, I can't hear you over the car.
He asked what your strategy is for the rest of the race.
Just keep it clean. I've gotten a few more incidents than I intended. I just made it difficult for Ron there. Sorry about that. I got a few more incidents than intended, but I think I'm going to keep it under 20, which is half of our allocated. So other than that, just keep it clean to the end.
Well, once you get back to racing, have fun, as it's starting to get a little bit dark out there with the shade.
All right, Austin, good luck, and hopefully we'll talk to you maybe post-race in a post-race interview. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that'll be cool. All right, thank you guys.
All right, that is Austin Tucker from Huge Ass Racing, and JP, a unique moment to get to talk to a driver who's in the car, and just so everyone's aware, because I think you and I both feel a little guilty. He volunteered for the interview. He came up and said, hey, I want to do it, which that's something to be said. There's a lot of drivers who do not have the ability to multitask that well.
Yeah, some of the teams, remember, had indicated they're on their own for any penalties, for example, so they don't know when that may happen. So that's the important thing, is making sure you're able to keep up with the information. Keep in mind, Stefan Le Guin, he's amongst the drivers that have been in the field today. He just got the indication in the 146 camp that he is no longer solo. The field's responded with hug emojis. Welcome to the track. But we're almost at the top of the hour for the actual clock. We're about 20 minutes away from the top of the hour in the session, Derek. Looks like the no filter action has gone through, as said, for any of those race investigations we had earlier, and things have separated out. There is one big note during that interview. The 60 actually jumped the 44 on pace.
Yeah, they certainly did, right? The pace has moved up here. They now have that first spot up there. They're doing a great job. Is the 60. World of Racing has moved up front here over Sim Party Racing Delta. So we'll wait and see if that holds on, if that's just a matter of how pit cycles are working out, or what comes from it.
Absolutely. So an interesting sequence now for the drivers. Now estimated distance for some of the field right now is about 133. Give it 132 laps to go here at Barber. So as we continue on here, what comes to mind here as we get ready for this top of the hour, for the actual top of the hour clock that we have, since we did start things off today around noon today?
I think what comes to mind is what you and I keep saying, which is just how spread out this race is, and I mean that in a happy way. Again, I know I've talked, I think, to Finn and Chini, who's coming into the broadcast booth back in a few minutes, are taking the first hour for me. You know, no one was really sure what this race was going to be. Sometimes we don't know, because we don't come to this track often enough to have an opinion. You know, we maybe go to a Sebring where we've been, you know, 1,000 times for multi-class, or you go somewhere like Nürburgring or the Glen or Silverstone even, and we know what to expect. But here it was a big question mark, wasn't it? Just, you know, was this going to be a clean race? Was it going to be a mess? You know, maybe you could say the smaller field size is helping keeping it clean. I don't know. But I think that's truly has been one of my takeaways. It's just I'm happily impressed with the racing. I mean, the fact that I think you said there's only been, what, 4, maybe 5 steward reviews in the first 3 hours. That's got to make the stewards happy.
It definitely does, I think, for them. And mind you, too, with less cars, there's not as much, you would say, on the dancing ants compared to some of the others. The ants still have to dance around the circuit, though. You have to give credit to. Let's see if we can look at that in the next moments or so. But
yeah, we're going to pull up that map in a second, JP, and you brought it up very validly. That's going to show, there you go, just how, I mean, I don't say empty. Empty's probably overstating it, but
I see a lot of empty.
It does look empty, doesn't it? Yeah, I was trying to find a better word in my dictionary in my head, but empty is a good word for how this track looks right now.
I mean, it could be worse. The entire track could be clogged with race cars, and then you have no breathing room, and then you have crashes, and we have 17 cautions. So, I think today we've definitely seen what could have been, what's been the more tamer option of a race here today, to say the very least. So, as we get set to go here, what are some of the big storylines you're keeping an eye on for some of these teams here, especially since we've seen a change in GT3? We've seen what's been a dominating performance in GT4 side of things, and of course, WSR's Ross McFarlane is now setting the fastest lap times in the TCR field by a couple tenths of a second.
I mean, I think that is the biggest storyline right now. If all stays status quo, is the TCRs, just simply because they are the one field that's still kind of wide open as far as the points. We'll talk through the point scenarios as this race goes on, but I mean, some of these are already locked up, you know, at least for the championship, and we're just talking about podiums at that point. But for TCRs, I mean, who knows what happens as this race goes on. Other storylines I think to talk about is going to be, can this race stay clean? Remember, with that race director style software, it doesn't take a big wreck to cause a caution. It could be simple as an off track or a wall hit or a spun car. I may finally trigger that second yellow, and I do believe, JP, and I'll get your opinion on this before you step out. If that second yellow happens, it's going to be aggressive afterwards. Now drivers have seen how spread out this can get, so if these cars get bunched back together after a caution, everyone's going to be aggressive and hungry to make the moves that they need to make.
Yes, right now, that hunger, I think we'll definitely see things boil over once we get to that point. Thought there was going to be a trigger there for a second, just on the basis of how things could go with the massive slide back there. Guess what? That puts Sim Party Racing to the lead, because that was Eunice nearly spinning the car.
Yep, this certainly was. That puts them back to the lead. So they, for the moment here, are over top of World of Racing. And this is a gap that at one point was way bigger than it is right now. So these guys are literally racing. This is the battle for first and second in GT3 Pros. 0.3 of a second. They'll get a little bit of a rolling chicane or a rolling pick, if you use the basketball term, from that car, the huge ass car. But nope, it's going to stay just like it is here. So what? At one point, JP, I remember being a much bigger gap has closed to less than half a second.
Yes, absolutely. Remember, before the pit stop cycle, my thought was 8 seconds. They had near identical times. It's that big of a difference. What we've seen on the push, still with Cox. After that sequence, that's seen such a difference maker for this one, but we'll have to see if Cox is going to be able to stretch it back forward. Eunice has been working hard to get this gap trimmed away for the past couple hours we've seen here in this one. And right now, this is your closest battle on the racetrack, by the way.
Yeah, it is definitely by far your closest battle on the racetrack, and Sim Party Racing Delta is trying again to open that gap. They've now doubled it from what it was about a half a lap ago. It's now over almost to about 3/4 of a second. This is kind of playing back and forth as we get through the corners here. And if you're Sim Party Racing, you're hoping one of these lap cars kind of gets in the way in a positive way, right? You're hoping you pass them, and then maybe World of Racing has to catch them in a corner and kind of holds us up. You would love to get any kind of gap you could. Just like this one right here may be a benefit of a help for Sim Party Racing.
This battle's going to be pretty close to keep an eye on here, as we are just about at the top of the hour for the overall clock. We're 12 minutes away for the in-sim top of the hour in this one. So as we get set up, again, this your close battle, Sim Party Racing Delta, World of Racing, and Samantha Tan Racing 1 and 2, Huge Ass Gold, Sim Racing Grid in Eagle Speed Academy, the top 5. As we go, keep in mind, Eagle Speed is your top AM team. The rest of the AM drivers, Stage 1 Racing, Progressive Motorsport, Equipment Geek, amongst their top runners, with Prismatic down there as well. GT4 Pro, led by Torque Freak Racing at the moment, has Almeida Racing Academy still trying to close on up, needing a caution flag. They'll turn AP10 Esports behind. WPM White dominating in the AM class here today. They have a sizable cushion over Huge Ass Black in the race by at least 6 total overall spots. Sim Party Racing up there as well. And TCR, WSR Esports, and Sim Racing Grid up at the front, fiercely forward, and the gray car in the 3rd spot right now. Sim Racing Grid's entry in TCR, and followed by Prismatic in the running order. As we get ready to switch things over for our next half of coverage overall for today here on Green Flag TV, I believe you're catching up with some of the members of Prismatic. In fact, Jamie, Jessica Martin standing by with Derek Watson.
Yeah, let's go ahead and welcome in Jamie into the broadcast booth. And Jamie from Prismatic Motorsports. And first off, welcome into the broadcast booth. How's your day going?
My day's going absolutely fine at the moment. I'm enjoying the racing, enjoying what I think my drivers continue to race well. At the moment, you can see on the stream, they're both the 2 GT cars, one behind another, so not too bad, and always enjoy watching from wherever I can.
Oh, we saw a spin well behind one of your cars right there. We'll wait to see who that maybe was in a moment, but talk about the FTR season as a whole for Prismatic. It feels like at times it's been kind of a very up and down roller coaster for you guys.
Yeah, so I think that we have tried to spread ourselves quite wide this year. So we wanted, since we had a larger driver base in 2025, we tried to spread ourselves over multiple endurance series, which earlier in the season I think compromised us just a smidge, and ultimately it meant that I think we did put on our best performances earlier on. But as the season has gone on, our initial endurance commitments have come to an end, and FTR's got a lot more resource. We've seen a pickup in form, and I mean, obviously, the big one was last round, where we had probably our best race of the season for all 3 teams, and for all 3 teams combined. And yeah, we'll take the victory, but we'll take the victories there. But yeah, it definitely has had its moments, ups, downs, and some static in there. But hey, that's racing for you.
It certainly is racing. So part of what I love about racing and the liveries and the cars we run is that we get to, at times, use our cars and our liveries and our drives as a way to maybe to deliver a message, show support, pay homage or tribute or what we feel is appropriate at times. So talk to me a little bit about Prismatic. So I know we talked to you guys in our pre-season race at Silverstone, but for those who didn't maybe see that broadcast, talk a little bit about Prismatic. What's the purpose of your team? What's the goal of your team? Talk through that a little bit.
Yeah, so certainly. So Prismatic Motorsports is a transgender and non-binary sim racing team and community. It was founded back in 2021. Myself being I'd say the catalyst for it, a happy accident, as I like to call it. I put a message out when I started getting into sim racing on one of the Reddit boards, and a small little community grew. And it turns out there was a space and a void where a large number of drivers who were very nervous about being in regular teams and potentially playing roulette with who would kind of not question their identity or handle them. They found a happy space and a happy spot within our team, and our goal has been, since we really formed fully after 2021, our goal has been to ultimately provide a space for transgender and non-binary people to get into sim racing, get into motorsport, enjoy their passion and talk about it without any questions. And then obviously we found we had some incredible talent as well. So we decided to try and elevate that talent. So there's a number of drivers that we've had over the years, been incredibly successful and incredibly have done incredible things for us. And obviously then, when the platform has grown, where our identity has grown and our message has grown as well, we felt that we're in a position to potentially advocate for greater inclusion, not only within sim racing, but in motorsports as well, which has been a massive thing for us. So yeah, it's a pretty great journey, and obviously we're coming up towards 5 years, so we're very, very excited.
Yeah, I want to say on behalf of the broadcast, I know at times there's been some misuse of pronouns for Prismatic, and I apologize for that. It's not intentional. I think at times there's a stupid assumption, maybe is the right way to say it, that it's a male-dominated sport, and I think the he/him gets used a little too much. So I know in the past couple broadcasts there's been some moments like that, and I'll say on behalf of the rest of us here that it's not intentional. We apologize. It's just a change that we all need to get used to and do better at.
Oh no, absolutely. No, we do appreciate it, and of course, thank you for saying that. But ultimately, we're not here necessarily to create enemies. We're here to show up and compete alongside some of the best teams around. And I think for us, we tend to do a lot of talking on the track and talking on what we do in our racing. So there's no ill feelings there. We're just happy to show up and give people the opportunities that they might not have elsewhere.
All right, so let's look ahead here. We got about 3 hours of racing left. We're going to end this race about 5:30 p.m. virtual sim time. So you can kind of see already there's some cloud cover and maybe some darkness coming before this race ends. A pretty successful first half of the race for Prismatic, but what do you expect to see in the second half of this race?
Well, I think I'm hoping personally for potentially a safety car or two here at the right times, just because I think that potentially brings us back into it. I think we've got a nice little amount of pace in some of our cars at the moment. I think the AM car is still running incredibly well, considering the fact we've had a few setbacks. I know the Solis team are now, I think we calculated that they are now confirmed to pretty much be P4 in the championship at the end when all's said and done, which is I think is a good thing. But it'd be nice to see if they can get a little bit of luck on their side. But the pace of the three cars in front definitely have shone today, and I know that Cassandra in the Athena car is running pretty well for a solo effort. P6 at the moment, so no complaints there. And within the ballpark. So I feel like the two GT3 cars might benefit from a little bit of a safety car period. But other than that, though, it's just seeing what we can do. Continue to put the pace on, continue to put pressure on, and we'll be there.
So I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, and maybe I should know it and I don't. You know, different teams name their cars. Some people use colors. I think we've seen a team out here using like SQL and BAT and different like, you know, terms of nerd nature or you know, spreadsheets or what have you. I have to know, what are you naming your cars after?
So mythological gods and goddesses specifically. Sorry, I can't even speak today. Specifically, ultimately, Athena, Minerva, Goddess, and a lot of our other team names that we've come up with, Freya, are all mythical goddesses in many different mythologies. We felt that it sounded cool, it was unique, and we've used those names for, I think we've used those names since 2022. So they've been a consistent stalwart of our team, and they've all inherited their own identities and success. And this series has been one of the main proponents of that. I think, if anything, the Athena name has probably been used in this series more than anyone. And has seen successes, of course. We've won races in this series with the Athena name. We've had podiums with the Minerva name. So we've definitely. It's just a cool thing that's unique, and we tend to have. I think we've found a nice little niche here that sounds pretty awesome.
Awesome. Well, before we let you get out of here and get back to the team, if someone is curious about Prismatic, do you guys have a social media account, a Discord, a website, anything that they can look up and learn more about you?
Yes, absolutely. So we've got a few social medias. We are on Instagram. We are, I believe on Instagram, we are at Prismatic Motorsports. We're at prismaticmotorsports.com on Blue Sky. We also have a website, so if you want to learn a little bit more about the team and how to contact us and a little bit more about our history, you can go to prismaticmotorsports.com, where you can learn a little bit more, see any of our upcoming calendar. I know it's towards the end of our season, so there's probably not much there, but and also there's room to buy some cool stuff to help support us if that's what you're interested in. But yeah, a few different places to get in touch with us and to have a look and see what we're about.
All right. Well, this has been a great interview. Jamie, Jessica, Martin, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for representing Prismatic Motorsports, and good luck in the rest of this 6-hour race.
Thank you very much, and best of luck to all you folks in the final couple of hours.
Thank you. We'll need it. I do appreciate it. That is an interview with Prismatic Motorsports, and a great interview. It's been watching some of their cars go up around this track, this American race course known as Barber Motorsports Park. We're going to step aside for one moment. We're going to let you sit back, crank up those headphones, and feel the noise for FTR. Welcome back here on Green Flag TV for the season finale coverage of the FTR trophi.ai series. Justin Prince has stepped out for the day. I am Derek Watson, now joined back by the returning Finn Ticini. Of course, Christian Hill making us look and sound good, pushing the buttons down in the production truck. And Finn, since you walked away a couple hours ago, it's been a pretty clean, quiet race. We've seen some passes. We've seen this battle right here come to life. This is Sim Party Racing Delta and World of Racing come together now less than a second apart. I believe this gap was way bigger when you walked away. This probably has been the story in the past couple hours.
I would say it's definitely the one when I kind of tuned in every now and then to check up on see how everything was managing. It's definitely one I kept on noticing that gap getting smaller and smaller between where Yashal has been climbing back up to catch Adam Cox and that Sim Party Racing Delta for the lead of GT3 overall. And I'd say, once again, from that incident earlier, what's the O for?
That was a nice move. Sorry to cut you off. That was a nice move right there to get Torque Freak in the middle there. I wasn't sure how that was going to play out. That's maybe a nice gap. That's almost a second gap. That's the biggest gap we've seen in a while between these cars. I thought he did a great job using Torque Freak as I call it a rolling chicane, a moving pick, a block.
Yeah, I'd say Adam Cox has been pretty stellar at managing traffic to get a little bit of breathing room, but the traffic had also largely gone the way of World of Racing X Samantha Tan Racing in that Ford Mustang just a lap ago, which is how they got into that less than a second gap between each other. So I think it's one of those, sometimes you get lucky and it goes in your favor. Sometimes it goes very much in not your favor. And so it just kind of depends on when and where you find traffic. As Yashal is squeezing by the Altura AP10 entry.
Squeezing on by, indeed, having a good run here. And this has been sort of the highlight of the race. It's probably one of the two stories to follow as these next 3 hours conclude. I think this, and then you and Justin and I have all hit multiple times on that TCR battles. Wow, there's a big off track for that Samantha Tan racing car. But that TCR battle is important. Right now, it's wide open. It's 17 seconds between WSR and the car behind him. But it's important to us because that whoever wins that race today likely could walk away with the points title.
Yeah, I believe the points title is going to be decided if WSR maintains the spot here. And I think Logan McKenzie in that sim racing grid, Phoenix, having a great early lead of this class, has had a little bit of a slower second half of it so far, as well as traffic really leading the way of Ross and that WSR Esports entry that is currently sitting at the top. As we see Suelo once again sticking in the car for another stint, having the blast, working his way up to the top of the category. And I think it's going to be one that'll come down to the wire, especially if we get a safety car in the back half. That'll really fire that championship battle back up. And I think Logan's going to be looking for every opportunity he can to get back up to and battle with Ross as well as the WSR entry as we get into closing stages.
Yep, and there's an incident you see up at top, by the way, that's under investigation between those two cars. We'll wait and see what comes of that, if any penalty is issued. It's been a pretty light day for race control so far. A couple, just maybe 2 car incidents, and they've had a busy day on their own, but maybe lighter than previous races. We're watching here for Alameda Racing Academy here. This is the second place car in GT4, currently in the GT4 Pro, to be more specific. Now, Finn, something I want to get your thoughts on here. You and I have talked this week a little bit privately about not knowing what to expect from Barber. There's a big shot of a wall right there.
That wall.
That was a beautiful wall. So I was looking here a second ago. Sunset is scheduled here today in Sim, which is December 6, 2025 at 4:35 or 4:36 p.m. Mm-hmm. My math tells me, if I do it correctly, we're not going to be done racing until around 5:30 p.m. virtual sim time. So yes, we're going to get a little bit of darkness here at Barber. Mm-hmm. What do you expect in that last hour? It's because I don't know that this track has
It doesn't.
a lot of lighting. No.
I can tell you that for certain. It has no lighting. When I was commentating on a race here that was similar but different in terms of the car, similar as it's in road cars, tin top machinery, different car classes. We had a little bit of night racing as well, and there is no lights on this track. So the last hour will be a lot of us trying to figure out what car is in the shot if we don't have the lovely lower thirds to tell us what it is, and seeing how many drivers know their braking markers really well and can pick them out with the headlights instead of sunlight.
Yeah, and probably a lot of onboard shots, as you said, will be the key. But I think to talk about maybe the weather and how that affects the drivers. Obviously, as it gets darker, it's going to get colder on track, and I think you and I both know from our experience in sim racing and endurance racing that when that weather drops, especially kind of unexpectedly, because a lot of drivers maybe didn't practice for that dark hour, you know, your grip levels are going to change. Now you're going to get probably more grip in the track, but your braking points are going to change. But maybe more importantly, your braking markers are going to disappear. So I think that's something I'm kind of curious to see how the last hour of this race goes, because a lot of drivers pick out, you know, maybe you pick out a tree, you pick out the number boards, you pick out a certain cone you find somewhere. It's different track per track, but a lot of drivers pick those out and then forget that those things kind of go away when the nighttime comes out.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you're using triples or VR and you have something that is just out of your peripheral as the braking marker. Like when you see the 100-meter in your side window, not out of your main windscreen, that's when your braking marker is. That's really harder to see unless you have a car behind you to make it light it up for you. It'll be interesting to see, and pretty unique in how this works around. And I'm super curious, also looking at the black flag for the number 142 that just got served.
Yeah, we'll wait and see if we can get word on that, what that may have been for. But I'll come back around for a second. You see 71 degrees Fahrenheit on the track currently. That's your track temperature, that second number. So do you think we get, I mean, it's only been an hour of darkness, so it may not cool off that much, but if it's already at 71, do we get close to that tipping point where the track maybe gets so cold that it kind of like reverses back around and doesn't have grip? Or do you think we're going to be okay temperature-wise?
I think we'll be okay temperature-wise, mainly because it's only 71. Losing the sun, I think, is only going to drop that temperature about 5 degrees or so, and that'll still be in the 60s, which is still within that butter zone, where you get really nice grip once the tires are warmed up and there's heat in the track, or the heat stays in the track, I should say, what little there is. But I think if you get below kind of the mid to upper 60s, where that turning point is that you're talking about, where it becomes more like an ice skating rink than a track that you want to try to find grip on and really push for time. Maybe in the final 15 minutes at most is where I see that tipping point really hit. Otherwise, I think we should be solid till the end. But we'll have to wait and see when we get into this last dark hour of racing and what craziness that throws our way.
I see a nice pass on track here by that huge-ass car, having a good run. A couple updates here. By the way, a moment ago on the top of your screen, you saw the note that there was to be an incident between the 423, that was the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, and the 340 Sim Party Tango cars will be under investigation. Update to that, it is not under investigation because that incident happened beyond what is allotted for the protest window. So the admins will not be looking at that incident. Other thing to talk about, and we talked about this a little bit off air, and it's worth bringing up now, the incident limit here in FTR is not real big. And by the incident limit, I mean as far as incidents you can accrue within iRacing. So off tracks, you know, loss of control, car contact, so on and so forth. I'll double check. I believe the number is only 40 for the car before you get a penalty. And you and I have seen a good number of off tracks. You can see some of the markings as we go across the track here. You see very obvious tire marks where people are just repetitively using those off tracks. So that's going to become a story, I think, as this race goes on.
I think it will be. I think we're seeing the Sim Party Racing GT4 entry also coming in to serve a black flag for incident limits. I get the feeling it'll definitely be a talking point as we get later and later into this, because it is, while not quite as strict, in order to maximize your time here, you're really leaning on both sides of the track to get the most out of your time, and that's why we see both so many off tracks as well as all that grass getting car tire marks lined through it, as that is what is required to make the most out of the lap here.
So to update that, I did go back and double check. It's 40 incident points. Oh boy, it's a little off track. That one was probably okay. Only 2 tires right there. It's 40 incident points for your first penalty, Finn, and then every 12 incident points thereafter. That is going to be a tight window. If you hit the 40, 12 thereafter is not far away.
No, it is not. It is very quick, especially on tracks like this, especially if you're trying to maximize your time to better or try to recover points if you hit that 40 mark. You got to do it within the lines if that's the case, otherwise you will be rapidly approaching those further, I would say, penalties, black flags for further incidents.
A lot of times when we do endurance racing, it's the thing no one wants to talk about, but in your head you kind of have that number, that math worked out, right? Of okay, well, we get whatever 40 divided by a number of hours. Here's what everyone's allowed to see a car come up on pit road, but that's less than 10 an hour, and that's much, maybe closer to 8 an hour. That's not a lot per driver here.
It is not. It'd be a little bit more like, well, in the rest of the rounds when we had 4 hours, it was a little bit more, I think, reasonable at 10 an hour, which I think is very fine if you're comfortably driving within track limits. I don't know that it's quite the same when it's 6 hours. I think you could have upped it, but we're not the stewards, so
yeah. So
I do have
that. Good.
I would say 1 point of order for that. Excuse me. I'm blanking on the name. I just had it. Altura. The Altura red entry that had that incident that gave it a meatball flag was due to a hardware error. I'm seeing over in the stewards chat there from them. And just a disconnect for that driver is why he ends up flying way off the track for that incident.
And that is one of the I guess in a way it is sort of a simulation of real life. It's different, of course. Typically in your real life series of IMSA or WEC or what have you, you'll see the technical gremlins. Maybe you'll see a car just the computer malfunctions, or you'll see maybe something happened to the car itself. And we don't really have those problems in iRacing, but you're right. I mean, hardware problems. I don't know. We currently have an endurance team running a separate event. I hate to have this conversation right now, but you see things like you see wheels stop working, pedals get disconnected, computers reboot themselves, Windows updates kick off. That's a popular one, by the way.
Apparently, yeah.
So you'll see those kind of things happen. So it's different to us, and it feels annoying, but it's really kind of the same topic of technical gremlins that you do face in real life.
Yes, that is often. The technical gremlins, I think they're always the one that, I think it's one of the things I enjoy about our endurance team, is that we try to preach the don't go get new RAM the night of.
Shout out Corey Ensing. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. And I bet for these teams too, you have those talks of, hey, don't do this, don't do that. And a lot of those rules that you have as a team, it comes from experience, right? You don't just make up rules just to kind of make up a rule. You learn from experience, right? So It's a very interesting time, to say the least, here. So coming around here, watching a couple cars having some good runs. And by the way, that battle due to the pit stops we were watching earlier with Sim Party Racing and World of Racing is currently wide open. It is almost a minute apart right now due to the pit cycles. That's going to cycle back together probably in a lap or two at most.
Adam Cox is diving in with Sim Party Racing Delta to do their pit stop, so it will be right now.
Yep. Yeah, this car will catch back up here likely in a lap or two, because they pitted a lap earlier. So we'll see if that undercut does anything. There's going to be a driver swap for that car. That's why that car disappears and comes back, by the way. That is Sim Party Racing, I do believe, on our screen. So that's going to be a new driver in that car.
That will Stuart Reynolds, who's been in before and set pretty rapid times, help get them to the front of the racing order in the early stints. So we'll see if he can hold on to that lead. But with Yashal still working through the final corner here, see how much this closes down as he peels out of pit road.
So probably had to wait a few more turns to see what exactly the delta is going to be between these two cars and who made the right call and what happens. But there's new, maybe at least a new driver for this stint, and Stewart's now in the car. Adam Cox has hopped out after having a really great run here at Barber.
Yeah, and as you see there, we're looking at some of the pit strategy, how long they've gone for each pit cycle. Both sitting about the same pace after the initial one. The driver getting 2 laps more pretty consistently. Early on getting 2 laps more, and now has kept that gap open, as that will make for an easy 2-stop at this point to get them to the end of the race, with 50 minutes each for each pit stop.
And what it will likely mean as well, Finn, is it means that for that car up top, the Sim Party Racing Delta that's pitting a little later each time, it's probably not going to cut off a pit stop, but it means that final pit stop will be just a smidgen faster, a little less fuel needed, and that could also be a difference.
It certainly can be, especially because from what I see on my end, the Sim Party Racing Delta had about a second longer pit lane time than Yashal and that World of Racing X Samantha Tan Racing, 104 versus the 103.5, so about a half second, excuse me. But slightly faster, which I think is why that gap is closed back down to half a second. And as these drivers getting their tires warmed up, which is probably why Yashal's also a little faster with those tires already being warm for them, I think it'll make for a spicy battle for the lead here coming up if the gap continues to close.
So this will be Stewart's second time in the car. That's the driver up there for Sim Party Racing Delta. For Yashal here, this is the driver in P2 and World of Racing Samantha Tan Racing. Just 0.2 of a second separates these two cars currently. You know, since Adam Cox just got out of the car for the second time, let's go ahead and welcome in Adam Cox into the Green Flag TV broadcast booth. Adam, you're anxiously probably watching this battle as we are on the broadcast currently. First off, congrats on a couple of solid runs. Are you done for the day, or is there another stint left for you?
No, there's a couple of more left for me. It's been a bit of a tough one. It was an interesting start to the race, but as we stand now, we're unsure of where we're going to finish, whether it's first or second. But the guy at World of Racing, he's pushing, so it's keeping us under pressure.
As we watch this multi-car battle here, of course, multi-class traffic is playing a factor. You guys are finally around it, so I'm sure those are nervous moments so far. But so far here at Barber, it's been a heck of a clean race. Just that caution very, 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 very early in the race. What's been your takeaways from this race so far? Are you surprised by how clean it is? What's on your mind?
To be honest, I expected more cautions. You know, because of the layout of the track and the tight bends, especially where the slower class cars, they have more priority. But there's some moves that we thought about taking where we backed off because we didn't want to cause a crash. But I mean, as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's been that many incidents so far, apart from the odd couple of cars.
Yeah, I think that last time I checked on the Stewards, I think it's only been like 5 or 6 reviews, maybe. I mean, it's not been that many compared to maybe what we saw at Sebring or somewhere else. But I want to bring that topic up a little bit here. Finn and I were just talking a moment ago. It's 40 incident points and then every 12 thereafter for those drive-through penalties today. I won't ask you what you're at. I know that's kind of private information, but from my point of view, that feels like a very tight number of 40 and then every 12 with all the off-tracks you can get here at Barber. Does it feel that same way in the car?
Yeah, it is looking a little bit tight. I'm not going to say the exact number, but
that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to just keep it clean, keep the off tracks to a minimum. But yeah, with World of Racing keeping us under pressure, it's a little bit hard at the moment.
Are you kind of privately trying to count what you think World of Racing's at to see if you guys are equal?
I mean, I don't think I can't see him having that many incidents. You know, maybe he's got a small amount, but I don't think it'll be anywhere kind of as near as what we've got.
So this race for you guys in Sim Party Racing Delta is a pretty standout race so far. It's nice seeing you guys up front and leading so much of this race. If you had to describe your FTR season as a whole for these 6 races, how would you describe it?
It's been brilliant. It's been full of ups and downs, and but it's been amazing. The people, the owners who run it, you guys, the broadcasters, the commentators, it's been amazing. And without a lot of you guys, we wouldn't have this league.
Finn, any questions for Adam before we let him get a little rest in?
Were you prepared for that lap 1 caution? And my one last question I have about that is, did you expect to be at the front at the end of your first stint?
No, not at all. I was unsure why there was a caution. I have to watch it back on the replay. But even being in first place now, it's unexpected. We usually sit in second or third because we've got RPM chasing us down as well. So yeah, it's been hard. But at the moment, I'm trying to relax, but I don't know about Stuart. I think he's under a lot of pressure.
I would say that is likely the case. So that is all I had in my curiosity box for the moment. Hopefully we'll see you back up here in a couple hours time. And I hope y'all have a good luck, unless you got anything else, Derek.
Yeah, not really, Adam. I guess I will ask if someone wants to look up Sim Party Racing, wants to know more about you guys. Do you guys have a Facebook, an X, Instagram, a MySpace, anything?
I believe that there's a website. If you just type in Sim Party Racing onto Google, and then our logo will be on there. But I'm unsure on the other social media stuff.
Fair enough. Well, listen, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Hopefully we get to talk to you in a couple hours. Go get some rest, and we'll see you back in the car soon.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
That is Adam Cox from Sim Party Racing. And Finn, as we were talking to him, there was no shortage of heavy traffic for both their car and for World of Racing here.
Yeah, no shortage at all. I think the field as a whole pretty spread out at this point. If you look at a track map, it is pretty well dotted with cars all across the racing surface. So it's always a gamble, not really a gamble, but a game of planning when and where to make the overtakes and how to get them done in a manner that keeps you from losing time, as well as the car you're trying to pass from losing time in the process. And I think it's one that both of them have managed very well to keep up this battle for the lead.
I would agree with that. Something that does stand out to me a little bit, though, is we've watched ever since these cars come back together after those last pit stops a few laps ago, World of Racing has really, for the most part, just been up on the back bumper of Stewart in that Sim Party Racing car. It almost makes me wonder if he's comfortable there. Could he try to eliminate that 1 lap gap of pit stops by trying to save some fuel by just riding?
He definitely could. I think there's still a pressure of wanting to keep the gap they've built up to P3 and P4. That very solid, minute of space there will keep them, I think, pretty well and truly in P1 and P2. So I think definitely an option there is for Yeschel to just kind of chill and relax, have a moment, obviously keep the pressure applied so that way in case there's a mistake out of Stewart, Yeschel's in a place to capitalize on it. But you get, like you said, I think there's an option there to save fuel. I think that's probably what's happening here. Still keeping around 3/10, but has not really made a look, and of course now that I say this, there will be one, hasn't made a look for the lead overall. But I think it's also because there is the option of, getting to save more fuel, try to equalize that pit strategy that is kind of leaning in the favor of Sim Party Racing Delta at the moment, and see if they can make it up to, even up the standings so it just becomes a straight dogfight to the finish. But we'll have to see.
Lots to look on forward to here. We're just past the 3.5 hour mark of this race. I guess we're just coming up on about 30 seconds actually here is where we are. So it's about 2.5 hours of racing here on Green Flag TV. Happy you're here along with us as we're watching this battle. Other battles on the track are occurring, but this is by far the closest one right now as we're watching a couple other battles happening here. A little side by side. There's that Altura car. And right now they are racing next to Enosis Esports in the GT4s. And there's that AP10 car. We talked to them earlier about their new sponsorship with that 3D printed track company, and they were proud of that, and they should be. That's always a big moment when a team picks up a sponsor here, and they're having a good job with Miles in the car back in P3 for the GT3 Pro run. And they're riding along as well. Boy, a little bit of a wiggle right there. I'm not sure if there's just some weird braking points happening, Finn.
I think it was a little bit of trying to keep the car planted in that dirty aero wash. These cars don't have a whole ton of downforce, and they really lean on it, especially in the high-speed corners. So I think maybe that just unsettled the car just a little bit, and that was an effort there to recover it and keep it from sliding or becoming more of an issue. To have it take a quick breath of fresh air before getting back into the fight.
Oh, nice run happening here for Altura. They'll be sure looking to get up in spots, maybe take P2 or P1, but they'll be very happy with a podium if they can remember that. As I said, they come in today very relaxed, very just kind of happy. They have their championship locked, and we can talk about that in a few moments here. But first, I'm going to let you know, if you're having fun watching today's race here on Green Flag TV, Finn, there's a lot still happening in the coming week. Tonight, myself and others will be over for the Sim Racing Association for the Michigan International Speedway. There'll be a race there for SRA. Monday night, the High Tide Racing League will take the NASCAR Gen 4s over to Watkins Glen International Raceway. On Tuesday night, the Mid-Atlantic Racing Series will also be at Michigan. And then it's a double mystery night. Finicini, Nolan Rempel will be over for the Beer League. We don't know what track they're going to run. In fact, Finn, do we know what cars they're going to run yet?
We do, yes.
That? Okay.
So those are standard for rotation through. We'll be back with the Pro 2 light racing trucks. So big old tires and large vehicles that are so much fun. They've ripped around a few tracks earlier this season. I'm excited to see them go back out to wherever we end up on Wednesday.
And that's sort of a great segue, because last week for PSR, we're doing mystery tracks there as well. It's all free content in their winter series for fun. But last week they did those same trucks, the Pro 2 Lights at Rudskogen. This week will be something very different car, different track. I would tell you, but the PSR snipers would come hunt me down if I told you what it's going to be. So I'll keep that a secret. And then next Thursday, there's a special event on the channel. Nolan Rempel, Justin Prince will be calling a race at the Knoxville Raceway. And then we'll end it next Friday at the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Zero Torque Racing League. So every night this week coming up, in fact, as you look at that calendar, there's something here on the channel. If you want to see more racing, you can always subscribe to the channel. You'll know when we go live. And if you want to get your league or special event broadcast, please head over to www.greenflagtv.com, and you can find out all the information there. There's a contact us form, or you can reach out in Discord as well. Many cool events happening here, Finn. Last night, Marty and others called a race at Bristol for 275 laps. That was a big cup race, a long cup race. So lots happening here on the channel.
Oh, yeah, lots happening on the track as well. Yeah, I was about to say, there is a bit of a, I think, miscommunication there, as the leaders for the GT3 overall caught up with the battle we've been watching with the Altura AP10, as well as the car right in front of it. Pablo Cabrera, in Enosis Esports GT4, which they've been going for. More or less the battle for the GT4 Pro lead, minus where Suelo has run away from the field ahead of all of them. And amongst all that, there was just chaos. And we involved one of the Prismatic Motorsports TCR cars as well, and everybody survived, which I was starting to worry that may not happen.
Yeah, that's maybe been the closest we've seen of any kind of real calamity in a couple hours now. So it really picked up pretty quickly. It's just that weird jumble of how multi-class racing came together for just a second here, but now I think it's starting to sort itself back out once again.
That it is. Track's calming down a little bit as a result of that. Chaos has spread the leaders out. Both World of Racing X Samantha Tan is now 2 seconds behind. I'm curious if that gap can be rebuilt. I'm sure it can. I get the feeling that Yeshua was just waiting, biding his time, or their time, to make the move, get the fuel saving done, and we'll see if they can reclaim that distance. But that is the nature of multi-class traffic, is sometimes it is kind to you, sometimes it is not kind to you, and you just got to work with it.
You certainly do. Well, let's walk you through the championship scenarios for a second and kind of walk you through what we're looking at. So in the GT3 Pros, that car in second place, the 60 car, the World of Racing Samantha Tan, after Sebring was at 220 points. They have clinched the GT3 Pro title. The 44 car, if it had a perfect day, could only get to 218 with a win. So congrats to the 60 car. They're just out here having fun and trying to race for a win. There's still podium spots up for grabs in GT3 Pros. There's still lots of racing to happen there with the 44 and others. In a GT3 AM, the 177 car is already the champion. This is a note from the admin team. I'm not editorializing. Quote, this has been a foregone conclusion for a while. In fact, the 177 is scoring so well, Finn, that they're going to finish top 5 in the GT3 Pro category. That's how great the 170 is at, and that's the Eagle Speed Academy esports car.
Yes.
Sorry.
I was saying, if I remember looking at it correctly, it is listed amongst the GT3 Pro driver classification for where it's finishing in the top 5 there. And I think unless the Hugh Jass Gold car doesn't finish this race either, that battle for the podium also will come to a close, as RPM Racing Black have taken their lead early in this race after a result of a couple of incidents and damaged car there.
Yep, coming into today, there was only 1 point separating third, fourth, and fifth in the GT3 AM category. As Finn said, that's kind of worked itself out. We'll keep an eye on that. In the GT4 Pros, the number 252 is already crowned the champion in class. Second through fifth are still vying for those podium places. In the GT3 AM, the 388 car needs to win, with the 343 scoring 5 points or less. So let's take a look at those real quick and call them out by name. That's probably easier for most people. So the 388, that is the Eagle Speed Academy Esports, and they are pretty far down the list, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, they've had a rough race. They were involved in an incident early on. So they, I think, are on a bit of a recovery drive now from where they currently sit, I believe, fifth in class.
And they are, I think, 5 laps behind the 343 WBM White. So likely that's not going to happen for those guys.
Yeah. It also is, I think, accentuated by the fact that WBM White is second overall in GT4.
Correct.
So they have had a pretty great race there, but I think they've been very similar to how we've seen with the 177 of Eagle Speed Academy Esports number K, number K. Both of them are rapid drivers in their own right.
Yep. So then we come to the TCRs. This is the exciting one. This is the one that's still kind of wide open. It is the 472. That's WSR Esports, who's leading currently. The 497 of Fiercely Forward Gray. They're in P3 in their class currently. And the 423, they're in second place. So first, second, third, all fighting. Let's see if I can walk you through this. The 472 needs to win. So far, check. They've got that done. The 497 can win by coming in second. The 423 could. So there's a whole bunch of scenarios here. The short answer is basically this is wide open. But right now, the 472 is doing their best by winning. If they win, there's no question. If they don't win, there's going to be some math, some spreadsheets, some people counting on fingers, some different tiebreakers maybe to figure this out when this race is over. So we'll try and track that post-race and see what word we can get on who our winners are of all the classes. But maybe some titles locked up, but still lots of spots available in those top 3s.
Yeah, lots of spots available. I'm super curious if late race safety car also doesn't bring this fight back into contention. As it stands, 472, Ross McFarlane and WCR Esports will be the top championship finishers if we stop the race right now. But we still have 2 more hours, and anything can happen in 2 hours. So it is still up to the drivers to do their best and try to make up the time they can. Not a huge gap in the grand terms of things between Logan McKenzie, who's in second, with the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. So, and especially because they were leading earlier, I get the feeling there's very much a possibility there, especially if we throw in a safety car, that fight will go down to the wire.
Yep. Watching here as Ross is in the car. Ross McFarlane's in the car for WSR Esports. Only the second driver in the car. And based on the number of laps turned by teammates, Konstantin Stosenberg. I was trying to look real quick here. I was trying to scroll quickly. Konstantin did the first 100 laps in the car. So as we're now working lap 143. I was curious if maybe Ross is set up for the end, or if maybe we'll do one more driver swap. We'll have to wait and see. But so far, I mean, to do 100 laps in a TCR car, that's a good number of laps.
I would say it's about as just shy of how many we did in the 4 hours of Thruxton if you soloed that, which they had similar-ish lap times. So it was a very fun experience, and it gets TCRs. I think are probably one of the comparatively, I think, easier cars to really, once you settle into and you know how they drive, you can rip them for hours and have no problems.
By the way, of note for WSR, since we're on screen with them currently, I made a note with Justin Prince earlier that they are, their fastest lap was in the 130s. Actually, this last time by, Ross just set his new fastest lap in the car, a 1:29.815. That is 0.3 faster than anyone else in the TCR so far today. So he is finding speed in this car as this race goes on.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely seemed the most stable throughout a lot of the high speed and low speed corners, and that's one of the things I think that's really been the shining point of the Hondas today in general, both one that Ross is driving as well as the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix entry. Both are in the Honda Civic Type Rs, and those I think have really shown with their ability to be stable throughout all the different types of corners that we have here at Barber Motorsports Park.
So happy to see this car doing well here on the track. About 2 hours and 18 minutes left to go. You see that sun is going to start to come down at some point in this track, Finn, and I don't know where. There's going to become some awful spots of sun glare, most likely, and so that'll be interesting how the drivers can deal with that and deal with the weather. Ooh, you see a bit of a glare hitting at the front of that car right there. That might be the location where the glare can become blinding for those drivers.
Yeah, I think it's when you're going into the hairpin, I think is going to be one of the areas there, as well as the backstretch and that fast left-right chicane that you experience right before the final set of right-handers to round out a lap, that will see the most sun glare reflecting off of the hood as well as the cars in front of them. But as long as your graphics setup will allow for it, it usually is pretty survivable.
Yeah, definitely survivable. One of the ways you can always tell if you have HDR on, inside the sim, is how bad that glare is across the track. Still seeing some drivers kind of abusing those curbs across the track, a move we've seen not move well for everybody so far this race, but a nice move there by WSR. And I say all the time, Finn, I think this is one of the reasons why oval drivers don't have a lot of success in the beginning of their road racing careers, is that it's a much different mentality between road and oval about curbs, right? And in oval racing, we're taught not to touch those things, are lava, basically, right? Those things are bad to touch. But in road racing, a lot of times you really have to make use of those curbs to get your fastest laps in.
Yes, it becomes much more car dependent on which ones and how you take them, but largely depending on where it is on the track, you might need to run it over in order to get the fastest lap time, and sometimes you use it to help rotate the car. But it is definitely a very different mentality than what you see on the oval side, and it's always interesting to me when I see oval drivers, or in the off chances when I take oval cars on road courses, as you guys sometimes like to do. It's always interesting to see why the oval drivers have the mentality they do, and that's mainly because those things do not react well to the curbing as much as road cars do. There we go.
You said you guys like to take oval cars on road cars. I don't know who you meant by you guys. There's nothing fun about taking a NASCAR stock car on road. We did that interview earlier with the drivers. Earlier. We had while you were away. We did that interview with. Taking the NASCAR trucks to the beer league.
Oh yeah, yep.
I was so confused by that.
Yeah, I mean the beer league, they love taking unique cars, like cars that don't usually go to road courses, 2 road courses in their kind of silly season. And one of those is the NASCAR trucks that they've been ripping around. And I don't know, it was a blast watching them turn laps at Zolder. How much they have to use the throttle control in order to get that car to not spin underneath them. Fantastic stuff.
In fact, we talked to Austin Tucker from Huge Ass, and he ended the interview by saying, you know what? I think the NASCAR trucks should come here. And I was like, that's a wild take.
I think I could do it. I mean, it's like, it'd be like going to Mid-Ohio, which they already do.
That's fair.
I'd say this. Yeah, I'd say they've been there a few times. I've seen them both in sim and in real life there, and that is always it's always a fun combo. So I think it's very similar. You know, Barber's Motorsports Park very much has that kind of local track feel, even though, you know, you have IndyCar coming to it and other big names as well. It feels very much like that.
We're watching different battles across the track here and just kind of keeping up with the racing that's going on here. Happy along with us for about 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go. And so far, a pretty quiet race and a really amazingly so as we're watching WSR Esports still and their amazing run. Finn, they are 23 seconds up on Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, and that's got to feel good for WSR Esports. But what I was curious about is, you know, if you're in that room with the driver, if you're in there with Ross, or if you're a teammate, if you're a team manager, whatever role you want to play, what do you say right now? Do you say anything? Do you try to keep him calm and say, hey, just turn good laps? Do you encourage him to? I mean, he just set a new fastest lap like 5 laps ago. How do you address that to him? Do you say, hey, man, calm down, or do you let him just do his thing?
I mean, it's only 20 seconds. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you really want to focus on taking care of the tire, especially in TCR. If you shred those things early, they do not come back to you. So definitely one of those things of just be easy on the car, be gentle, you know, set as fast laps as you want. And, you know, just have fun with it. You know, you're in the last couple hours here. You have a good solid lead. It's not, you know, impervious. It's not like you're laps ahead of everybody else. But you can work a little bit on fuel saving if you want to without losing too much time. You know, have a little bit of fun with it, depending on what you feel like doing. Thinking back to the endurance, 24-hour endurance we did at Le Mans a few weeks ago. I'm thinking back to that as the kind of the reference point for the conversation we're having here, and going, oh, for that we just let them race. You know, both Taylor as well as myself at the end there, just turning laps and keeping it consistent, keep it clean is always the thing there. Manage the traffic well, and I get the feeling if they don't make any major mistakes, they should be pretty solid to come home P1 in the TCRs.
Yeah, it should be pretty solid. I would agree with that. Nice little side-by-side battle here. This is WBM White. That's Parker in the car. And you see he's part of the GT3 AM category. It's indicated by the purple color banner. Or, hey, I guess the fact that it says GT3 AM on screen would also tell you that as well. Something to note, it came up on the top of the screen a moment ago. Stewart announcement here. Final warning to the 299 Alameda Racing Academy, for aggressive overtake. So apparently something's happened a couple times for that car today as there's aggressive overtakes, and the stewards have finally said, okay guys, it's your last one. So a very interesting take by the stewards. They've seen nothing wrong yet, but they've seen enough to say, okay, now you're touching the limit here.
Yeah, I'm curious if it's a driving standards thing they're looking to uphold, and that the Alameda Racing Academy entry with Suelio leading that effort has come to an impasse in terms of the driving standards that are expected out of that driver versus what is happening on track. But we'll have to see if that gets any better or worse and go from there.
By the way, someone did ask in the YouTube chat a little bit ago, and I missed the question. Yes, it is drive-throughs if you do exceed that incident limit. So that is the penalty they're facing for the 40. And then every 12 thereafter. We saw WBM White. Remember, they are leading in their class in the AMs, using those headlights. I guess they call it the Universal Road Racing language. You never know quite what they mean, I think, but they do mean something. I mean, and they're having a great day, Finn. WBM White is there. I mean, they're running second overall in GT4 right now. And then they're a lap off our leaders with Alameda Racing currently. But they're having a great day.
They are having a fantastic day. They're second overall and first in class. I get the feeling it's been one of those drives where they've had the consistency where others have not, as a result of incidents or too many off tracks. I saw, I believe that was the former leader of GT4 Pro, excuse me, I'm double checking my notes here, which car I'm talking about. The Torque Freak Racing TeamSpeak entry, who was leading for a long while, ended up having a black flag, I believe, for a pit entry issue, and that is what dropped them down to the bottom of the order, and I think they have finally decided to throw in the towel as well, joining one of the 5 drivers, I believe we have 5 teams, I should say, that are not taking to the checkered flag here in a couple hours' time. So it's been, I think, a tale of consistency, and one thing that everybody can learn from always is consistency will get you everywhere in life.
Yep, I would agree with that. Consistency is the key, and we talked about that all day long with the not only just the racecraft and the aggressive overtakes we heard about from Alameda. We talked about it with the incident point limits. We talked about it in pit road consistency. That word is probably the word of the day here at Barber Motorsport Park. Just about to the 2-hour mark here, and earlier Justin and I were talking this Tuesday, of course, for iRacers, it's kind of like Christmas morning. The update comes out, the new features that are on the list. Finn, does anything stand out to you that you're really just kind of stoked for in this update?
I'm excited to see what's new in the Porsche Cup car. I'm always been a big fan of that vehicle. The new 992.2 model, I believe, if I get that correctly, is being released with Season 1 here. It's an update for anybody who already has the 992 version of the Porsche Cup car. But it's one of my favorite cars. I don't see it enough in multi-class racing as a result of it being very similar to the GT3 spec. Same issue we have with the Ferrari Challenge car, I feel like. And it's some cars that we saw way early on in this season, just before the season, of FTR. We saw both of those cars. We'll see them both used in a kind of Super Cup event we had before the main season, if I remember correctly. But I'm excited to see what's new there. They should have ABS now, along with TC updates, which I think will be a bit of bittersweet, as it's one of the things people often loved about the TCR or the ABS Porsche Cup car is the lack of ABS and it being a great entry point and jumping off point to learn how to drive prototypes well.
So I was kind of curious to get your opinion on this. You mentioned already that part of the problem with the P Cup is the fact that people see it as just another GT3. The fact that don't get me wrong, they're getting the ABS and the TC because that is a real life thing. It's not being added in just for funsies.
No. Yep.
But the fact that it's going to have ABS and TC now, does that make it even more like a GT3?
Well, it brings it closer to, the reason they do it is because it's the closest thing to the real life variant they have now. That's what they're updating it with. And it, unfortunately, I think does, but I think it also continues its role anyway as being kind of a learner car, and something that people can then take, I think, and lead into more GT3 development instead of more prototype development. And I think you have to lean more on the LMP3, LMP2 cars to really learn the better basics there, which is a little bit of a harder learning curve than I would say the Porsche Cup car is probably the most forgiving of those without ABS until this update changes that. And that'll take us over to the LMP3, LMP2, and those cars are far less forgiving in terms of ABS or in terms of braking and learning how to brake without ABS, like a lot of these cars have.
Yep. So besides the P Cup car, does anything else stand out to you in this update?
That's the big one. The new dirt road,
the cross car.
The cross car, I think, will be super interesting. Sorry, I'm watching WM White almost get run into as they have a slide. They managed to not have any issues there. Cassandra in Prismatic Motorsports Tina, she almost ran into the WM White car, but kept it clean. But yeah, I think the Porsche Cup car is the big one. I think the rest of the update is going to be very fun, though, along with the cross car. I think we have new tracks as well, which will be fun to add to and get a chance to add to the already pretty robust library of places we get to go to for racing, commentary, all of the above.
Yep,
Yeah.
Adelaide, the street circuit, Miami's coming in.
That'll be very fun.
I think there's some refreshes of Rockingham, the Lucas Oil Speedway. Nobody's going to get a refresh, so there'll be a lot of new stuff here coming in this episode. Also to all the stuff we did, sort of the nuts and bolts, if you will, of iRacing. A complete refresh to the NASCAR trucks is coming. So a lot upcoming in this update. So that'll be on Tuesday for iRacers. So as we enter week 13, be prepared for the chaos that is week 13, whether you enjoy it or not. I think is a pretty polarizing opinion about week 13, but it's meant to go out and test the update, have some fun, buy some new content if you wish, and enjoy it as a whole. But right now, what's being enjoyed by Alameda is the run they're having here. They're a lap ahead of anyone else in GT4 currently. They are a lap up on WBM White, Enosis Esports, and others. So, we talked a moment ago about WSR and how they just need to kind of sit back and ride, but this is the epitome of sit back and ride. You have a lap on the field right now, and it's not due to pit strategy. It's not due to, just offsetting anything. It's just pure pace at this point right now that's letting them do that.
Yeah, just consistently about a second a lap faster, which if you add that up over the course of 4 hours is a good solid many minutes of driving ahead of the competition there. So I think it'll make for a fun, I'd say, another feather in the very distinguished cap that Solio has already from his IMSA Michelin Pilots Challenge Series successes this year.
There's an incident with Sim Party Omega in the 142 and the 345. I believe I saw it on top of my screen. Or 343, pardon me, being under investigation. So we'll see what comes of that, if anything. And we'll keep an eye on that as we now approach here the 2-hour mark left in this race. Right now, it's going to be at the time fin where I suspect the temps are going to cool more and more. We'll get closer and closer to darkness. We'll get closer and closer to maybe some drivers having a couple of scary moments. See some dirt being dug up on the right side of the road there as more off-tracks continue at this racetrack.
Yeah, that was an interesting incident. Taking a quick look at it myself to make sure I understand what the stewards are looking at as well. And it's been, I think, a pretty fun one. I agree with you. The track's going to get colder. I think it's going to get the lap times are going to keep coming down as a result. Not gangbusters, but we'll see more drivers in the GT4s hit those 28s or in the 27s that the Almeida Racing Academy is working on, and then more of the drivers in the GT3s working into the 120s beyond the top 5 that currently have those times put in. Yeah.
Watching Enosis Esports here in their GT4 FTR car, number 2 in GT4 Pro, and they are a good portion of a way off of Alameda here. But I guess right now, if you're Enosis, I always think it's kind of, bad karma, if you believe in that, to maybe root for bad things for other people. But now you've seen Alameda get that final warning from the stewards for aggressive overtakes. So right now, there has to be a small glimmer of hope in your mind saying, hey, listen, they've been called out. If it just takes one more move and maybe they get a penalty and it opens the window for us. So right now, there's got to be a small glimmer of hope for this team back in P2.
Yeah, these drivers back in P2 and P3 overall, I think, are looking to try to keep the points lead they have on WBM White in terms of GT4 overall points, as WBM White, who's right in front of them, currently sits in 3rd in the GT4 Pro Championship, and even though they are in the GT4 AM Championship, with their consistent finishes and their placement there. So I think it's one that they would, really love any luck that swings their way in terms of either an issue with the Almeida Racing Academy, either that or the safety car bunching the ball back up, or getting a great run on Parker and the WBM White machine that's right in front of them I think they're kind of biding their time as well, seeing if they can play the strategy game in the fuel race there. They are pretty solidly in second, I think, regardless of where they finish today. I think it's more of a point of pride than anything else.
By the way, if you're enjoying watching this racing here for FTR and the trophi.ai series, stewards have told us they do not have an official return date yet, Fem. They said typically it's going to be about the 3-month mark for now. So right about March or April, you'll hear some news pick up about this league again. They'll be posting likely across social media and other platforms. So if you are interested in maybe being a part of this next year, then I'd keep my eyes open right around March or April, and we'll see what holds for Season 8 of FTR. And it's been an amazing season. Our first here on Green Flag TV. It's been an amazing run broadcasting these 6 races, plus the 7th being that race we did, what you said back at Silverstone with the different car classes. It's been an amazing run. The team has been amazing to work with. Great communication with this group. I mean, the amount of announcements we get, everything they're willing to do to help make sure we sound like we know what we're talking about has been an amazing partnership this season.
Absolutely has. It's one thing I talk about through a lot of these leagues, and the kind of unique perspective we get in the broadcast booth here is the ability to kind of see drivers develop and kind of forge that litany of, I wouldn't say litany, but the communication and the ability to help showcase what these drivers are capable of and what they're working towards, both in sim as well as in every part of the aspects of their lives they bring to this sport that they are really passionate about.
Absolutely. So we're happy to have them here on Green Flag TV, and we'll keep abreast on any new developments about this league as the month of March and April's roll on around. You see a final warning up there, by the way, for the 142 car for that contact that was made with the 343. So we're seeing the stewards right now, Finn, a lot less. I almost had a lot less penalties. Oh my gosh! Almost had a need for one right there. That's a wild moment happened on track. That was with the Enosis car.
Yeah.
But right now we're seeing a lot of warnings handed out.
Yeah, a good handful of warnings handed out there. Sorry, I was kind of keeping an eye on the WBM white car that was in front of the Enosis car that we're looking at now. Now you see it right behind where Stewart and that number 44 that is leading the race is working their way around, and WBM getting a little unsettled there, trying to keep out of the way of a faster McLaren, I believe, of Sim Racing Grid Phantom that was trying to work their way through lap traffic there and almost creating an incident, not intentionally, but as a byproduct of that slide off track. But it does, like we talked about a little bit just a moment ago, open up the door for Pablo Cabrera and the Enosis Esports team to really solidify their second place finish in the championship standings.
A beautiful sunny day here in southern Alabama, United States. We'll wrap up this season of FTR with a American road course here, and one that I think is maybe underused on the service in Barber Motorsports Park. And a beautiful track, had its first race back, I believe, in 2003. So in terms of road courses, one of our newer road courses we have on the service, and a pretty solid race has been. Lots of passing, some couple of moments here and there, but a lot of great passing opportunities here at this track, Finn. This beautiful facility has 16 corners, a couple of long straightaways. Well, it's been a what map you have. So my producer said 17 in my ear. My map says 16, but who's counting?
There is 16 on the layout that we have. There are 17-ish corners, depending on what version you use of this layout.
There you go.
And it is very possible, depending on which layout you use, that there's a whole nother track. They have they have a main pit lane. They also have another pit lane option towards the back end of the track that we'll see here, and it's part of the facilities they've designed for a short layout. It's such a fun one, and a great option there. Their producer here is blaming Wiki, and I would have to agree, because it just points to 17 in the middle of the track with no clarification that it is not a part of the main layout that we're using today.
And it's an American road course that doesn't have letters in the numbers, so that's a positive.
No, it does. Don't.
Fair.
Those aren't that. Yes,
Fair.
it does.
I did not see. It's funny. I don't see that on my map, so I'll take your word for it.
On a lot of the track maps, 7, 7A, and 7B, 5, 5A, and 5B, which are all right up the hairpin, which could just be 5. And then 14, and then you have 14A, which is also what gets turned into 15, and then 15 gets turned into 16. So
Okay,
they have
well,
a bunch of them.
Well, then Race Labs let me down. That's all I can say.
Yes, Race Labs, which, I mean, makes sense.
Great product, don't be wrong. But in this case, they did not have the letters, so I'll take that back. But hey, you know what? And you and I have joked about this many a times. You see now the track map there on the bottom of your right of your screen. I always say if you want to tell someone, you know, how do you know if it's an American road course or not? Watch the pit entrance and pit exit, especially the pit exit at this road course. It like many other American road courses, it loves just to kind of like throw you right in the middle of things, doesn't it? There's no grace period. There's no kind of lollygagging your way back into the action. As we watch this car, this is the World of Sim Racing Samantha Tan, by the way, who's been running P2 for a long time in GT3 Pro. But this pit exit, this kind of throws you right back into the mix of things.
That it does. It is just beyond where turn number 1 technically sits, so you kind of get at least a little bit of a brief respite that you aren't immediately on the racing line like you are in some other American tracks.
Right, Sebring comes to mind.
Yes, Sebring is a great one there because you get shoveled out right onto the racing line as you are coming out of turn number 1 as well, but it's a little bit nicer, but not by much, and you do get right back into the action fairly quickly.
And I should be fair. There are some non-American race courses that do that. I mean, what Spa comes to mind?
Spa, especially its endurance layout, will spit you out right at the bend in the Kemmel Straight, and to get done with Radion. And the Grand Prix layout, which spits you out just before Eau Rouge, is a little kinder because there's a lot more room for drivers to work with. You're not trying to get maximized time by running over the pit exit line that exists there. But there are plenty of, I'd say, European tracks that do the same thing.
I feel like it does seem to be a staple. I mean, like Laguna Seca is a bad one for throwing you right in the middle of what's happening. You know, even Watkins Glen, really. I mean, you come out just after turn 1, but right before the S's, it just kind of throws you in. So I'm sure there's some non-American courses that do this. I don't want to be that guy. I mean, I guess the other way you can tell it's an American road course for the most part. I know you and I have disagreed about this a little bit over time. Corner names. A lot of European courses or other courses in other countries, they have names maybe after popular drivers or about sponsors or memorable moments or things. Typically, in American road course, if we name a corner, it describes the corner. And I'm going to ask you again if Race Labs has let me down. I do not see a single corner name on this racetrack.
I don't think it's one they
tells me. Yeah, okay.
I don't think it's one they mark. I think there are a couple. They have colloquial names, much like a lot of Mid-Ohio's track corners, where they have names if you go there and you know them. But they don't put them on anything in terms of what the marking's for the world at large. Because I can say China Beach, and everybody looks at me like I'm going to be crazy if I talk about a corner in Mid-Ohio. Unless you know, you've been there, and then you know it's the corner. It's technically the one right before the S's. So.
But a lot of, they think about Daytona, you have the horseshoe, both of them, you have, the bus stop, or I refuse to use that other name. I'm not doing it. I'm a
Le Mans chicane,
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I refuse. But, I mean, Charlotte's Web, I guess that we do have that actually at turns 5 and 6 here at Barber, but you think about even the Glen, you have the S's, you have the bus stop, you have the carousel, the inner loop, the outer loop. A lot of American road courses really do kind of name their corners after describing the corner. Then we get to places like Spa, Le Mans, it's like, it's just, I mean, those names mean something. I don't want to say they don't, but they're not describing the corner.
No.
Usually.
I think especially, I think the one big exception to that, which I think is what our producer also sped up in her ears, the Nordschleife largely is describing the place, but I think that's the exception to the rule.
Big carousel.
Yeah, you have the big carousel, the little carousel. You have the foxhole, litany of other names for every corner that exists in the Nordschleife, a lot of which are describing what it is.
And a lot of which are unknown to people because no one knows all the corner names, and nor could you.
Well, you can if you go racing there in real life and spend a lot of time there.
That's fair.
Which I believe, popularized by Jimmy Broadbent, Super GT, and the Bilstein BMW M4 entry they put in with those drivers along with Misha Cardwin and I'm forgetting the last driver's name, the one YouTuber slash, I wouldn't say influencer, but
Personality.
Creator, yeah, personality on that team that is the fastest of all of them because he's been driving the longest in real life. Though, I'd say if you spend time like that, you definitely could learn all of them. But otherwise, no.
What I said, I meant no one could. I mean, I guess you could. You're right.
Yes.
You could, but there's like 100 and some odd corners in that course. The fact that anyone knows all of them is a very rare, a very niche group of people.
Yes, Manny, thank you. Yes, Manny Metzger. Thank you, producer, for giving me that last name of the four drivers that made up that entry that had a very successful run at the 24 Hours of Nerve this year as well. So
we're watching on here with one of the huge-ass cars as we're kind of having some conversation about road courses, and now we're going to flip back to the lead for GT3 Pro. This is the battle happening. This is now, again, back down to 0.3 of a second. This has gone up and down in terms of time and gap, and right now we're back down again here, and both these cars are only a couple of laps apart as far as their pit stops. And this is purely a race, and boy, Samantha Tan, the world of a sim racing car, is closing that gap quickly on first place.
That it certainly is, but the 2 laps earlier pit stop for them means those tires are 2 laps warmer than Stuart Reynolds, who's just now getting his first full flyer after the pit cycle in as they go into turn number 2 and a litany of traffic up the road, which you'll see right underneath that number board that is right in the direction of the traffic that we see on that onboard that we're following along with. And definitely one of those things I think we've noticed over the past few stints with these two drivers is the speed at which Yashal gets those tires up to temperature and gets that car right again, into the fight with Stuart Reynolds and that Sim Party Racing Delta before they get up to speed as well. And then the two of them seem to kind of plateau out in terms of pace, and that's where they will sit for who knows how long until one makes a mistake or traffic really swings in one way or the other like we saw earlier.
Yeah, or maybe someone finally makes an aggressive move. Maybe someone, Yashal or someone in that world of racing car finally makes an aggressive dive, maybe kind of forces this window to be open. We'll have to see if that does happen in the last hour and 47 minutes of this race. Already 4 hours in, lots of racing has occurred here. Happy along for the ride. You see up top the info, there's another incident under review. No further action for that one. So that's going to be the result for that. And here is the pass right there. Look at that, Finn. I said someone to open the window. It's been open, and World of Racing is on through for the moment. They have taken the lead, and just like that, they got around.
Yeah, they had a great run out of the final corner there, which led them to capitalize on the moment. And I know this is what we talked with Adam Cox with just a moment ago about whether or not that would stay that way. And I think Stewart's got a big ask coming up to make sure that that doesn't go too far away from him. And I also get the feeling that Yashal has reached the point where he has met his fuel margins and now just needs to start racing for the last 2 stints that he has.
Yep. These cars, by the way, pitted about 5 laps ago for World of Racing and about 3 or 4 laps ago for Sim Party Racing. So these cars are just now getting those tires up to temps and ready to go. So be a long while again. I would say probably maybe 1 final pit stop, maybe 2 final pit stops for these cars before they're done on pit road for the day. But right now, Yashal has made the pass. He's now starting to pull away. Maybe he wants to create the gap here. And now, as they're about to face multi-class traffic, a couple cars at least that are spread out will be up in his windshield right here.
Yeah, and that's going to be Daniel in the Sim Racing Grid Phantom that is going to get out of the way of those 2 drivers, who's currently sitting 3rd overall. So the pace disparity here pretty open for the rest of GT3 Pro, behind these 2 that are duking it out for the lead. And there's a battle there for those 2 drivers, for Daniel as well as Giovanni Romano in the huge Jas Gold, who is a little ways behind. And the pit strategy as well as the overall pace there being key for all of these drivers in the closing stages here.
So we've seen this pass happen a couple times today. It's not the first time the World Racing has been up in the lead. Remember, they have already locked up the GT4 Pro Championship, so they're going to walk out of here with a quote-unquote win, regardless in some form. The question is, can they just lock up the whole thing with the race and the win? Or excuse me, the race and the season championship? Or, you know, what do they pull off here? But we've seen them make this pass already. And remember, there's now 2 laps of difference on those pit stops. So this team up front, that red and black car of World of Racing, as they're making a pass here through the corner, they're going to need to stop 2 laps earlier than the Sim Party Racing Delta car. And I bring this up again to say I think that means that final pit stop will be curious, Finn, because it could be a little faster. And that may be where this gap finally comes from, is that shorter pit stop.
Yeah, I get the feeling that this shorter pit stop will be the thing that differentiates the two, especially as they try to get around TCR traffic, that is P2 and P4, with David Johansson in the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix trying to get around a lap TCR of Sim Racing Grid Phosphor. And those 2 drivers in the background of this shot as we keep up the battle between these 2 for the lead of the race. Get into more traffic.
Ooh, more traffic indeed. My goodness, they were 3 wide at one point. There's a prismatic car involved there, and all kinds of moments happening. I thought I saw.
Here's a run. Yeah, pick and roll there for Stuart Reynolds.
Now the World of Racing car is doing a great job here and just trying to open up a gap or keep a gap, see what he can make happen here. But boy, that little bit of traffic behind proved to be problematic for just a moment.
Yeah, it did indeed. It proved to be problematic enough to get the Sim Party Racing Delta car back into the lead as a result of the big slowdown that Yashal had to do from where they were leading. So the order flips once more. I'm excited to see if Yashal can open up the tap once again and get back in front. Oh, there's the lunge there.
There it is. Wow, big lunge, and I think really honestly, Sim Party Racing Delta just kind of let it happen, honestly.
I get the feeling that Stuart is trying not to crash the car here, but their exit speed was much slower for Yashal in that World of Racing, X-Samantha Tan Racing. But I think Stuart is just playing it safe, trying to bring it home with a good finish to keep the P2 positioning in the championship alive is the goal there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's probably the goal here as well. Is just, have a race car. You need to have one, to finish. So they're just trying to kind of let things happen. And listen, if you think maybe you have better pace, or if you think you have the car to win, sometimes you just kind of pull over and let someone go. Let them burn up their stuff. Let them do whatever they want to do, and you just sort of take advantage later as that happens. Down the long straightaway, they're going to come here to the start-finish line to complete yet another lap here at this track. And again, this has been an interesting battle. We've seen this battle for right here between these 2 cars. At some point, it's been as high as 10 seconds, maybe a little higher than that. At times, it's been as close as this, 0.2 of a second between these 2 cars.
Yeah, 0.2, and I think it's not going to get too far away from each other as they get back into some more traffic, and it'll be the decision of whether or not Stuart can keep up with them, which I get the feeling that it's possible. I think Stewart's going to play it. Oh no, going to make the look. Keeps up with him. Nothing moving. Oh man, Stewart's just staying right with him. The 2 of them, I think, will be going at it until the end of the race, and it'll be the battle to lead us to the end. Which
Yeah, there's a great battle still happening here. This gap has been consistent for about a couple of laps here. As this maybe quarter of a second gap here, we've seen a couple of multi-class cars kind of getting in the way and very briefly maybe affecting the battle, but overall these two cars are stuck together. Then you see the headlights from World of Racing, and I think they're just trying to announce this car up ahead, hey, we're here, we'd like to get by.
Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, driven by Aspen Martin, and she is being given the signal that there are two faster cars behind her that would like to continue their battle, or at least continue working on the lead they've gained. But it's going to be on them to make that pass successful, especially as we have multi-class traffic and a very blinking...
Oh my god. Hold on, car in the wall maybe? Yep, they're on the track.
Yep, that's going to be Thomas Crabtree, Sim Party Racing's GT4 entry. We'll see those two swap positions, and as all that happened, a gap is built up as everyone's trying to take evasive action, it looks like.
See some more cars now down at pit road, and maybe just some driver swaps, get some tires and gas, and get ready for the last couple stints of this race. A couple cars pitting here, and the nature of the car. Remember, in these cars, Finn, it's tires then gas in these cars, I do believe. So you have to wait for one, then the other.
For GT4s, it is both.
Is both. That's right. You're correct. Yes.
Yes. The exception to that rule, pretty generally, is the Porsche Cup car as well as the the Ferrari Challenge car. Both have one and then the other. As refueling is not usually something that's done on the Porsche Cup cars, except for in endurance style racing.
Back on track here. This is the Sim Party Racing car, I do believe we're following right now. They're about a second behind World of Racing right now, so that gap has opened up down to 1 second between these two cars, and boy, it is starting to get darker on track. Right now, it is about 4 o'clock virtual sim time. We estimated sunset around 4:30, and you can already start to feel it. The sun's maybe not set yet, but it's definitely behind the clouds, and you can see how dark the track is. You can just get a different feeling for this track right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting transition period, especially as we get into some proper night racing on a track that does not have many lights, if any, if I remember correctly, for nighttime racing, which we'll see how well these drivers know their braking points, how much they remember, how quickly can they react to
watching it again. Remember, it was just a 1 second of a gap a little bit ago. Now it's down to half a second. These two drivers, these two cars have been locked together from the beginning of this race. Well, here we are, about an hour and a half-ish left to go. Once again, what we're going to do is we're going to sit back for a moment. We're going to work on those audio issues, but we're going to let you sit back and feel the noise of Barber Motorsport Park. Welcome back here on Green Flag TV. Hope you've enjoyed the sights and sounds of Barber Motorsport Park under our Field of Noise segment. I've been watching from the back end of that World of Sim Racing car. That gap is opening up, Finn. In fact, I now see it at over 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds now, that they've pulled away from Sim Party Racing.
Yeah, they've been more consistent through the traffic and had a little bit of better luck with it, been a little bit more bold, and when they want to make the moves, you saw a little bit in that Field of Noise there, some upset GT4s that were maybe not thrilled with the choices that were being made there, but I would say everybody came out of it pretty okay, maybe outside of a couple of bruised egos, which thankfully can be easily repaired. We'll see them have a little bit more of a gap, but it's going to shrink back down just as quickly as it opens up as traffic swings back in the favor of Sim Party Racing Delta. So it's always a ebb and flow. We'll see it probably continue throughout the rest of this race here for those two drivers, as well as a lot of the rest of the field. Gaps still sitting about the same for, I believe, most of our class sitters, or class pole sit, class P1 in class. There we go. That's the English I'm trying to say. We'll see all of those drivers in about the same circumstance, and it's really going to be capitalizing on this last fuel stop for probably most of the TCR class, as well as everyone else at this point has probably about one more fuel stop, probably with tires for most of these drivers. I'd say with how the GT4s are looking, we'll see them probably come in first of the bunch, and then quickly followed by the TCRs and the GT3s.
I think it's going to happen as this race goes on. You can start to see more and more of that I guess you would call it that orange hue, that orange glow across the track, and you can see the sun is setting. You can also see in the bottom of your screen is the different pit cycles for our 5 classes of cars. Top to bottom, GT3 Pro, then AM, GT4 Pro, then AM, and then TCRs. And you can see, I mean, the TCRs, Finn, they've only pitted 3 times as our leader in WSR Esports, and we're getting darn close. I would say, within maybe 20 minutes, if they could wait to pit again, they'd be in their final pit stop of the day.
Yeah, that they certainly would be. Eagle Speed Academy Esports on a bit of a different fuel strategy than I think the rest of the GT3 field, and I think that's been paying off pretty well for Chris Van Gucht in that number 177 machine. But I think, like you said, one more stop for the TCR, one more stop for everybody at this point in varying spots. They can make it to the end, I think pretty much anywhere from the hour and 10 mark in for the TCR drivers here in a little while.
So an hour and 25 minutes left to go in this race, and still been pretty calm. We've seen some different race steward decisions come across the top of your screen, but so far, just the one caution that started this race after the first lap calamity. And I'd have to go back through the record books and check, Finn, but I'm pretty sure if we finish with one, that may tie a record. But as far as like it happened the first lap and going green thereafter, this would have to, I think, to qualify as our longest green flag run we've seen all FTR season.
Yeah, I'd say going to be a bit of a quiet one as a result. I definitely would agree that it's the longest green flag run, and it makes it for the most, I would say, almost iRacing feel to have nothing but green flag racing to spread out the field over the course of 6 hours. It's one of the things I both enjoy and don't enjoy about road racing in iRacing, and officials at least. There is no yellow flags, full course cautions, safety cars, whatever verbiage you want to use for those, floating around in iRacing officials. You just have local yellows, which are oftentimes a little bit more vague in how they're interpreted.
Well, I think it's mentioned about the safety car procedure. If one were to come out here pretty soon, I mean, it's a lengthy process. It's not fast per se. It's not. You got to go full laps around here under pace speed. You've got to let all the classes have a chance to pit. You've got to get lapped cars around if there are any who get wave arounds. So as we approach the time marker, about an hour and 24 minutes. If one doesn't happen soon, we're going to get to that risk of like it may be ending the race versus bunching the race back together. It's a lengthy progress to get a pace car procedure done. So if you are rooting for one, you're probably rooting for one now, so you have time to race thereafter. Versus, if it happens in the last half hour or so, who knows if we go green again.
Yeah, I would say if it happens within almost the last 45 minutes, it makes for a very rough final sprint to the finish, and anytime under half an hour, you're almost tempting fate that it ends under caution. But I get the feeling, because of how short the laps are here under green flag racing, I usually kind of come away with the mental math of about, you double it and then you add a little bit extra is how I've seen it in the past. It's never a perfect method a lot of times, especially the longer the track, the longer it feels to do that, and that's more of like a 1.5 times, because you're usually going a decent speed, not fast, but a decent enough speed where it's not a huge addition to what the racing lap time is.
Watching this car right here go on around a time and time and time again, having a good time. This is your GT3 AM leader in Eagle Speed Academy, and they're having a pretty quiet race. They're P5 overall in this race, and then of course P1 in their class. That's Chris Van Gucht in the car, and he has a pretty sizable lead over the next car, which would be Stage 1 Racing, who's trying to run them down. Meanwhile, looking back to the field now, we're looking at Stage 1 Racing, and this is where they are, and that is their driver in the car in a very kind of bright, colorful looking paint scheme. And I think that's important to say sometimes, Finn, and something we talk about a lot, is that car is bright and colorful. Yeah, it's not going to be dark here very long, but that bright, colorful car is important to me when we get to the nighttime racing here. It makes it more easy for someone to see you versus some of those darker colored cars.
think it's super helpful when when you don't have headlights on you, especially. I was always I was less of a early believer of your enjoyment of bright colored cars at night, but the more I drive at night, the more I am learning. Sorry, the more I race at night. I've driven at night a ton. The more I race at night, the more I love the ability to see those cars, especially if they are off to your left or right, where they only have their own headlights going. It ends up getting illuminated a lot more by the way iRacing models that light and how those paints reflect better in the nighttime.
Yep. You know, eventually, if you guys learn that I'm right about things, this world would be a better place. I just want to say it out loud.
I would say that was only true in this one instance, and I know your ego will take that and run away with it.
Oh.
But this one instance,
and one is better. One is better than zero. One is better than zero. Well, speaking of running away with things, most of the classes now have run away with things as well in this race. And what was a battle at one point with World of Sim Racing in Sim Party Racing Delta is now 4.5 seconds for that lead in the GT3 Pros. Over in the GT4 side, I mean, Alameda has walked away by over a lap on both GT4 AM and Pro, as far as that's concerned. I mean, WSR Esports, I believe, has the closest battle right now at 32 seconds between classes over Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. So, and I'm wrong. Somehow, some way, I believe that GT3 Pro battle will likely come back together as like an accordion once again. But for the moment, it is once again pretty spread out.
Yeah, it's pretty spread out. We have a couple more in class that are getting closer together. But not very quickly, not in a way that I think will lead us to a last lap shootout, unless we get a safety car.
Yep, that would be the big question mark, right? The whatever you want to call it, that'll be the mystery if that does happen, and what does it do to this field and how it behaves. But right now, there's your Alameda car. That is today's the 999. It's actually the 299. According to race stewards and race control, and that car is running around pretty well here. And again, over one lap over both the GT4 AM and Pro cars on behind it. So the WBM white is GT4 AM. So you can tell the cars are a couple ways, Finn. The colors on the left side of your screen: red, green, blue, purple, yellow. Obviously in classes. So do the car numbers if you count up. So your cars below 100 are GT3 Pros, your 100s are AMs, 200s are GT4 Pros, 300s are AMs, and then 400s are your TCRs. There's multiple ways to tell what class we're looking at in the moment.
There are so many ways to tell what class. One of the easy ones is looking at the car itself, because that'll often tell you a lot. We only have Hondas and TCR, so if you're looking at a Honda, in addition to all the things that you've just said, but there's also usually the number boards alongside those cars, if you can see them or spot them from where we're looking at on the broadcast. You'll see usually those will also match whatever class they're in as well, if I remember correctly.
You know, unless I'm mistaken in my thoughts, the one thing I hope iRacing does eventually address, so we're going to talk about difference in classes, are the headlights. At least I know in IMSA style racing, the headlight colors are more uniform than they are inside of iRacing. So maybe eventually we get to the point of those white and then the yellow hues of headlights, pardon me, being more consistent than they are right now currently.
I think that would be a lovely goal for iRacing to achieve. I think it will, unfortunately, be one that requires a little more time and thought process than they are probably going to give it at the moment. Ooh.
Oh, a little bit of off-track possibly for that blue and white car, but nope. On around, and boy, they are flirting with that grass. And that may be, in my mind, the most dangerous way to drive the grass is when you get just that one speck of the tire on it. To me, that's almost, in a way, the most dangerous, because it causes the most unpredictability. If you're going to do it, get a tire out there, get two tires out there, get in there and kind of let the car settle. You start kind of flirting with that grass, and that can be dangerous.
Yeah, that it can, and it's always a little bit unpredictable as well if you spend too long on it or you are not smooth with your inputs. It'll also tend to not give you the best grip or traction, so if you try to make a correction that is a little too fast for it, the tires may decide it doesn't want to grip or give you that correction, and it'll give you something similar but not quite enough to what it needs to be, and then you might be sliding through the grass more seriously as your car careens out of control.
Now we're looking here at Fiercely Forward Gray with Rob Sharp in the car. Remember, this is one of those cars that is involved in that battle for the TCR Championship. I mean, right now the first thing they need is they need themselves or someone else to knock WSR Esports off of the lead. If that doesn't happen, if WSR Esports wins, then it doesn't matter where anyone else finishes here.
That is the case. We'll have to see as we get into the final set of pit stops for these drivers, how they all shake down as well. As the TCR's pit stop time generally is the slowest, matching their real life Michelin pilot counterparts that race with them. A less number of hands over the wall are allowed in those races, which gets mirrored in iRacing as they use the Michelin Pilot Series as the benchmark for what happens there.
Well, now we approach the 1 hour and 15-minute mark, and I know you and I kind of discussed, we saw Alameda get just a little off track right there. You and I discussed this should be about the time, I would think, when Alameda just left. Okay, maybe it's the internet problem, because Alameda just disappeared for a second. He's slow. What happened to that car? I don't understand. They disappeared for a second, and that may be an internet problem happening right there, Finn, because I don't... That's going to really shake up this race if that's what's going on here. He's slow and having connection problems, I think.
Yeah, looks like that driver pulls off to the side and then gets back going again. Maybe it is a issue there.
That's going to be interesting to watch. He seems to be back up to speed. Now, I wonder if the slow was because he knew he was having connection problems and didn't want to didn't want to hit anything while I couldn't see it. I don't know, but seems to be up to speed now. The good news for them is they were, and I think still are, a lap ahead of their competitors. It'll make it a slightly bit closer battle, but I think they're back up to speed.
Yep, back rolling the right direction, and I think they've, without a little bit of lost time here, we're going to take a look at the stage 1 incident with Stewart, and the lead has the just the self spin
zone. Yeah,
that issue there gets it going the right way after making sure that he doesn't run into a GT4. That will give him a black flag, which is why he's now down in pit road serving it.
Yep, that'll be for those incident points we talked about earlier, 40, and then every 12 thereafter. Meanwhile, up front, World of Racing X Samantha Tan Racing, they're now up to 4.3 seconds of a lead here over Sim Party Racing Delta. They're now within the window here. I would say they need 2 pit stops regardless, so it's about when they run this thing out of gas. They last pitted on lap 177. They are now working on lap 207, so we can't be that much further away, I would think, from our next pit stop.
I would say they probably got about 10-ish more laps, a little bit under, probably more closer to 7 or 8, which should take them well within the window for the final pit stop if they stretch it just enough. We'll have to see. Ross McFarlane is going to dive in from TCR lead as we're talking about pit stops, pit cycles, which will be interesting to see where he cycles out and where the rest of the field in TCR shakes up, if at all.
Couple cars starting to have some problems here, Finn, as this track is maybe cooling off and as the track is changing. We just saw Pagasi, I believe, is going to have a moment right here on replay, right up ahead of that AP10 sponsored car, and they're going to get way wide up to the corner, loop it on around, and barely avoids the wall.
Keeps it out of the wall at least, which is always a good sign. an awkward place to rejoin. Thankfully, the track pretty spread out, so we'll see them do so safely.
And they seem to be back up to speed and kind of comfortable now. Made a spin, they got a little too wide in that corner and just got a little bit on the throttle happy and looped around. But all seems to be good with the car, no major damage. It seems to be handling okay. And they're back running here in P3 in GT3 AM competition. What I was going to say a moment ago before all that happened at Alameda is, as we discussed earlier, that pit window for TCRs, I would have to think is now open, by the way.
Yes.
And in fact, it has opened, I believe, because WSR Esports, pardon me, has just pitted. They pitted about 20 laps ago, actually. I think I missed that one.
They pitted.
Why is my lap count off?
Because you're also looking at the main racing lap count, which is 20 laps ahead of where the TCRs are.
Correct.
And so that's why where that number looks different. It is their lap 187 that they pit on, which was last lap. I followed them in. I wanted to see how this shakes down for the TCR grouping and how the final pit strategies we're looking at. So that's why I'm as in tune as I am with TCRs right now.
There you go. That's a good call by you. Yeah. So right now, Sim Racing Grid, Phoenix for the moment has taken the lead in TCRs, and they're going to need to come down pit road soon. So it'll be a very temporary moment of leading that class for them. But WSR Esports got on and off of pit road correctly. They did their job. So good job to them, and no penalties, nothing like that. And we'll see how this shakes out.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting on how the pit cycle impacts both of those drivers. For Ross McFarlane, when he came in for his final pit stop of the night, only on the jacks for 30 seconds, I believe, grabbing some tires and enough fuel to get that car to the end, which we'll see it, I believe, take us to the end. I'd be curious to see how much faster David Johansson's final pit stop is from where he leads and how much this gap closes into the closing stages.
Yeah, lots to track here, lots to keep an eye on as we get down into the last hour of racing. Happy to be along for the first 5 here on Green Flag TV. Derek Watson, Finicini here on the call. Christian Hill making us look and sound good down in a production truck and having a good time here at Barber. A very great race, lots of technical racing, lots of moves being made, and happy you're along for the ride. The season finale here for Season 7 of the FTR trophi.ai series as we wrap up our season. We're going to crown some champions, we're going to crown some race winners, and we're going to have an overall good time. So here we are now watching this car come on through. This is the WSR Esports car. They are temporarily in P2 through the pit cycle. Not for long, I would suspect, Finn. I think maybe a couple laps from now, Sim Racing Grid comes down pit road.
Yeah, I believe it'll be anywhere from, I think, 2 to 3, maybe 4 laps. They only pitted a few laps after WSR did last time when they went through the pit cycle. So I think that'll be ideally about the same. Anytime now they can come in and probably make it to the end on the one stopper with this final stop. So it'll be more of a game of how long they can stretch that fuel tank and how little do they need to stop for fuel for the final time.
And we're not that much further away here from, I would suspect, our next round of pit stops for other classes. Remember, the TCR is the only one that I could think of right now, Finn. There's one stop left. Everyone else is going to be a stop and a splash and go at some point. So when do you pull it off? How do you make it happen? Will be the question here. And boy, World of Racing, Samantha Tan is doing a great job. Remember, at one point they were back behind Sim Party Racing by a lot. They're now up by almost 6 seconds in this race.
I would definitely say the race to talk about of the day, as you call this entry for the GT3s as well. The race to talk about of the day, World of Racing X Samantha Japan Racing, a incident on lap 1, which is part of what triggered that safety car on that lap, sees them kind of slip down the order a little ways, and they have been on a tear ever since to prove that they, while they stay on the top of the championship, they also deserve to stand on the top of the podium today. And I think they've been very successful in doing that. I think them, as well as the Sim Racing Party, or Sim Party Racing Delta, excuse me. Those two have been the definite stars to shine and drivers to be the most consistent in both traffic management, raw pace, and the pit strategy here as they come up on the jacks.
Wait for that long pit stop to occur here and wait for their pit delta to be done. And they're going to come in first. No surprise, they've been a couple laps behind on the lap count of pitting this whole race, and no surprise that they come in first. But what I do wonder, Finn, you and I talked most of the day about how, you know, that last pit stop, less gas for Sim Party Racing could be the difference. But if you're going to open up a 6-second gap on these guys, maybe it doesn't matter what their final pit stop is. Maybe the goal here is to get so far ahead that that last pit stop difference just doesn't mean anything.
You have to build a pretty big gap. Right now it's 6 seconds. You lose about 30 seconds of pit lane travel time alone. So I think it's really hard. They're going to have to be really hauling to outpace the ability to save a stop that I believe Stu Reynolds and that Sim Party Racing Delta car is currently aiming for with the kind of fuel-saving game they've been playing thus far. And if they get those numbers right, which I think is also why we've seen them kind of drop back a little bit, if they're able to get those numbers right and keep with not having to take a splash and dash here at the end, we've seen it work with Chris Van Gucht getting these, almost saving an entire pit stop in the fuel saving that he's done over in GT3 AM. It's definitely possible that something smaller could be done by our leaders here, and I wonder if that's the difference in the game that they're playing. And I would say Yeshua has quite a road ahead of him if he wants to build up that 30-second gap just to have to make up the pit lane travel time.
Yeah, this may be the thing to watch here as we get down here into roughly the last hour of this race is, can Sim Party Racing save enough gas? Can they cut off that pit stop completely? Will be the question. How much time do you give up on track versus how much time you gain by not down pit road, and the math and the spreadsheets and the numbers that will be crunched in this last hour or so. Because Finn, I'll tell you this, I do believe if you try and save gas and then you miss your mark and you pit anyways, you're likely throwing away that race.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate downside. If you miss the mark on how much fuel you need to save, and then you have to come back down pit lane, the time you're trying to gain by not coming down pit lane is what ends up being added to the time that gets slapped onto that final pit stop because you've lost the time trying to be conscientious with fuel instead of going for raw pace. So it's definitely, I think, going to be a bit of a tall ask, especially with when these drivers are coming in. But we go back to that idea of a splash and dash at the end for both these drivers. And I think Adam will have a faster time where he's taking over that car in the Sim Party Racing Delta machine, who is still going to be in second, just coming out just behind Yeshul as they get these tires fired up. Yeah, I think it's going to be a close call either way.
Yeah, it'll be very close to see here, because right now World of Racing is just about to pass back around that car ahead. That'll put them back in the lead for the moment. So they've quickly closed that gap here after the pit stop. So wait and see what comes. That headlights are on almost every car. That means that basically the track is, well, the sun's down. Let's say that the track's not dark. I wanted to come off that comment because you can still see some daylight here and there across the track, but it is a beautiful sight to see the headlights on here at Barber. And as Finn said, we don't anticipate seeing many, if any, lights here on the racetrack. It'll be mostly headlights guiding us through about the last half hour to 45 minutes of this race. And you can already see the beam of those headlights beating off of this track. So happy you're along for the ride here. 1 hour to go on the racetrack here. And this is going to be the battle, short of a safety car, short of something happening, that GT3 Pro battle. Here's Alameda Racing. Remember, they had that slowness earlier, Finn. The good news for them, they're still up over a lap over WBM White and Enosis Esports. So whatever technical grillment it was, they seem to have fought it off and avoided it, much to their luck.
Yeah, they've had a pretty fantastic and standout show of just being the fastest overall in class to build up such a gap, you know, especially with Suelio, getting into the car and ripping around in this Porsche Cayman GT4. I think it has been a pretty standout showing of what is capable over there at the Almeida Racing Academy entry, and the Racing Academy that is backing that entry here in FTR today.
By the way, I do want to mention off screen real quick, WSR Esports has taken the lead back now that Sim Racing Grid has pitted. By the way, it's back to a 38-second gap for the TCR lead. So WSR Esports is looking to drive their way to that TCR championship. But here's Alameda Racing. The 299 entries, what they're listed as on the official roster, and 999 today is what's showing in Sim. But they're doing a pretty great job with Kane now behind the car here, and I suspect one more pit stop may be likely for this car, and then that'll be to the end for the GT4s.
Yeah, I think the similar thing that we talked about TCRs also applies to the GT4s at this point. They're within the hour. They don't have a fuel restriction unlike the TCRs and the GT3s. So as a result, you can go just up over an hour with the GT4s, depending on the track, depending on how much you use that throttle as well, any fuel saving you do to get you further up over that hour mark. But you can pretty easily get it done. You see Kane making judicious use of the curbs and getting to drive that car on two wheels for just the briefest of moments, really showcasing how much this driver is putting work into keeping that car a lap ahead of the rest of the competition.
So to throw a wrinkle into the conversation we're having a little bit ago, if we move back to the GT3 Pro category for a second, you talked about all the fuel saving, you talked about all the stuff that needs to happen for Sim Party Racing to do this correctly, but then I thought to myself all of a sudden, the track is dark, it's going to be faster. So not only do you need to adjust for the numbers of what you've run all day in the car as far as fuel saving, you need to account for likely what's going to happen in those last hours. I'm sure as we're going to watch the lap times, they're going to get faster and faster and faster. This track is going to speed up. That means you're going to burn more fuel. So the challenge for Sim Party Racing may not be just following the fuel numbers from the rest of the day. It will be even saving even more than that the rest of the day because of how much faster this track will be.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm taking a look at a incident that just propped up. I see a meatball flag for Don Pepples over at the Altura AP10 Esports machine. That is a result of a collision, and a pretty gnarly one at that. You'll see that right there. That contact into the gravel will tip that car over and over. Finally coming back down onto its wheels.
Not the landing.
Gets that car rolling again, but that is a broken suspension, which is why the meatball flag is out for them. And we'll see them nurse it back towards pit lane and get that car fixed up for the end of the race.
Think likely maybe the end of their day. Watch this here. We're going to come through the corner. I just don't know if he doesn't know there's a car down below. He just cuts across.
I was taking a look.
Clear.
Yeah, not clear. But I think there's also a late break here from the Sim Racing Grid Phantom that didn't aid it either, because you see everybody in front of that Sim Racing Grid Phantom machine put on the brakes a little bit before where Daniel does, and I think it was one of those instances where I don't think he was quite following where he had meant to make his braking marker.
Boy, oh boy. Well, Wild Ride leads them having no parts on a lot of that car. The front end's messed up, the back end's messed up. Suspect the suspension's messed up. And if that driver was in VR, he's likely messed up as well right now.
I mean, I've managed to not throw up as a result of rolling over a bunch.
I mean, that's, it's an achievement. I'm just saying, would be disorientating. But an unfortunate end for them. I would suspect maybe likely the end of their day. A car that was running well. They had the big announcement today about the new sponsor with the AP10. They were looking to put on a good show, and they have. There's a lot to be proud of in the first 5 hours of this race. Just one unfortunate moment may bring them to an early end. Back on track, here is Huge Ass Racing in their GT3 category. That's one of the two GT3s up on the screen here.
Gold entry.
It is gold entry. You're correct.
Yes.
That's who
Giovanni Romano.
Right now they are running P4. They're the second car a lap down.
I say Giovanni Romano's been slowly biting away at the lap times between himself and Daniel, who is in the Sim Racing Grid Phantom. But I would say the pit cycle between the two of them has brought that out to about a 13-second gap as a result.
Kind of navigating some of these big winding downhill corners, and I think something we've probably not talked a lot about in the broadcast, Finn, is the elevation difference at this track. It's not just about, you know, I guess the 16 or maybe 17 corners, depending upon who you believe. It's more about, look at all the elevation, all the uphills and downhills, and all the winding corners. These are the challenges of this track, not just how much it affects the camber of the car maybe, or how you take the corner, but there's a good number of corners here where if something were to happen, maybe at the other side of that hill, you would have no idea until you found it.
Yeah, you're relying a lot on spotters if you have them, both virtual as well as anybody in your team sitting with you who can look a car or two ahead and get a good bird's eye perspective of any of those corners. There's so many blind or near blind corners. You talk about the entire opening sector being full of corners where, you know, you don't really see what's above the hill until you're on the straightaway going into the hairpin, and then you dive into the hairpin and you're only looking down and through the windshield there to see it as you're in the braking zone. So it's a lot of being great, having good heads-up awareness and great ability to react, which has been, I think, pretty a reason why the drivers here that are at the sharp end are successful amongst everything else. We also see how much gravel has accumulated on the outside of that corner towards the end of the lap.
Well, talk about this 230,000 square foot facility known as Barber Motorsports Park has hosted an amazing race today. It's been a beautiful last race so far. We've seen some moments here and there. Of course, we just saw that car go barrel rolling through the sand. We've seen some tight battles. We've seen some gaps open and close as the day goes on. But we've seen also just an amazing season finale here for the FTR trophi.ai series. 54 minutes on the clock. Right now, Finn, it's hard to find a close battle for any of the leads, but we'll wait and see if any of them can close up here the next hour.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as they get into the closing stages here if any of them close back down to be as important of a battle as they've been earlier. I would say with Julian Carces as well as George Correa in that battle for GT4 P2 is always an important one, keeping that dream alive for Enosis G Sports of a P2 finish for the GT4 Pro Championship. See how that battle comes to a close. A whole bunch that I'm waiting on in the wings for these final stops, these final bits of racing and strategy we get to see before the mad dash to the finish. I think it'll be make for some good racing, and then a fantastic, rewarding result for those drivers and the efforts they put in over the course of 6 rounds of endurance racing here with FTR.
Yeah, I agree with that. By the way, you mentioned in the update, as we're seeing a pass here by Huge Ass, they're going to make it pretty easily and get on through. As you mentioned, part of the update on Tuesday, that FIA cross car. It's a beautiful, kind of like a doom buggy, if you know what those are. It made me think here, Barber Motorsports Park has a vehicle off-road course. Listen to this. The off-road course consists of approximately 7 miles of trails confined within 50 acres. It has different layouts, including multi-directional roads. So they vary from terrain and provide moderate to extreme elevation conditions. So there's water, rocks, and bridge crossings across this facility. So if we could get that scanned, that'd be a good car for the cross car.
Yeah, so that'd be a fantastic track for the cross car, the Barber Motorsports Park, and the dirt road scene as a whole. As we go 3 wide here with the leaders.
Beautiful pass right there, getting on through.
Manages to get that done.
Those are the moments as a leader that both, I think, make you proud and nervous in the last hour, don't they? You feel it's necessary. You're like, hey, I have to get by these guys. I can't wait on them. But anytime in the last hour of an endurance race, you're 3 wide, everyone kind of holds their breath. Everyone kind of, the knuckles get white, the Discord room gets quiet, and so the passenger go, and that's just kind of that moment everyone breathes together.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. It's always such an interesting one when you have to descend it through slower traffic, and there's no good way to get through, so you just kind of have to pick a line and then do a little bit of praying or, holding your breath,
Hoping,
waiting for it.
pleading,
Yeah, hoping.
whatever. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Whatever gets you through it. It definitely is one of those moments where it's just like, is this going to work out? It seems to. And then you take the collective breath as the Discord room kind of calms down, especially in races like this where there's still a very small gap between the two leaders, only 5 seconds separating them, as that gap slowly kind of coming down as a result of traffic. It'll probably extend back out as traffic swings back in the favor of Yeşil here at the end. But it's always not scary, but definitely one that raises the stress levels just a second.
And I think that 5.4 second gap you mentioned, that's why you have to make that move, right? Because if you're Yeşil in that car, if you don't make that 3-wide pass, you're going to sit behind that traffic and they're going to slow you down. And next thing you know, that 5.4 second gap you have is maybe 0.4 seconds of a gap because you weren't, aggressive enough to make that pass. And the flip side is if you're sim party racing, you're kind of hoping that pass didn't go well. You're hoping that traffic does hold them up, but that was not the case. So here we go, waiting on through. One more pit stop for that. I think at least maybe World of Racing, if not both of our leading GT3 cars. We'll wait and see if that does pan out here and what happens as far as that goes. But now World of Racing, now Sim Party Racing has gotten themselves around the traffic. Now the question is, can they buckle in? Can they throw down some laps? Can they close the gap lap by lap through the traffic? Sim Party Racing was half a second faster. I wonder if that was due to the traffic, or if we're going to find out in a minute, that's just due to how much faster they are in the car right now.
Have to see, with Adam Cox jumping back in, and I believe setting faster lap times overall for the drivers, including their fastest of the day at a 120.2 early on in the stints. I get the feeling traffic was definitely a big part of that, but I believe how they manage traffic will be a huge part of how this gap continues to grow or shrink back down in the closing minutes.
You can see they're getting a little bit more aggressive. They're kind of flirting with that line. And I've been to talk about that maybe part of why this gap has formed. Remember, we talked with Adam Cox now about, 2 hours ago maybe, and he mentioned that, he said, hey, I don't want to say the number, but I'll be honest, we're getting a little too close for comfort to that incident limit of getting that drive-through penalty. I wonder if that car has slowed down a smidgen because they're just out of room to flirt with that number.
Yeah, I think that'd probably be a part of it as well, as they don't have the wiggle room to take off tracks as a result of trying to make up time here. But I think they're not over the threshold yet, but they probably are not far from it.
Well, here they are, a big open wide track up ahead. So really, this right now is their best chance to throw down some laps. As I take a look at the lap times, time and time again, it last time by, now World of Racing was a half second faster. So it does appear like now that the traffic is gone, that maybe World of Racing has picked up that pace once again. And they're just going to continue to grow that gap now to over 6 seconds on the track.
Yeah, we'll see how traffic, once again, if it favors one over the other. I think that's going to be the biggest determining factor in this closing stage. Traffic being as spread out as it is, it's definitely going to be a unique one.
We're kind of watching a bit of a curb right there. Let's go back to WSR Esports. And that's just an exciting moment. Probably meant nothing, but it's always a nervous moment when you see a car hit a curb at that speed. But they appear to be okay. Here's WSR Esports. Here's the scenario laid out one more time in case you're just tuning in. The term we use, win and in. That's what it is right now for WSR Esports. Win this race and you're in. You have won the championship. There's a way to do it without winning, Finn. But heck, why not make it simple? Why not get rid of all the math? There are 3 wide behind WSR Esports trying to get around in the multi-class racing. My goodness, that was... tight would be a word I would use for that. Nervous. And those are the moments that I'm surprised, frankly, today that haven't caused more calamity. We've seen a bunch of 3 wides that I don't quite know how you make work at Barber, but they have.
Well, you got to remember, this track is really wide. It's the one saving grace I think about this track in general is that it has very few spots that are not at least 2 or maybe 3 lanes worth of driving that you could utilize. It's not maybe the fastest. You're going to see the awkward moments where everybody's trying to figure out how they're going to get around or with each other, you know, in that 3-car battle that we saw that were all GT3s, all trying to get around one TCR who's holding down the lead of the class. But it's doable because of the space that is afforded to all of them to maneuver around the TCR and the multi-class. It's one of the things I love about multi-class here at Barber Motorsports Park. The line's pretty thin, but there is a way for all of the cars to stay on track. Maybe not the fastest, but it has the room for errors to be recoverable.
So I was going to say before all that, WCR Esports win in the end. If they win, the title is theirs. They can do it without winning, but winning would be the easiest path. It gets rid of all the ifs, the ands, the maybes, the buts, the ors. It just makes the title theirs. And they're doing that right now. They are 38 seconds to the good on Sim Racing Grid, so they're having a pretty solid run there. And they're just having a pretty great day overall. So congrats to them so far. We'll see if that does hold up for the next 45 minutes. And again, Finn, we're getting point. I learned this term from Evan Pasoka from watching eNASCAR and working with him here at Green Flag TV. The point of no return is what we're getting close to. That means if a caution comes out, I'd say the next 5 minutes or so, I think we're hard pressed to go back to Green Flag racing.
I don't imagine it'll take 45 minutes to get us sorted out through a yellow flag procedure. But I definitely agree with the original term we threw out a little bit earlier of the 30 minutes. It will be really hard pressed to find good racing afterwards. Where it stands now, if it happens right this second, I think we'd still get a good 15 to 25 minutes, depending on how quick they got it sorted. And under that, if we do a full procedure, it'll be a little bit hard. That being said, we could see a quick safety car, a abbreviated procedure that we saw on lap 1, and that will get us back to racing as well.
Yeah, that'd be curious to see if they decide to do that. It'd be very curious. We'd have lap cars that probably want to get around. We'd have pit stops happen, you'd think, and it would be a weird process to watch happen. So hopefully it doesn't happen and these things stay green. Here's Equipment Geek Racing, that EGR, that sort of highlighter greenish yellow car is there on the track. They're in P4 in their class. That's GT3AM category, and they've had a season. They've had some moments in the broadcast. They've had some highlights to be proud of and some things to take away here. So they've had a pretty solid run, and they're out here running. That is Brian in the car. So congrats to those guys on a pretty solid season. And you know, as we wrap up this endurance season, Finn, 2 6-hour races, 4 4-hour races. Lots of racing happen. We've seen different winners. We've seen great moments. It really has been a pretty awesome FTR season.
Yeah, it certainly has. We've had a lot of drivers reach the victory circle who we've had conversations with both in race as well as afterwards over the course of the season. I definitely think it's been a fantastic one to experience and get to watch a lot of these drivers both develop as well as have great racing moments that they get to share with all the people that they want to brag about their victories and, you know, good finishes, epic overtakes, all of those things. And I think the next season of this will be equally as fantastic and rewarding for these drivers as they're getting into the closing stages here of the final race of the season.
Yeah, we hope that next season will prove just as awesome. We're in season 8 of FTR, and the admins told us probably March or April. No date confirmed. In fact, when I asked today, I got the old soon TM answer from one of the admins, kind of the old classic iRacing answer, you know. So we'll wait and see, and I'm sure there'll be news about that next season when it is ready. Equipment Geek Racing kind of carving our way through traffic here as we enter the month of, into the last hour. My time frame is all off here of racing.
It is also the last month of FTR racing.
Last month of the year. You know, just you can make it happen however you want.
Yeah.
What happened was I said carve, and my mind went to turkey, and I went to November. I was like, that's not, no. I mean, some people do have turkeys in December for, their holiday dinners, but not as many.
No.
Hot take here, by the way. I know we're watching some racing. Your hot take, and I know you're not the biggest food opinion guy, but I'm going to throw this out.
Yeah, I say this is going to be the hardest one for me if you're going to throw a food opinion. Anyway.
Most people dislike turkey because most people do not know how to make a proper turkey.
I think you could say that about literally any food, but I think it also applies often to turkey
because it's only made once or twice a year. And...
Yes, people don't make it enough, so therefore they don't make it correctly.
Right.
But you could also extend it to literally any food.
That is true. But it's that there's. You're right. We only make it once a year, and someone's I'll stick a lemon in it, or stick a can of Sprite in it, or no, that's you need to actually season your turkey and it's a thing.
You gotta baste it. You gotta.
Dry turkey is like the worst thing ever.
Yeah, or you can be a producer and not like turkey for the reason of probably not having a good turkey to begin with, and be wrong.
Be wrong. It's okay.
Our producer says roast beef is just better, which to me is the weirdest direction to go with that after turkey.
Is he like the star of the Grinch Who Stole Christmas? What happened? I don't understand right there. They stole the roast beast.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's the correlation. But
I've only ever had roast beef on a deli sandwich. Do you have roast beef for dinner? Is that like a thing that they do outside of Whoville? I didn't know this actually.
I mean, I've had our producer saying you've never just had a roast. We've had a roast, but that's not a thing you have for Thanksgiving.
No. So I mean, and again, maybe I'm wrong. I understand roast and roast beef are technically the same thing. When I think of roast beef, I think of the slices and the deli sandwiches. A pot roast is not the same as roast beef. But anyways, Equipment Geek Racing is coming down the track here, and they're racing along, coming up through these S's corners here. This is turns, I believe, 7, 8, and 9 as we get up through the S's here. And again, it's a nice purple hue inside that car.
Yeah,
but
it's always a good one. When a lot of the cars at night have either purple or a blue hue internal light in case they need to see something.
Can I just say, can we, and maybe this is more standardized in real life than I think it is. Can we start a petition or iRacing where we could change that? Make it yellow or green or I don't know, something. I mean, not that I hate purple or blue. I'm saying, customization is always fun.
I think it would be fantastic to be able to do that, or also turn it off.
Ooh. There's an option, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe maybe you don't know. These lights in the purple or the blue we see in iRacing a lot, are those standardized in real life cars?
I think
put you on the spot here.
I believe they are. I'm gonna go do a Google because I'm curious now.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, we're watching this team in EGR with Brian's is handling this last set of laps really well. And this track, by the way, is starting to come alive with speed. Every class is turning new, faster laps here, little by little. Starting with TCRs, WSRs down to a 129.7. That's now the new fastest lap. The GT4s with Alameda is down to a 127.8. And then World of Racing's got a little bit faster lap, I believe. It's a 120.014. So a little faster than where we were, but not by much. That one's probably the smallest of the gains between the day and night. But see now, as you look through the windshield here from Equipment Geek, it is dark on the track, and we're kind of taking a look around, minus the headlights. There's a couple maybe infield spots there, but this is not exactly Daytona. There's not a plethora of lights available for you here. You're kind of finding your way around this track. Now, right now, there's still a little bit of light in the sky, so these guys will probably not be in total pitch black before this race is over in about 37 minutes, but they're going to come pretty close to it.
Pretty darn close. A quick, and I mean quick as in speedy, Google tells me that they are there not as a they're there for steering reference as much as they're there for aesthetics, and they can be changed to whatever color. They are not required. That's why we don't see them on some of our GT4 or GT3 machines that are also around that don't have them.
All right. Well, so what? Let's do this real quick here as we start to wrap up this race in the season. We want to take a second and invite in one of the league admins for the FTR series. I want to welcome in Richard Crabtree in the broadcast booth. And Rich, I want to take a second and talk with you about Season 7 of FTR and kind of just get your general thoughts. So first off, I suppose, with how the race has gone, you're happy with today's race first off?
Yeah. Glad we came back to Barber. We've been here once before. It's a fantastic track. I don't think it gets used enough, so it's cool to come back to it.
But talk about the season as a whole. 6 races, 7 if we count the preseason race, 2 6 hours, 4 4-hour races. Overall, what's your thoughts on this season for the FTR series?
I mean, the schedule, the 6 races with the 2 6 hours, we've just kind of rinsed and repeated it. It seems to go down quite well. I think it's about the right length of season. So we're happy with the format. Yeah, we had more sign-ups than ever this season, which was great. It's been fantastic. It makes for some sort of tricky situations on track with more cars. The stewards have had the handfuls at time, but no, it's been another good season, and we look forward to doing it again.
So in our preseason race back, I believe Silverstone, we saw you guys experiment with a couple of different classes of cars. Were those cars you guys were considering adding into the series, or was that just maybe, hey, let's have a fun race, and was that ever a consideration?
It was the latter. It was let's have a fun race. So as an organisation, we've run this league, and obviously we're heading towards the 8th season. So in many ways that's going great, but sometimes we think we'd like to just step out and offer some other events for people and see what we could do, because the world isn't all about GT3 and GT4 cars. There's multiple other cars that are fun to drive, but it's very hard to put on events where you might be able to sustain a full season with those cars. So we would like to just try and do things every now and then with different class cars and see if we can put on a good race where you get to drive some of the other cars that you've paid money for,
Yeah, for sure. So as we look ahead into Season 8, I know you're probably 3 to 4 months away from that launching possibly. But any initial thoughts? Are you looking to change anything? Any big things step out to you? Was there anything you did in Season 7 that you're really happy with that process? What's the thoughts there?
We had a higher level of interest this season, so I think we've never really capped entries, and I think this season we had 60 paid entries or something, and obviously the underlying idea has always been that we let as many teams on the grid as we can, because I always feel that we lose about 30% of entries by the end of the season. And if you look today with 34 cars, if you've got 60 paid, that's higher than 30% that we've lost. So I'm always inclined to let people onto the grid at the start so that you can try and have populated grids by the end. However, I do worry that maybe it was a bit too busy at the start of the season, and of course with more cars you have more scope for incident. With more scope for incident you have more protests, and that makes life harder for the stewards. And ultimately I want to protect the stewards because they don't really make any money from it. They're just putting up their time and they're doing their best. So I guess one lesson learned is just whether we need to let 60 cars sign up or maybe we don't, but something we'll review and we'll talk about as a team. In this league we've always hoped to try and include tracks kind of like today, Barber, tracks that are not the AAA tracks. Mm-hmm. To try and, for me, these tracks like Barber today and the Brands Hatch, and we did the Bend, and we try and use the tracks that are slightly lesser used, because for me personally as a driver I find those slightly more gratifying and fun to drive, but of course they are also trickier for multi-class interactions. So again, we'll review that and think about whether we can make our lives easier with the track choices, but generally one thing we do is we try to go to the drivers and let them have a vote on at least a couple of tracks. So we'll definitely stick with that because I think that's important.
Any thoughts on maybe increasing the length of the races, or are you happy with the 4s and the 6s?
I think we're happy with the 4s and 6s. I think it works quite well. Like, I think over the years, well, our staff team is, we got 4, and we got 2 Europeans and 2 Americans, but East Coast Americans, and I think the timing of the race works quite well across Europe and at least East Coast America with the, I think it's normally a 6 p.m. start for me in the UK, so there'll be 7 p.m. Europe and it's at 1 p.m. in America, East Coast America. So it's a time that sort of allows as many people to participate as possible. So I think we'll probably just stick with it.
I gotta tell you, that time zone math on the fly, that was pretty good.
We've done it for 7 seasons, so I should know it. I still get it wrong.
Fair enough. Well, anyone on the league staff you want to shout out to, say thank you to, give that moment of praise to here as we finish up this race?
Well, all of them, quite frankly. The stewards, they don't get much money. They get shouted at. They're giving up their time. My goal would always be to protect them and make sure, because we're not a multinational massive organisation that we can't just bring in other people if it goes wrong. So if those people get chastised and demoralised, it can fall apart. So I'll always just look after the stewards, and we'll make the decisions that tries to just keep the steward's life easy. And if the steward's life is easier, that means the racing on track is cleaner. If the racing on track is cleaner, then probably everyone's having a better time anyway. So it's a pretty simple philosophy. So thanks to the staff.
Fair enough. Well, listen, I'll say this on behalf of Green Flag TV. It's been a pleasure working with you guys this season. It's been an amazing run. We're happy to be part of it, and thank you for your time and talking today.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much. Let's do it again.
I'll be here. Don't worry about it.
Cheers, mate.
That is Richard Crabtree, league admin here for FTR. And Fenny seemed overall pretty happy. He said he wanted to protect the stewards, and he seems very happy, very jovial about how the season has gone.
I would say I'd find it hard to not be jovial, or at least be pretty, proud of what they've accomplished as a stewarding team. To have, the interest and desire that they did for the classes and for the racing as a whole. It does. I am curious, and one thing I should have spoken up and asked him about, because I was wondering, is if not maybe next season, but in the future, have a thought process or a consideration of breaking this up into more than one race. And the answer, I think, is probably going to be no, based off of what that conversation was, but I'm curious about it.
There you go. You could be the game changer. You could be the pebble in the ocean that rattles things up if you ask those kind of questions. You ever know?
It's true, but I think either way,
straw that stirs the drink, is that the phrase I'm looking for?
It's a phrase. I think you could probably use that phrase as the phrase. But either way, I think it's been a pretty fantastic season from the stewardship's perspective. So I would say it's probably pretty hard to not be excited and proud of the team and the work they've done and the amount of fantastic racing they've received and got to be a part of as a result.
Well, as we begin to wrap up this race, still a little less than 30 minutes on the clock of race time here. The gaps have opened up across all the classes. A couple of last pit stops are happening, as you see on your ticker on the left side of your screen. We'll see who does finish up where. To go through all of it, it's 5 seconds in that GT3 Pro category. You see a penalty just handed out, by the way, a 20-second stop and hold penalty.
That is for that incident we looked at earlier with the Altura AP10 esports entry getting bumped off the track by Sim Racing Grid Phantom, who was in third and now is in fourth behind Giovanni Romano and Huge Jas Gold. And that is going to be for that one in causing the collision there. That was avoidable had he tucked back in line, according to the stewards.
So that'll be a 20-second stop and hold, so we'll see what impact that has on them in the field as this time goes on. But it's 5 seconds in GT3 Pro. It's a lap still across all the GT4 cars. And WSR Esports, I think maybe their biggest lead in a while, Finn. They're up to 45 seconds over that Sim Racing Grid car in P2. So for now, right now, it's a lot of racing, a lot of just kind of breathing easy and maybe, I don't want to say early celebrating, but maybe just kind of some happy, relaxed moments that there's not any kind of tense battles if you're leading a class right now.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say maybe not early celebration any more than they do early celebration for their championship victories for a lot of these championship winners who already have their respective championships drawn together. Only exception to that obviously being the WSR Esports and their fantastic lead over the rest of the TCR field and all 6 entries there. I definitely think it'd be one that they're going to be resting easy, just trying to get that car home with the half hour that remains, and hoping at this point, there's no safety car, nothing to bunch them back up and make that more of a fight.
Yeah, I think we're beyond the point of a safety car being not a race interaction. I think right now that I don't know. Typically those quick cautions come right after a caution. So it's funny, we should have asked Richard. Now this is that moment, right? Like, I should have done that. But I think we would be probably over at this point. By the way, look how dark it's now become on the track. We talked about the sun setting and how dark it would be. Look at the sky here, if you can even see it. It's just pure darkness, nothing but headlights on the track.
You get a couple of glimpses of the clouds reflecting the lights. Not enough to really illuminate our track at this point as we follow along with the Treehouse GT4 Mercedes vehicle.
Just kind of riding along here and watching different battles. You can see a little bit of the very kind of peach colored hue, maybe salmon colored hue of the sky, just reflecting what little light is left.
I'll say that's a good color choice. Salmon, I think, is very accurate for the way that gray or those clouds are turning into nighttime stars, and the skybox gets even darker as we rely pretty much on headlights now to see any of the vehicles around us.
Yeah, this becomes sort of the harder part of the broadcast, doesn't it? We're kind of getting that shot right there, just the headlights beating you in the face and kind of guessing what cars they are, but a good run overall and pretty appropriate in a way, Finn, that we're going to finish with stars in the sky and plenty of stars on the track celebrating their wins and their championships here in race number 6 of the FTR trophi.ai Endurance Series. Season 7's wrapping up here in about 24 minutes, and you heard Richard say they're stoked with the number of 60 cars or 60 teams signed up this season. As someone who's been involved in broadcasting and league racing for a long time, that is an amazing number of 60.
Yeah, it's always super wonderful to get a grid like that, and then we have the number that they do tonight. I think is still a testament to the consistency in the racing that drivers have come to expect and able to perform with at the end of the season here. And I think it's going to make for an even busier season next time by.
Watching all along here, just kind of watching all the battles, keeping an eye on the telemetry and also keeping an eye on the ticker on the left side of your screen. Wait and see if any numbers jump up or down or make things more exciting. But it has kind of just been very chill ever since the last pit stop. So the question we have left, and I think the only ones left here, has got to be pit stops for the GT3 Pros. I believe right now, World of Racing and Sim Party Racing, I don't think either one's done pitting. I could be wrong. So to give you an idea, the leaders right now, World of Racing are on lap 243. They last pitted on lap 212. They're coming up on almost 30 laps under green. Sim Party Racing pitted 2 laps later. I don't see either team making it. I think both these teams are probably facing quick splash and goes before this race is over.
Yeah, they've each got about, I think, between 4 and 6 laps left in the tank, even with the fuel saving strategies they've employed. I think that nets them about 15 minutes of racing left. They need to splash and dash to get through. I don't think they need tires. These tires should hold throughout the end, depending on how well they've managed them up until this point. But I get the feeling that, like you said, they're going to be coming in pretty soon here within the next 5 or so laps, would be my guess, given where they're at.
Is Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium. They're running pretty well. P2 and the GT4 AM class with that bright blue and maybe purple colored car on track here and having a good run here is Jonas, trying to bring home a podium spot here today for this car. All the other classes, though, should be done with their pit stops. GT4s, I believe, and TCRs should be done. I think it's just the GT3s we'll see down pit road.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll see for most of these drivers, including a couple more black flag penalties serving for some drivers, such as what we saw earlier with the number 27 entry of Sim Racing Grid Phantom, as well as I believe Prismatic Motorsports has a incident limit one there currently getting through. So, and like you said, we see, I believe, the leader with Yashal coming down into pit lane for his splash and dash to round out the race.
So this will be the question, those 2 laps of difference on the track. What does that mean as far as how long you're on pit road? We'll keep an eye on both. If we can move up to the leader on pit road, we'll track that pit stop time. And now he's already given up first place, and we'll see if we can see how long that delta will be. The delta I see is already just his total pit road time. He's already above 30 seconds as of this point, Finn.
Yeah, it should be, I'm going to guess, anywhere from 15 to 20 seconds in the box and about 45 seconds of pit lane travel time to include the pit stop. And with what I have on my end, it's just about that, 15 seconds in the box, 45 seconds overall. Be the numbers to beat, therefore, the 2 of them when Adam Cox comes in to do his splash and dash at the end of the race.
So there's your first of your 2 pit stops. He's going to come out in fully clean traffic, fully clean air, so he'll now get a chance to run away if he can. Now we'll wait and see. Remember, 2 laps difference is what we think that Sim Party Racing has. How much less pit stop time is that? And can they use that to pick up that 5-second gap they have on the track? Questions left to be answered here in the last 20-ish minutes of the race. And happy you're along for the ride to answer those questions as we get ready to find a car coming through the trees in the infield. There it is. Somebody needs to talk to that camera operator. He needs to point that camera a little better.
I think another battle to keep an eye on in GT4 overall, maybe not for position, but Julian Garces and Pablo Cabrera in GT4 are currently duking it out for the P2 position of GT4 overall. Another close on-track battle to keep an eye on as they get into, I believe, the final closing stages here. I don't think they need to come in for a splash and dash. They're all set to the end. But it's a matter of pride and how far WBM White can get up the GT4 Pro order.
Well, so far right now, that was World of Sim Racing. Now we're looking back at different cars on the track, and so far we're waiting for Sim Party Racing to pit. That'll be maybe the last big story marker of the day, I would assume. There'll be a couple other cars in that class. Huge Ass Gold's currently running P3 in the GT3 Pro category. They need to pit as well, so we'll see if they surrender a spot back on the grid or not.
Shouldn't, as a result of that 20-second stop and hold for these drivers.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
from the number 27 they were battling. Giovanni Romano, 12 seconds behind him prior to that black flag being served. Give him about, I believe, a minute or so of clean racing, and 27 has already come in to take its final splash and dash, which has put them almost 2 minutes ahead. So I think Giovanni should be clear to the end if he is good on his fuel markers.
So I'm going to ask you the one last question just to create a little bit of drama in this that I doubt happens, but who knows as we watch Equipment Geek Racing come down pit road. If you're Sim Party Racing Delta right now, you're leading this race, but you're probably getting darn close on fuel, I would have to think your biggest fear right now, you want to come down pit road soon, because if a caution comes out and traps you on the track, you could run that thing out of gas before you're allowed back on pit road here. And also, it would deny you your chance to race it back.
That is the concern there. I think it is one that will largely be solved pretty quickly here, depending on when Adam Cox feels like bringing that car into pit lane. This is the end, I think, of the 2 laps that they have to complete that. It's awful hard to tell where he's at on track, but that
he's up in turn 11. Yeah, coming down here into turn 12. So he's coming around the pit road pretty soon here. This is 12.
He's actually just coming across the start finish line for turn 1.
Oh, you're right. I'm following the wrong dot. I apologize.
That is okay. But he's not coming by this time by, so I think it'll be next lap that we'll see them come in. But I think if a safety car comes out now, that's going to be detrimental regardless.
Yep.
Especially as the gap between the two already down to 24 seconds between Adam and Yashal prior to the pit cycle, which I think will mean that that gap actually grows in the other direction, potentially.
I think the one thing that I think the leader was hoping for here for most of this run is that he had clean track for a while, and I think he was kind of banking the fact if I stay out and I run on a clean track, I may turn better times. What if I pit and what if I get stuck in traffic? But now that the traffic is here, I think now that question in your mind goes away. So as a race car driver, you can come up with 100 what if questions about making decisions. You know, what if I pit in traffic? What if this happens? And sometimes you'll get almost like an analysis paralysis with how much you can work yourself into. Sometimes you just need to kind of do the most simple thing and just make it happen.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of the game that you end up playing in your head is what choices do you make? With the trigger being pulled, finally, see where these drivers end up.
So here we are down at pit road, trying to make sure he gets every little bit of speed. Takes as little gas as humanly possible. Get to into this run here. We'll wait and see what the pit delta and the pit box times are, because right now World of Racing is coming and coming fast for their spot. In fact, they've already passed on by.
Yeah, they've passed on by. The gap in time and difference only about a second and a half. So we'll probably see that gap stabilize at about 4 seconds between the two, especially as he comes out right into traffic. 2 seconds faster than Jack, only a second and a half faster in the overall pit lane travel time, which is the important part to keep an eye on. And we'll see if Adam Cox can make up those 4 seconds to take over the top spot of the race once again.
Yeah, you called the split almost correctly. In fact, I see it almost up to 5 seconds. So really not that much gained here. We'll wait and see how this outlap goes and what comes of it. But it's been about the same equal distance here. So great job by by World of Racing. Pardon me. They have done a great job in closing this gap. And remember, at one point they were behind by that much, Finn.
Yeah, they certainly were. And they were looking to try to make their way back up the order as a result of those incidents earlier. And able to do so and seemingly have a consistent run till the end here to prove that they are the best of what FTR has to offer in the GT3 Pro category.
Oh, here we go now. Less than 15 minutes on the clock, and just a race has kind of traveled right on by over the 5 hours I've been in the booth, and a great run here. You see there that Adam's trying to get around a couple of traffic cars and see if he can catch up here later. But I mean, it's 5.4 seconds.
5.4, and I think it's going up to 5.7. I think it's going to keep extending a little bit as they go. And I get the feeling, as we get into the closing stages here, the battle for P2 in GT4, I would say Pro/Pro-Am, is also not resolved between Pablo Cabrera and Julian Garces, which might be a good one to catch up on. This one is just, I think, a sprint to the finish for these two.
Wow, look at that. Nice little bit of traffic. This may be, ironically enough, for how this track has gone. Look at this little 2x2 racing for the moment there with another car behind. 5 cars. This is going to qualify as a gaggle of cars on the track here in the last 12 and a half-ish minutes of this race. It's maybe the most cars we've seen bunched together in a while. And this is one of the fun parts of endurance racing. You maybe don't want to be part of this gaggle, but darn it, that track looks pretty bright right now if you're a driver.
Well, especially as Julian trying to not run into the Hugh Jass car in front of them of the Hugh Jass Blue with some Merrill on at the helm of that one. And you saw Julian Kiss's flash, not too happy with how much Alyssa had to slow down and not run into the GT4 in front of her. But that will cause, I think it'll cause Julian to have a black flag, unfortunately, from an incident limit.
That's unfortunate to happen right now with the last 12 minutes or so, to have to finally break that barrier and to have that happen to you.
So that'll be enough to put that over, and that battle for P2 and GT4 will also come to an end. Which means I no longer have small intervals to talk about off the top of my head.
No, we're basically done with the small intervals right now. We're basically now into the big intervals and just kind of waiting to see how these last 11 minutes of this race roll out. Well, I would take a minute right now and thank everyone involved with Green Flag TV this season with this broadcast. Obviously, Finicini, Christian Hill, Dustin Allis, Nolan Rimple. Nolan, Dustin, and Christian are producers for the season. Myself, Finicini, Justin Prince, Austin Edstrom, Cade Corbin, Alex Gagnon, and many, many more have helped make this broadcast this season amazing and fun and entertaining. All the work in the background that's going on between the admins and the commentators to help keep everyone informed and aware. It's been an amazing season, and we're excited to see what happens with Season 8 on Green Flag TV. So again, thank you to everyone involved in the broadcast this season. It's been truly an honor to do these shows. So Finn, here we are, 10.5 minutes on the clock, and I think that number, actually not that number, that point you talked about ago, incident limits, I wonder in my head how many teams right now are driving as gingerly as possible, hoping to not tip that meter.
I think there's a good handful. I know I've seen a couple of moments where I was watching the brake lights of that BMW of Adam Cox's and Sim Party Racing Delta's machine do a little bit course correction to keep that car on track. WSR Esports, the leader of TCR, also in a similar, at least driving style, to keep those cars from traveling off track to minimize what little points they have left. Then you have cars that just went over it, such as the WBM White Machine. So they've hit that limit and now probably breathing a little bit of fresh air that they don't have to worry about not getting 12 new points between now and the end. But of course, as soon as I say that, that is a very damaged.
Yeah, I thought I heard in the background of, I thought I heard some kind of
crunch,
collision or crunch or something, and whoa, that is a massive piece of damage to that car right there for Sim Party Racing. If we can maybe back the replay up in maybe 30 seconds, I bet we find out what happened to Adam Cox in that car. Is either he hit something or someone hit him.
Yeah, Altura Esports Red, I think, gets a little loose, and that is what instigates the incident with the Sim Party Racing Delta. Follow along here. I'm going to go through the fast couple of sectors here at the end of the, not really fully the end, but that dive down before the final sector, that wrap around of almost a hairpin to the right. You'll see a spun car off the road here, and then he just gets clocked by it as it comes to a stop.
Oh no.
Unable to catch it. Yeah. You'll
this
see
is
it
gonna be
here.
rough to watch. It'll be disappointing to watch. Heartbreaking. Watch it here. Gonna come up out of the corner.
Yep, you'll see it right up above that. Yep, and just.
Oh. And look at that wheel.
Yeah.
Look at that wheel instantly. That's cranked almost. I mean, he's cranking it 90 degrees to the left to keep it straight.
Yeah.
That is everything that you could describe in an emotion: heartbreaking, frustrating, disappointing. There's the car. I mean, he just got a little bit of oversteer, pardon me. And that car, when he tried to tow as fast as possible, he did everything he could to avoid that contact, and just, wow, unfortunate for him. So, unfortunate for Adam and that team, that's going to drop them likely off of the podium, I would think here, Finn, and we'll wait and see where it's going to officially put them. So they've got to be done for the day.
Yeah, I would say it's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker there, depending on where they end up. They have gotten that car back into service. Not a meatball for it, but pretty damaged suspension, which is why that car was leaning so much on that wheel.
Sorry.
Oh, I don't say. And on top of that, having to then serve a black flag, I think will be with the nail in the coffin to drop them off the podium, like you say.
I was going to say that's the problem, and that they're going to have is even if you could do a quick fix to this car to maybe get it quote unquote drivable, they still have a drive-through. And since they came down pit road or they towed to pit road, whichever one of those two happened right there, I think they just drove down. You can't pit on a drive-through. So even if they were to get this car quote unquote drivable in the next 6 minutes to try to salvage a spot, they have to come back down again.
Yeah, they have to come back down. And Giovanni Romano there on screen, that Corvette that you see going through turn number 1, getting around Adam Cox to take over P number 2. And then there's a whole lap. Alyssa Merrill, who's in P4 right now, has to pass by in order to take over that final podium spot. So we'll see how that develops here in the closing stages. We say that the race is never over until the checkered flag, and that is why we say it.
Yep, and that's what we preach to endurance teams all the time. You never know at a track like this with minute and 21-second lap times. I mean, with a car wrecking with 10 minutes to go, there's still spots to be gained. So that's likely going to move, I would say, huge ass gold and huge ass blue up to the podiums here, very possibly in about a lap or so. And in fact, it's already put huge ass gold up on the second place. It'll put huge ass blue up on the podium before this race is over, I would have to think.
Yeah, I'd have to believe that is the case as well, depending on how long Adam stays in the pit box there with that machine.
Yeah, there's that 44, and it just, I don't have the words for it. I mean,
no.
That's frustrating, and I don't want to blame it on nighttime racing, because obviously it was a car spun around, it just was unavoidable. But part of the dangers of this track with the elevation changes, and part of nighttime racing, there was no way to know that car was turned around until you saw it.
Yeah, I'd say that, I'm guessing based on the way that incident developed, especially that car, probably Adam probably got the iRacing spotter call right as he was rounding that final corner to just before he hit it, and at that point there's not a whole lot he could do before he made contact there. So it's going to be definitely a rough one to take away from that, but I believe that still keeps that race in that battle for the podium still well and put together, depending on when he gets back out.
Yeah, and what it does for World of Racing is allows them now to breathe easy, because now, what once was maybe they were under attack, maybe 5 second, maybe a single slip up or a single loose corner was going to, cause you to have that challenge. Now they're up by over a lap on huge ass goals. They get to kind of breathe easy and just enjoy these last couple laps. I suspect 3 laps to go here at Barber Motorsport Park here in Alabama, as we're enjoying the finale of the FTR trophi.ai Season 7. And we're going to crown some winners, crown some champions, do some interviews, and overall have a good time in this post-race show. But right now we're watching World of Sim Racing, Samantha Tan Racing, having just a solid run here up to the finish.
Yeah, 4 minutes left to go. Plenty of opportunity there for those drivers to just get a couple of final laps in, appreciate the season that they've had, and have one of those, outro of a movie moments about racing.
Yeah, one of those moments of the trophy in the air and the confetti and all that stuff is probably what some of these teams are looking forward to. Now about 3 minutes on the clock, and taking a look here for our leader to see when they're going to take the white flag. Likely 2 to go here for World of Sim Racing at this moment.
Yeah, it'll be 2 to go for these drivers, and I think the name of the game, just keep it going the right direction, and you'll come home the position you're in. The closest battle, I think, on track, looking at all of these, is going to be between Roy Moss and then Stefan Le Guin in for, I believe, is going to be P2 in GT3 AM, but there's 4 seconds separating that group. So still one slip up there, but definitely one that is going to be a little bit easier as long as they both keep it going the right direction.
Yep, here he is, World of Sim Racing up through turns 12 and 13. They'll make the big winding corner. This is 14 and 15. This is what feels like one big winding long turn across Barber Motorsports Park. One big long right-hander. Then we'll make the left-hander out of turn 16 on this track, and it'll take us down the straightaway. Be about 2 minutes on the clock. They'll get 2 to go. 2 to go from Barney the Flagman. This time by for World of Sim Racing.
2 to go, and then they will be crowned the champions proper, even though they've already locked out that championship before going into today's race.
Yeah, for them, this is just kind of a celebration ride, a bit of a victory ride, a bit of just a moment of pride of, hey, can we win this race? And apparently, yes, it feels like you can. Don't want to jinx it too soon. Something weird could still happen, but right now, smooth sailing for this car. For the 60 car, they won the title before this race started. They were good. They could have not started today and still won the title, but today they're also going to come out and they're going to claim victory in this race. Across the field, you mentioned some other races, the 177 Equal Speed Academy. They have a lead over Stage 1 racing right now, and I believe that is the battle for GT3 AM. And the GT4 is one lap right now. Is the battle between our leader and anyone else behind him, either Pro or AM. And then the TCR is 45 seconds. WSR Esports is also kind of on their own victory lap, Finn.
Yeah, that driver on their own victory lap in a sense, and probably will be certainly on the victory lap shortly after as they come around for about one more time as well. White flag, I believe, floating in the air for all of these drivers as they get into their final laps, and it's going to be a pretty bittersweet one for a lot of these drivers. Ross McFarlane taking home WSR Esports TCR to a victory here, I think is going to mean a lot to them. The only championship not fully resolved prior to going into the night.
Well, Yashaw's had a great run since hopping in the car the final time here. It's going to come on around and have an amazing, almost a bit of a cool down lap to get around that little bit of traffic and make his way through the corners. Now halfway through the course as he rounds turn number 9. For the driver and the team that had won the championship, they had won it before this race started. They've had a great run. They've had a great day. They've had a calm day, minus after that first start of the moment, that first lap. Probably put some fear in the hearts of World of Racing Samantha Tan Racing. But now the fear is gone. Now it's joy. Now it's celebration. Now it's elation. Now it's a moment of pride, happiness, and maybe a couple of tears of joy as the season is over. Out of turn 15, makes a little bit straight away, and the left-hander of turn 16. One final time before Shaw and World Sim Racing become your winners at Barber Motorsport Park.
A fantastic run for them. We'll see them come home P1. The drivers for WSR Esports going to come across the checkered flag as well, not far behind them, as well as our leaders in GT3 AM.
Well, here we are, waiting for a couple more classes to come on through. You see the number board there, and the green indicates the GT3 AM leader is coming on through. We'll wait for a couple more classes. GT4s. Remember, some of these classes are where they're lined up, Finn. They don't always finish in the order of the classes. They can sometimes sneak in there around us in between the other classes. So right now, everyone's going to come on around one final time. The 177 Eagle Speed Academy Esports, they have finished first in the GT3 AM.
They have the other podium sims, Giovanni Romano and Alyssa Merrill, come home 2 and 3 alongside each other. The two teammates there working out to cross the checkered flag at the same time. And then the rest of TCR and the rest of these classes starting to file their way through as well.
There's a 343 WBM White. They finished first in GT4 AM, as we said, Alameda's first in GT4 Pro. And then last will be WSR Esports. They're going to come on through. They're going to finish. And this finish means more to them maybe than other classes, Finn, because with this finish, they have locked up the championship.
Yeah, it's something that was a question mark going into today. Now they get to put an exclamation point next to it that they have come home the champions of TCR in the FTR class, and I would say have to be very proud of themselves in that accomplishment and the consistency of finishes they've had this season.
Well, that wraps up an amazing 6-hour race here at Barber Motorsport Park. See Barney the Flagman looking down at our race winners as they do the donuts, and the headlights sort of make the roving watchtower light style celebration. As we watch now our overall winner, World of Racing Samantha Tan, with Yashal down here celebrating his victory. Well, let's do this. We're going to step aside, hit on a couple commercials. We'll be back after this. We'll do post-race results and interviews to wrap up our broadcast here on Green Flag TV.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com. Welcome back live on Green Flag TV for our post-race coverage for the FTR trophi.ai Series Race Season 7 finale at Barber Motorsport Park. Well, let's get into our post-race interviews, but first let's do our results. Let's see where everyone finished. We'll start here in the GT3 Pro category with the World of Racing Samantha Tan, your winner, by 1 lap over Huge Ass Gold, and then Huge Ass Blue is back in P3. Sim Party Racing Delta finishes 5 laps down after that late race wreck in P4. Then it is Sim Racing Grid Phantom, Prismatic Motorsports Athena, RPM Racing Black, and MRC Quad Dash back in P8. And then Finn, you're going to take us through the GT3 amps.
That I certainly am. It's going to be GT3 AM. It's going to be Chris Van Gucht leading by a wild margin of consistency and not getting a black flag or any penalties there to Roy Mass, who is going to be in Stage 1 racing. That Eagle Speed Academy Esports number K is going to be the winner there. That Corvette coming home pretty consistently across all of these races. Pegassi Motorsport is going to be in third with Stefan Le Guin, going to be leading that car home. Brian Fratiane is going to be in Equipment Geek Racing in fourth. Fifth, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, Ivory Balfour are going to be the driver taking home that car. A successful race as well. Jordan Gortz in Sim Party Racing Omega, and Hugh Jass Yellow led home by Ron Wolf, who does not finish, are the 7 drivers of GT3 AM.
But back into GT4 Pro for our next category, you'll find your winner, Alameda Racing Academy. They won by 1 lap over top of Enosis Esports GT4. Treehouse Racing, Hugh Jass White, and Altura AP10 Esports comes in your top 5. Then it's Sim Party Racing, Tango, Altura Esports Red, and Torque Freak Racing TeamSpeak back in P8.
And for GT4 AM, WEM White, Julian Garces, as well as Parker Dewey, going to lead that effort home just ahead of Sim Racing Grid Academy, Palladium, with Jonas Gulbrandsen. Thomas Crabtree and Sim Party Racing going to be home in the 3rd. Kurt Verstraeten for Eagle Speed Academy Esports number S is going to come on in 4th. Justin Hall in Hugh Jass Black, another car that does not finish this race, is going to be the 5 GT4 AM results.
And lastly, your TCR category after all the laps complete. Ross McFarlane brings home WSR Esports first, and that will allow them to win the TCR championship. Then you'll find Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and Fiercely Forward Gray in your top 3. Then Sim Racing Grid Phosphor, Prismatic Motorsports Solis, and Project Sync Racing SQL rounds out your 6 TCR cars in this race. Well, let's take a moment now and do our interviews. We're going to start with the driver who had a great run at the end of the race. He helped walk away with the lead and helped his team win this race in the GT3 Pros. Also, your season winner for World of Racing, Samantha Tan. Yashal, congrats on the win and the championship. Yashal is muted currently. We'll see if we can get him available in a second. If not, maybe we'll circle back around and see. There you go. Maybe you're unmuted.
There you go.
You there? There you go.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm completely dead after that. 6 hours alone.
6 hours alone is what you did there. So walk us through the last hour. It got dark on the track, and you were at some point had gained a 5-second lead over your opponents. How did that feel in this last hour or so?
Yeah, I was just focused on keeping it on the track. It was getting quite difficult to actually see the apexes and stuff.
So I have to talk to you about this. You've done, I feel like, most of these races alone this season. A 6-hour race alone, that's a lot. Why is maybe my first question.
Well, it's a long story, but midway through the season, my teammate left the team, so he wasn't really allowed to drive anymore. So I had to kind of finish the whole season on my own.
Wow, that is amazing by you to pull off 6 hours. I'm sure you are tired and exhausted, so I won't keep you forever, but I want to take a moment and let you celebrate. What does this win and this championship mean to you to do it alone?
Yeah, it's a nice feeling. It's my 3rd season now. Nice to finally win one of the championships. Yeah, I mean, I still had a teammate for the first 2, so also want to give a shout out to him. And then Gene Raubos also deserves a shout out for keeping me updated during the race with the stewards and stuff.
Well, it's a pleasure watching you race all season across all 6 of these tracks. Congrats to you. Anyone you want to say hello to or give a shout out to?
No, that's about it. All right. I'm quite dead now.
Fair enough. Well, listen, go rest, go celebrate, and have a good time. And congrats on the win and the championship.
Thank you very much.
All right, that is your GT3 winner for both the race and the championship at World of Racing, Samantha Tan. And then Finn for GT3 AM, it is Chris Van Gucht with Eagle. And I believe you're going to catch up with him right about now.
I certainly will. Chris Van Gucht, once again, congrats on the win in GT3 AM, as well as the podium and championship win for those. How was this race for you?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, no, I definitely did not expect to win because, yeah, I had a horrible start. Couldn't get the temperatures into the tires, so spun, and then, yeah.
Talk me through the recovery of that. You had that spin early on. I think it was just after the restart, if I remember correctly. What was the mentality you had in making that, turning that into a consistent finish with such a fuel game that you were playing by comparison to a lot of the GT3 field?
Well, I just did what I do every race, just focus on my pace, passing the traffic as fast and efficient as I can, and saving fuel as much as I can. And then, yeah, we'll see in the end what benefit it gives us, or maybe not. But yeah, I think, and definitely on a track like this, I think traffic management is the key to gain positions and get to the front.
With that, a pretty fantastic season. You know that you were going to be winning going into this. So what does that championship victory look like for you? How do you use that? What are you going to do to celebrate as well?
I have a couple of beers, I guess, because it's been a long one. Grab something to eat and celebrate with the guys from the GT4 team.
Fantastic. I won't keep you too long then from your post-race celebrations then. Any other shout-outs or things that we missed that you want to talk about before we let you get back to your victory celebrations and seeing the rest of the team?
Thanks, guys. Definitely the broadcast team, everyone in FTR, the race control, my teammates in the GT4 who did an awesome season, and my daughter who is watching the live stream in the back. So thanks a lot, guys.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Well, congrats again on the win tonight, as well as the win in the championship. I hope you enjoy your celebrations, and we'll hope to see you soon.
I will do. Thanks, guys.
Green Flag. Take care. That was Chris Van Gucht, who comes home #1 in GT3M in that Eagle Speed Academy Esports number K.
All right, well, the GT4 Pro win is going to be Kane Halliburton, and then we'll also bring in his teammate as well from actually, no one's available in the broadcast in the waiting room, so never mind. I
Kane for a brief moment.
I thought I did too. Yeah.
Yep. I did not see Celio. I would imagine we don't see Celio tonight, as he is probably a very busy individual and also enjoying his off season from IMSA.
Well, let's do this. Let's go ahead and bring in Julian Carcesis, and we'll also bring in Parker as well. These guys are teammates here for the GT4 AM team for WBM White. Congrats today on their performance and congrats on the season. How does it feel?
We had a great season this year. It was our intention to at least try and go for the championship, but yeah, I think we had our best season yet. I just looked it up: 4 wins, 1 P2. Then we had 1 drop week, 2 overall podiums, and we were in the fight for P2 overall in the championship as well till the end.
So overall, a pretty successful season, I have to say, for your team, as we now maybe start to look ahead for season 8, whenever that comes out in March or April. What's your goal there? Is it championship?
We're gonna have to look at what we decide to drive. Are we staying in GT4? Are we doing GT3 maybe next season? It's still unclear. Yeah, if we are there, we actually want to go for a championship and as high as possible.
So Parker, I'll ask you specifically for a second. When you saw Barber on the schedule for today, I know it's not the first time FTR's been to Barber, but what was your thoughts? What was your expectations for this race today?
It's actually my first league race that I've done at Barber. I've done some laps and practice for fun, but this is the first time. But it ended up being a really fun track. I was most excited about Sebring last week, but obviously I got the chance to drive 1 lap. So it was nice track. I liked it a lot and ended up not being too bad for multi-class.
So I'm curious what your guys' point of view was. There was some calamity up front at the start of the race for the GT3s. You guys were pretty far away from it when it happened. I know that the caution came out. Were you guys even really aware of what was happening?
Well, actually, there was a lot of stuff happening in GT4 as well. So I kind of screwed our qualifying. So we started P11 in GT4 and P6 in the M class. So it had quite a lot of work to do, but everywhere were cars spinning, and it was quite messy for us as well. So it was just trying to survive and work our way for it. Then we had the early caution, and after that it was just one long green flag run.
It certainly was. Well, listen, congrats to you guys on the win as part of WBM White in that 343 car. Anyone, either one of you two, want to say hello to or give a shout out to?
Well, I don't know if people are still awake here in the Netherlands, but if the family is still watching, hi guys. Of course, the guys at WBM were maybe watching the race. Thanks for letting us drive the car, and we'll be back next season. And of course, thank you guys for the broadcast.
Thank you. Parker, anyone you want to give a shout out to?
No, WBM, coworkers, friends, and family watching. Thank you guys. It was an awesome broadcast. Definitely one of the best I've seen. So we'll keep that in mind.
We certainly will. Well, thank you guys so much for your time. Go celebrate, and we'll see you in season 8.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, thanks for having us.
That is your drivers from WBM White, and at least just one class left. And Finn, you're going to get the honor of talking to the race winner and the season champion, and Ross McFarlane.
I certainly will, and I'll be most excited because I think I've been watching the TCR race all day, and I cannot be more stoked. Ross McFarlane, welcome to the booth. Congrats on the championship as well as the race win today. How was that management?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, it was a tricky race. It may have looked simple from the gap in the end, but actually, Barber is a very difficult track to keep your focus on, and it's quite taxing when you're doing lap after lap after lap with these long stints in the endurance. So managing the race was difficult, but yeah, I think we did a pretty good job.
You did as well. Your teammate leading off the race for you. The midway point, when you guys were behind Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, what was that like? What was the plan there that you guys formulated in order to get back onto the top step of the podium?
Yeah, they just jumped us with a bit of traffic, and you don't want to push the tires too hard early on in the race. We knew that we have very good endurance pace. Late stint were very strong, so just kept cool and made sure that once we got that gap again, the strategy was good and nothing went wrong. No danger with traffic. So yeah, that's more or less how it happened.
Fantastic stuff. Diving into next season at FTR, do we expect to see you back in the TCR for another back-to-back win there?
We'll have to see. I think with the recent class changes, mainly the GT4, it makes it rather tricky to race some multi-class at certain tracks. Like this season, Manicourt and Barber it was very difficult, mainly because the TCR is not particularly much slower than the GT4 at these tracks. So we'll just see what the calendar looks like, see how things are. But it'd be nice to be back. It's a very well-run ship, the FTR series, so would be glad to return.
Sounds wonderful. Well, I won't keep you too long. Any other comments, shout-outs, things I missed that you want to talk about before we let you get back to some much-deserved celebrations of your championship and race win today?
Nope, just thanks to the team. Thanks Constant and Michael for the season. WSR, all the sponsors. Thanks to the organizers for, like I say, running a tight ship. And thanks to you guys for the nice broadcast as well.
Thank you. And we will see you very soon then, hopefully. Congrats again on your P1 tonight, as well as the championship win as a result. And I hope you have a good evening.
Thanks, guys. You too.
All right, that is Ross McFarlane, your TCR winner, and that wraps up our podium interviews and our championship interviews for this broadcast. Finn, as we begin to wrap up here, any final thoughts about our race today?
I could not be more stoked about next season of FTR, especially given how I'm just a big fan of TCRs, is what you'll come to learn. If you didn't know, you already know this, Derek, but for the broadcast at home, you'll learn that I'm a nerd about the other classes outside of GT3. So seeing that championship go down to the wire, and then the performance there from Constantine and Ross McFarlane, I think it'll make for equally great racing for the next season of FTR. But I think it's been a blast to be able to call this, as well as talk about endurance racing and these formats, getting a chance to sit down with Richard Cothraw as well and learn about the back end of things is always super fun. So
it has been a great broadcast. Once again, I'll say congrats to all the winners and all the champions out of today. World Racing, Samantha Tan, WBM White, WSR Esports, and many, many more. Once again, for Christian Hill and finishing, I am Derek Watson. I want to say thank you for hanging out today from Barber Motorsports Park. If you missed this race, you can catch this race and every race from Season 7 of the FTR Trophy AI series here on Green Flag TV. If you want to catch out and see what we can do for you on your league or special event, head over to www.greenflagtv.com for more information. We'll see you in March for Season 8 of FTR.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.